Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of the quarterfinals here at the House Freestyle Chess, the first tournament of the 2025 Grand Slam. Maria, good morning to you as well, I would assume.
Good morning, Christian. Good morning, chat. Very excited for today. It's game two. Yesterday, Hikaru drew against Sindarov. Not the result he wanted, but it's solid and with black pieces. So today it's going to be with white, and they just
Absolutely.
made the first move.
Absolutely, yes. And you could see them analyzing in pairs just before the game started. They get the position just a few minutes before the game start. They have a few minutes to acclimate with the plans and the ideas and then go fight. And that's exactly what they're doing. And I have to echo your sentiment, Maria. Yesterday, I mean, Hikaru played a very good game. He did
Mhm.
play a very good game from the beginning almost to the end. He just made a mistake maybe 5 moves before the draw was agreed, and that was the critical mistake. I'm sure he went back home, he went through the engine analysis, and he understood that there's some positive signs to take away from that as well. Look, he played a good game. He almost matched the engines evaluation throughout the game. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to take it over the finish line, but today he's certainly going to try to do so.
Yeah, he did say in an interview that he maybe went not for the most practical win. He saw the win.
Mm-hmm.
He went for a more nicer way and got himself confused a little bit. Well, he missed brilliant accuracy. We have to, I mean, brilliant defense. We have to give it to Javahir. He fought
Absolutely.
to the end, teeth and nails, and he found all the most I don't know, maybe
Resilient, yes. Resilient
resilient
options.
moves.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, engine always will give you the moves that extend the number of moves according to both players playing the best. He
Mm-hmm.
was practically choosing the most like maybe moves that can lead the opponent to confuse. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
how he
Mm-hmm.
did it, but every single move was unexpected
And very
and
practical.
yeah,
Yes,
very
I think
practical.
you hit the nail on its head. He played a very practical defense towards the end. And look, the guy is very young. The guy has a lot of ambition in chess. He's very, very talented. A lot of people have said that. I've talked to Fabi plenty of times about him on the podcast as well, and he did mention every single time that he's one of the most talented players coming from that country, matching maybe the talent of Abdusatorov as well. So this guy has a great future ahead of him, but this is the present right now. So Hikaru needs to, spank them kids. That's exactly
Teach them a lesson.
teach them young.
Teach them
Beat them while
for
you still
choosing
can.
him as the opponent. Yeah, that must be said. It's ballsy move to choose Hikaru, but as Hikaru said himself, it was between him and Gukesh,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's not really clear. Gukesh is super strong in classical. Um,
absolutely.
I still think that choosing Gukesh was maybe a bit less scary decision in freestyle chess, but we'll see.
Yeah, yeah. And just to recap what happened yesterday, because Sindarov seems to be taking a very long thing after knight to b3, so I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk about it. Yesterday, Fabiano did defeat and took the lead against Gukesh.
Yeah.
Great game with the black pieces. Topsy-turvy. I mean, there were some chances for Gukesh as well, but
Hmm. Hmm.
Fabi finished it off quite in style. And then, of course, Magnus did not give any chances to
Absolutely
Abdusatorov.
zero.
That was an incredible masterclass of a performance. Starting from move three, I think he made a mistake, Abdusatorov, at move three, a slight inaccuracy, and never came back into the game. That was just incredible to see. And Ali Reza lost against Vincent Keimer. Vincent, with an incredible performance from start to finish, took the lead in that match as well. So that's where we stand going into the second day of the quarterfinals. Now, Maria, let's talk about the opening. What do you see in this one?
Well, before the move knight b3 was done, first thing I saw is a weakness of a pawn on a2. It's similar to the one in yesterday's position where both Magnus and Abdusatorov went for the rook. The
Hmm.
rook. Um,
Hmm.
in fact, this side of the position is identical, right?
It's exactly the same. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Instead of this knight, there was this rook.
yeah.
So this rook was here, and I don't remember exactly where the knight was, but
Queen was in the corner, right?
the
Again.
knight, the rook, and the king were exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
So knight to b3, he starts, and perhaps this took him aback because generally you start with a pawn move, and knight to
E4.
b6
E4 was very
was
natural
played.
here.
Right, right. And to
E4
be
or
honest,
C or F4 maybe.
e4 might come anyway.
Mm-hmm.
E4 or f4. Generally, it seems like with this construction on the queen side, you want to leave it as is. You don't want to push too many pawns in front of your pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And especially, I'm saying this with the knight on d1, because the knight can just simply jump to its
Mm-hmm.
usual square, knight c3, and then castle long. Um, that's one of the very typical, seems to be a very typical plan. So with that in mind, I think I would try for a construction like such. I would go something like f4, and just as I was saying that, Hikaru is like, nope, e4 it is.
E4 makes a lot of sense. It's a central pawn, and we have a queen and a bishop immediately breathing air.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it also currently allows, well, since the knight is on d file, there is no knight that can immediately attack this pawn,
Mm-hmm.
which means our knight can comfortably land on e3.
Sure. That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe look towards f5 and d5 squares.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. That
And that
makes a lot of
allows him
sense.
immediately to castle and finish development of the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
still don't
I
know
guess
how to
so.
call
I guess in this case it does seem quite natural, right? So I could be considering it as a queen side.
it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, and
And then he can also be flexible and decide whether to play f3 or f4
mm-hmm,
and maybe shift towards d4 move.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But let's have a look. Is there any more positions like this?
Very
Hikaru
similar positions. Yes,
did say yesterday that it's quite annoying that players can simply repeat. It should not be the case, but he also like it's also how do you avoid that, right?
I guess the only way to avoid it is I would lock the players,
Tie them to
um,
the chairs.
but only for the first hour. Only for the first hour. So let's say you put them in some sort of a cubicle
Mm-hmm.
situation, separated from everybody else, and
Mm-hmm.
they can go and see everybody else's position, but only after the first hour or so. Kind of
Yeah,
like a grand reveal type
yeah.
of situation. So that's what I would do to solve that problem. Gukesh, let's see what he's doing. Fabiano versus Gukesh. Fabi only needs a draw to move on to the semifinals. So
Yeah,
definitely in a good position.
same. Seems like same plan.
Yep. Knight b3, knight b6, e4, e5, and f3, opening up the bishop. Very natural move. Also protecting the pawn on e4. And my guess is that the center will be opened up after the move d4. So knight c3 or knight to e3, the way you were prescribing, and
Mm-hmm.
then castle and then d4. That's the
Yeah.
plan that I'm seeing, the very obvious plan that I'm seeing.
And Hikaru is probably watching this game. He did say, well, if Fabi is playing something, he tends to trust him.
He believes Fabi is the
But
most.
I think they also analyzed before the start together,
Yes,
so
yes,
the
yes, indeed.
plan is probably there already. Like it's very obvious.
They did.
Why invent a bicycle, right?
They did. And let's move on to the other one. This one is
Looks like
slightly
they all
different.
analyzed together, actually.
Right. It's Nordirbeck versus Magnus. Nordirbeck in the must win situation. F3 already threatening bishop takes a7. My guess is that unless Magnus is trying to be super creative today, he's most likely going to respond with knight b6.
That
You can
being
also go
said,
knight c6, I
I
guess,
think if black does not play e5 immediately, then white can take a lot of central squares with f4.
with f4. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. No, completely agree. So this one, very similar
Mm-hmm.
as well. Let's see what's happening in the last
Amazing.
game. Um, Keimer. Oh, okay. At least a difference.
Okay, but that knight probably will still land on b6. But
That's true.
e4, e5 is in all the games. It happened.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
E4 is
except for
best by
Sindarov,
test.
he's for some reason still thinking, but
Best by
I
test.
I guess if he does not play e5, we take that. It's it's
Let's see.
definitely a good thing.
Oh yeah, he hasn't played yet. Hmm. That's interesting. What were they looking at? What were they analyzing in their team, right? Because Indaro was not in Hikaru, Fabi. I believe it was somebody else.
I think Niederbeck was with them.
Nodirbeck was with them.
Oh, he played.
Yes.
He finally accepted the inevitable. All four games identical, first two moves so far.
Yeah. E4 followed by E5. Do you think any of the eliminated players will hang around and become the seconds of non-eliminated players?
I can see that actually happening, and
This usually happens during the World Cups.
mhm.
So players that get out quickly, they just stick around, make some friends at dinner or something like that, and then continue working with them.
Yeah, countrymen as well, siblings, obviously. Vaishali and Prague stayed, both
Oh, for
helping each
sure. Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
I know Muzachuk sisters always stay, no questions asked, but also Chinese players
Yeah.
um, as well, even sharing rooms sometimes to save on costs.
Yeah. Yeah. It is a
But even
costly.
in already past Fisher Random championships, actually, it's funny, but all past Fisher Random tournaments were world championships. There was nothing else over the board, and it well apart from I think
We had some in
Monaco.
St. Louis.
Ah, okay, yeah, but
Yeah.
it was not classical, right?
No, 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 no
Yeah,
classical. No, no.
classical were all yeah, championships. When Wesley was eliminated, he stayed helping Hikaru.
Yes.
At least they were like moving pieces before the game. I guess he also was interested to play around with positions. I don't think it was anything official, just staying for the fun.
Yeah, no, I look, and the way this thing works, especially for this type of players that have spent their entire lives analyzing chess and looking at all of these, sometimes, they get boring, sometimes boring openings, right? Like you look at the Berlin your whole life and try to find an advantage, you get a little bit frustrated. And then you have all this freedom of expression starting from move one. It is sort of a pleasure for them to play this type of positions as well, and they enjoy it a lot, and they enjoy analyzing it a lot as well. You've heard Levon speak about this sentiment. Magnus seemed to be echoing the sentiment as well. Fabi, I spoke to him plenty of times about it, and he seems to be on the same page. So, yeah, it's a cool new thing, and I have a feeling it's going to stick.
Yeah, yeah, totally. I'm already thinking myself about shifting more towards freestyle chess, actually, when I'm streaming,
Okay.
and maybe even making a chessable course about it, because there is not enough information. Um, Ask me in middle of the night, I won't be. I'm not sure I will be able to reproduce all the rules immediately, because it's
Hmm.
still not super familiar to us, not super natural, and even grandmasters sometimes get confused whether
Oh,
it's
they
allowed to
they certainly
castle or
do.
not.
They certainly do. Knight to c6. Sindarov has just played this move. Very natural. Once again, perhaps he was considering getting the knight on e6. But on e6, I would say there's probably more disadvantages than advantages. And one of the main ones being that it stands in front of this bishop. And I really
Hmm.
don't like that. So I do like just getting the knight on c6 better. It still has access to this very important square in the center, d4. And I think it only makes sense. Since white is a move ahead, I would just continue with knight to c3. I don't know. Do you want to play d4 directly? Do you just want to
I
You've
think I
you've
want
gotten
to.
ready for it. You
I
can
think
just
I
simply
want to.
go
Everything
d4.
is prepared, so why not?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He goes for it. He goes for it. Okay.
I wonder if Sindarov had any. I don't think he had any chance to look at other games. He never left the board, right? Hikaru simply didn't give him any chance.
That's lack of experience right there.
He didn't know,
That's
chat. He didn't know.
and that could actually be a strategy, you
Mm-hmm.
know. That could definitely be a strategy because Hikaru was saying, and he said it yesterday in the interview as well. He said, "Look, I've been watching all the other games, and I'm
I
taking
can,
inspiration
so
from
why
that."
not?
Yeah, I mean, it's within
It's
the
free
rules.
information. It's all analysis of other players right there. You have collective mind.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
if
You might
it's
as well
yeah,
trust whatever these very strong players collectively think about it, and that gains you some time. As you can see, Hikaru has not spent any single minutes off his clock,
yeah.
and Sindarov is yeah, he's kind of by himself, right? He doesn't get the chance to see the other games,
Um, so currently, Fabiano actually has exactly same position with white,
so
except
they
he did not
definitely
play
analyzed it.
yet, and d4 is yet to happen. So Hikaru is currently ahead of everyone else. Nodirbek went something completely different, and it's like, oh, Monka. But oh yeah, and Vincent as well. It looks
Let's
like
take a look. Let's take a look. You mentioned Nodirbek went a
yeah,
bit
like what is this
AWOL.
c4?
C4 is
He's definitely playing against the knight on a8, but
yes, yes, and he's playing
it's
against d5.
and d5,
Um,
and but it also is a little risky with the
it's
king
super risky,
there.
super risky. Um, but look, I guess he needs to find something. He needs to find some sort of imbalance early on if he wants to get an advantage against Magnus. Don't let him relax. Don't let Magnus relax. Start understanding the position. Start getting into the game. Hit him hard as fast as possible. And this is what he's trying to do with c4. And you know, Magnus probably did not look at this in his analysis. c4, knight c3, he's trying to go probably d3 because this pawn will get hit with knight to b6, like as early as next move. Or maybe now he wants to get the knight to e3.
Yeah.
This makes a lot of sense right now. Get the knight to e3. One thing that I'm worried about is I'm seeing all these knight b4 ideas. I understand they probably don't work right now. You go a3, but that's a
Mm,
check. Obviously, I'm not going to go there, but that's something that I might get worried at some point.
yeah. Yeah.
I might
No,
get worried
Magnus is
about.
certainly not upset with that move. It gives him a lot of time to, like, a lot of opportunities to create something, a lot of ideas. It takes him away completely from other positions, how other grandmasters played. But
Right,
that's what Magnus wants. Take your
right.
opponent out of all the prep, out of the comfortable positions and grind.
Yeah, and you must be thinking Nodirbek, his not necessarily his energy, but his confidence took a big hit yesterday. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, you make a mistake at move three, and then your opponent never lets you back into the game. That's
Yeah.
not a good feeling.
No.
That's not a good feeling, and you get absolutely steamrolled in 23 moves. Very unpleasant. At least he knows exactly what he needs to do today. He has a result, the only result that matters. He needs to get the win, and he will need to muddy the waters quickly.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's doing. So this one, we're expecting it to be fireworks. Let's see, Ali Reza, Monsieur Ali Reza, with black. He
Oh,
needs
so
to win.
Keimer castled instead of d4. He is not in a rush, but it's not like black can stop it anyway.
Mm, Did he already move? Because I don't see the move yet.
No, it's not a castle. Sorry.
I
Wait.
see just knight c3 being the
Oh,
last move.
knight c3 instead of d4, right?
Yes, yes, knight c3 first.
Ah,
Um,
Alireza. No, wait. I'm
then
something like.
rook to
Ah,
d1
he
might
played
probably
f6.
come.
Okay.
Yes, yes, it's pretty much the same position
Mm-hmm.
without the knight on b6.
Mm-hmm.
We're expecting castle followed by d4. Kymar doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah, I
Cool.
guess knight b6, d4 might happen, or castle.
Yes, yes. And finally, the last game, and we have exactly the same position. Fabi,
Fabi did
Fa-
play d4.
Fabi and Hikaru seem to be on the same wavelength when it comes to opening play.
But who is copying
Well, in
now?
this case, I would assume it's Fabi because Fabi has been spending more time.
Hmm.
So if anybody is getting any inspiration from the others, is Fabi from Hikaru. The
Yeah.
roles are reversed in this base game.
Um, yeah, but by the way, Chad was asking whether it's possible to leave the board when it's your turn. In case of Sindarov,
Mhm.
Hikaru was always responding immediately, so Sindarov can only leave the board at his time, technically. I mean, he can just make a move and immediately walk away. That is possible. He just did not have the intention. Of course, you can leave the board. It's kind of like a little bit um frowned upon, maybe. It's not against the rules to leave the board when it's your move.
It's not against the rules, right?
But no, no, I don't think so. Maybe it's a
It's kind
little
of unwritten rule that
yeah,
you
it's like
don't
kind of
leave the
like
board.
ungentlemanly. At
Yes,
the
not
open,
fair
of
play,
course,
somewhat.
is at the open with like less prominent players, it can be a little bit like, why would he need to leave the board when it's his move? Especially if you go to the bathroom, you know?
Yes.
Um, so like players just don't do that, but it happened a lot that super grandmasters made a move and your opponent has a forced move. He's already reaching out to the piece, but the player still walks away.
Yeah, that's normal. That's somehow normal.
He could have done that.
He definitely could have done that, yes, and nobody would frown upon him. But generally, you do that if you have like an emergency, right? If you really need to go to the bathroom,
Or it
for
was move
example,
40 and
or it's move 40, you want to take a
yeah,
break, right?
yeah.
Um, but if you specifically want to go look around at
That
other
will be
games,
so obvious and kind of like embarrassing maybe a little, then yeah.
let me take some inspiration. I don't care that you
Wait,
just
wait,
moved.
what did Keimer play? I heard he is a good player. He beat someone cool yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So, by the way, Sindarov taking a lot of time, and we've
Yeah.
seen this from him yesterday as well. He was, especially in the opening, Hikaru managed to build up quite a time differential,
Mm-hmm.
and he built up his time advantage. And this was the downfall towards the end of the game. He allowed Nodirbeck to get close in time, and then at a critical moment didn't have enough time to calculate everything. So Hikaru so far, this is a good start for him, especially from that perspective, from that angle. He's getting ahead on the clock. And hopefully, by the way, hopefully we'll get some confessions today. Yesterday we had some audio issues. I think it was from the organizers, but I'm sure they tried to fix it, and hopefully today we're going to have some nice confessions.
Actually, this is another way to avoid repeating the other games, having simply drawn four different positions. But that will mean that commentators will also have to analyze each position and have more knowledge in general to provide to the audience. It's harder. I guess it's just harder to follow. I think
It gets
your
even more confusing.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think your way is better to
Yes.
prevent them from looking at other boards. But Wandering Bishop said at the technical meeting, the players agreed that this is fine to look at other boards. Like it was discussed whether we should prevent them from seeing other positions for a while.
I think they just don't care that much. they, they just don't
Well,
care that much.
players probably
But
are happy to be able to look at other positions. It's all about the public and the organizers, whether they want it. But I guess they want the experience of players analyzing together, then kind of like collaborating. Maybe it can cause some funny moments. Maybe they make a mistake. They think it's the same position and repeat the move, but it's not the same position.
yeah, I mean, to be honest, whenever you have these new formats, you always are looking to see whether there's some huge flaws with it, right? Some big problems. And despite the fact that Hikaru might have, taken advantage of it, he does feel like this is a flaw, right? The fact that you can copy other players, this could be a technical flaw. Now, they like it. They seem to like it. They seem to like the fact that they can get inspired, but that doesn't mean that, maybe we can somehow make it better.
Mhm. Yeah,
Maria, did you move to a different room? Somebody's asking.
I made it a different room. I
Ah, you
didn't
made it.
move to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saito missed the stream yesterday. I basically changed the purpose of two rooms back how they were originally when I rented the apartment. So don't ask me how, but the bed and the sofa switched places, and now this is bedroom.
Yeah. Yeah. And to get back to this time expenditure, it does feel like it's a bad omen for anybody that goes deep in thought. Long thing, wrong thing seems to be the case in this one, and we've seen that yesterday with Ali Reza as well. Ali Reza was down on time a lot after the first few moves, and he never recovered from that. Sure, give credit to Vincent for playing the best moves, but this is a bad omen for Sindarov, and
Yeah.
and good news for Hikaru. He gets to explore the other games a little bit more.
Yeah, yeah, he certainly can. And even if the game goes slightly differently, the ideas are still there. The the starting position is the same, which means the pieces will be sort of angling to the same positions, like bishops, for example, these two bishops, um, with the castle most likely happening on the long side.
Yeah,
I don't know if you even need to move them now. I guess they are already like sort of developed.
you don't
Uh,
move them.
maybe some ideas with G3, Bishop H3 are possible.
You do need to get this rook out at some
Yeah.
point. So my guess is that perhaps this is also tied with the idea of playing d4 early on, for the
Hmm.
simple fact that if you exchange everything, take, you got one of the pieces out of the way.
Yeah.
And now the only thing you need to do is get the bishop out, and then your rook is ready to get developed, either to
Yeah.
f1 or maybe move the queen away and then to e1.
Yeah,
So,
bishop to b5 also can be an interesting idea, the so-called disappearing move.
yes,
When you play bishop b5, provoke a pawn move to kick it out, weaken the king's position,
and then go
the
back.
knight's position as well. The knight will be weakened with that move,
Yeah.
and then go where you intended originally.
I like it. I like this idea. Yeah, it's especially again we've been talking about knights having
Yeah.
outposts.
Here, immediately queen a5 becomes an
Boom,
interesting move.
boom. I like it. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Um, Either that, or you can try to go queen a5 directly.
yeah,
Actually,
attack
why?
a7.
What do you do against queen a5? If you have
Yeah,
to go rook
yeah,
a8.
right. If you castle thinking that king is gonna protect it, no, it's not a short castle.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, no, that's not
Yeah, yeah, he
that's
was
not gonna do
wrong.
the job.
No.
That's not gonna do the job. Um, So that's why f6 is just a bad move. You have to castle and be ready to defend it with a king,
Hmm.
king to b8. But I have a feeling that things get quite messy after knight c3, knight b5. Like you still don't
Yeah.
have a clear
Can
way
you
to
even
defend that.
castle? I guess you cannot exchange them, but if you don't exchange d5 as a threat,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, I think after queen a5 things might just be really bad for black. So
so
perhaps you cannot even you can take once, but
yeah.
don't take twice.
Oh, queen e5. That's a nice move. Preventing
Queen
queen
e5 right now.
a5 and
Mm-hmm.
also hitting the knight on d4.
Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, we got some moves. E takes d4. Sindarov is looking around. He's like, okay, Hikaru, are you coming back? I know you're going to make your move in an instant. Let's see. Is he going to get up from the
Hikaru with
board?
some coffee.
Knight takes d4 is coming instantaneously.
Where is Sindarov looking? Don't tell me they have the positions there on the screen as well.
No,
That's like invitation to copy everything.
no.
But he keeps looking at one place.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, we've seen Hikaru as well look towards the chat, right?
Yeah,
Very often checking on the chat, looking at the chat, telling them, everything is okay, everything is all right, don't worry too much.
there is a
So,
big screen. So they did add a screen like that, but that's I don't understand the reason behind it at all.
hmm.
So like, please look at the other positions. Please copy them if you want.
And this is exactly the same position as in Gukesh's versus Fabi game. I don't think anything has changed in that one. Yes, nothing has changed in that one. Gukesh is still thinking. And should we take a look at what's happening with Magnus while
Yeah.
Sindarov is back in the tank? Okay, actually, I've seen some differences in this game. Vincent versus Ali Reza.
Hmm.
Knight c3, no d4, as we've seen from Hikaru and Fabi. Knight to b6
And castle.
and castle. He wants to go d4, but he wants to castle
But it
first.
it can be too late.
Bishop to b4. That's a wrinkle right there because
Yeah.
Alireza could castle, could just continue mirroring his opponent,
Yeah, but I guess he is playing against d4 here.
and he needs to win.
Hmm.
He really needs to win. He cannot afford. And very good point. I think d4 makes
Because
a lot
bishop
of
b3
sense.
now,
Bishop
right?
b3, take on b3, take on d4. You take. But is this enough? I don't think this is enough. I mean, it might be slight advantage for black, but it's opposite color bishops.
Mm.
Let's remind
Too
everybody.
many exchanges as well.
Alireza needs to win. Otherwise, he's
Yeah.
eliminated from the
Maybe
tournament.
that's why Chimera is playing kind of closed game,
Conservative chess. Yeah, yeah,
asking him, yeah, show me how you're gonna win.
yeah, yeah. No, I think that's exactly his strategy. Which, I don't know, is it. How do you feel about that? Whenever you know exactly that a draw is fine, but you cannot relax. You cannot start playing against your style and just
Yeah.
try to play for a draw, right? You still need to stay true to to what you're best at. So
Yeah, I heard that
how do you handle those
some
situations?
some grandmasters call it anti-chess when you play against not only your style but also against the position's requirements, sort of. Like if everything screams for d4, but you just don't play it because you don't want to open the position up, you just need a draw. A lot of players ended up losing those games, and maybe deservedly so, because karma.
Yes, absolutely. No, I've seen that many times and I've experienced it myself. It's not fun, but it's also not easy
But
to
psychologically, it's not easy.
psychologically, yeah, to get away from that type of thinking. Hey, oh, I only need a draw. Like let's keep it safe, Let's keep it safe. Let's play it safe. And then you don't make the decisions that you usually do. You don't take the risks that you usually take, and
Hmm.
sometimes things backfire.
Yeah, exactly. Backfire. Like if the position is requiring you to play a move, it should be played whether you need a draw or a win, because you can make a draw with a good position,
Yes,
but you
easier
cannot
said
make
than
a draw
done.
with a bad position.
Easier said than done.
Yeah,
Queen to g3, and we'll let the players think. I like this move, queen to g3. I actually like it a lot because right now, obviously, queen to g6, you don't want to play that. Queen g6, we're going to exchange the queens. It's going to be an equal position. Very
yeah,
difficult to outplay me. Good luck. So you have to play something like queen e7. I think we're going to see queen e7 from
yeah. This
Alireza.
must be actually really frustrating for Alireza. Maybe
Yes.
I even agree with Keimer's decision to not to play d4. There are so many other ideas in this position that can be played. Um, and at the same time, like it's such a safe structure.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
How do you go against him? Maybe that's why he's not castling long side at all. Maybe he's looking into developing the
Ooh.
bishop and short
Hmm.
castle
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
launch those pawns. This
That's
might be
actually
his.
that's actually very very possible. That's
That's
a
why he
very good
played
point.
queen e7.
Yep, I think you're right about that. Um, Something crazy just happened, flashed in front of my eyes.
Oh, okay.
Gukesh is going for it. Gukesh is going for it. Take a look at this. F5. I don't know if Sindarov has seen this already.
Queen is not protected on e1. Look at
Right. You
that.
cannot take with a pawn. That's one thing that I'm sure of. I'm not
What
sure of a
about
lot of
the
things, but this
knight?
is I'm definitely sure of. If you take with the knight, my guess is that you take on a2.
Hmm.
We exchange it like this, and then I just simply go back. And I got your pawn. I also force you not to castle. So this rook is going to go out via the a file most likely.
Hmm.
How
And
is this exchange?
yeah, and how do we take on a7? Like if we play back to d4,
You go back to d4. Yes,
trying to win the pawn on a7. Like
that's
any
that's a
any
very good
pawn
move.
move, a6 would weaken the
Oh,
the
you're
whole
busted right now.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
actually completely busted. This knight on
Yeah, you
b6 is
cannot do that.
extremely
So
weak.
that pawn must fall as well, right?
Yes. Um, Either that or you just defend
Rook
with rook
a8.
a8.
And he
But
already
even
made
so,
the same move yesterday, so he will definitely do it again.
I don't think this is a good position. I don't
No.
think you can take on d4, to be honest. Um, and if you cannot, then maybe you can go a6 first, because now you can consider taking with the d pawn. And if
Mm-hmm.
you take on b6, at least you have the c file covered
Yeah.
by the pawn on c6.
Yeah, strange structure, but looks like it's working. Well,
Four
a
versus
pawn
two
is a
on this
pawn.
side,
Yeah,
and
but
four
pair
versus
of
two on this side,
bishops.
but double pawns. It's it's similar to the structures of the exchange Rui Lopez. Okay, obviously there's differences, but somehow a similar structure. It reminds me of that. Black gets the two bishops and the worse structure. And yeah, they're thinking after f5. They're definitely thinking.
Yeah.
Fabiano is thinking after f5. Cool. We'll leave it at that. Let's see what. Yeah, Sindarov still hasn't played.
Sindarov fell asleep, seems like.
Holy smokes! It's 1 hour and 30 minutes against 55 minutes.
Hmm.
Huh.
It's like he's
Like
trying to prepare to remember the prep, but there is no
that's
prep.
there is no prep. No, no. But this is I feel this is a huge trap that you can fall into. This freestyle chess classical time control. you feel safe. You feel like you have a lot of time. You can spend
Yeah.
a lot of time to try to think about the position, but you actually don't. I mean, it's the position never clarifies, right? So you will need to spend that time later on in the game, no matter what. You just simply cannot allocate so many resources, precious resources, so early on in the game.
Hmm.
It's very impractical.
Yeah, yeah, there is no second time control, which is unusual, maybe something too easily to forget about. That after 40 moves, they don't actually get an extra hour or even 30 minutes.
They don't. Once you get in time trouble, it's over. You're gonna be in time trouble forever.
Yeah, you only get 30 seconds per move increment,
Yeah,
and that's sometimes not enough.
yeah, yeah. Knight takes.
Like he could have been waiting for some other positions to develop, but I don't think apart from Gukesh, the other positions are completely different, right?
Yeah. I don't think we checked on Nodirbek's position
Yeah, but there
in a
was
while.
C4 is completely different structure.
So let's take a look at that because obviously that's one that we will spend some time on as well. C4, Knight B6, and D3. And Magnus is still is thinking. Nodirbek definitely is building up somewhat of a time advantage, but we've seen that from him yesterday also. He had a great time advantage, but his position was completely hopeless. So D3, we've sort of anticipated this pawn structure, very clearly aimed against any sort of opening with D5 for black. So I don't want to see that. And now what's going to be interesting to see where he's going to put his knight, either on C3 or on E3. Most likely on C3, I think. I
Yeah,
think you
protect
need
that
this
queen
knight.
a bit as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, C3, I feel you're going towards
Mm-hmm.
B5. Very often, this A7 pawn seems to be a weakness. A7 and A2, right?
Yeah,
Respectively.
exactly. But Magnus also can attack A2.
He can. He certainly can. He certainly can. He's thinking about ways to do so. Perhaps right now he would love to play F5. He would love to play F5 and try to open the position like such because he knows D5 is not coming anytime soon. But he already committed to F6.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a loss of tempo.
Yeah.
Look, I'm seeing that the engine is saying that it's extremely balanced, but visually at least, I'm liking Nodirbek's position.
Yeah.
I'm liking this C4. I'm starting to get warmed up to it. How are you feeling about it?
Well, it's definitely practically maybe the best bet for Nodirbek to try to play for a win, to muddy the waters, and um, presumably Magnus is gonna castle long because the short side is completely undeveloped, and then the C4 might get a main player in the any attacks in the future. Wow, knight
Knight
a4.
A4.
What is that?
He's trying to stop Knight C3. I'm not sure if it stops Knight C3, but I guess after Knight C3, Bishop B4, you
Mm.
might have some difficulties getting away from
Yeah,
this
yeah,
pin,
it's
right?
definitely a weakness then. But if you don't play, then bishop b4 maybe still coming.
Yes, yes. Bishop to B4, maybe even Knight B4, right? We
Maybe
we
knight
we
b4.
kept on talking about this Knight B4 idea, but Knight B4 at least you don't have Knight C3 anymore.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, Magnus is poking that side, trying to create more weaknesses.
Yeah, he's definitely poking something. I don't know exactly which pawn he's poking or what he's trying to achieve, but he's looking at something, that's for sure. What if I just, you know, you played Knight A4. You don't have a hit on my pawn on C4 anymore. Let's try to muddy the waters even more. Let's try to make it explosive. Let's go
Mhm.
d4.
He might as well play d4. And someone is saying this is practically an outpost. I agree, this knight is basically untouchable, but usually an outpost is aimed to control more squares, and the knight on the rim does not control that many squares. So it can be an outpost, but whether it's a very useful one is a question.
It's an outpost that needs the knight on c6, needs
Yes.
the knight to remain on
Instead of
c6
a
because
pawn defending it, it's a knight protecting the squares around it.
otherwise I would go queen a5 and you would resign.
Which means you use two knights for an outpost on the rim. So usually I would say it's not a good idea. But when Magnus plays it, I'm like,
Let's not
maybe all my chess knowledge goes out of the window here.
let's not doubt it too much, right? Yeah, yeah, no. Knight to a4. Look, Magnus is inviting a fight. He's he really doesn't mind the fight,
Well,
and
look at it this way. White did not really pose any threats yet at all, and Magnus just needs a draw. So he can pretty much do anything he wants, and with this move, he's kind of like poking a bear and is like kind of scratching, like what is next? Show me.
exactly, yeah.
And if Nuremberg doesn't like that knight, he has to find a way to kick it. The only way, I guess, is b3, which is a tremendous weakening of the king's safety at the moment, at least. Plus, Nuremberg is basically developed only one knight so far.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Yeah,
Black is not really wasting any time with that move. He can always go back.
absolutely. And I want to say, from Magnus's perspective, I think he's also taking risks because he knows and he feels always whenever he's in a match situation, even if the match, let's say, he loses this one and then goes into the tie breaks, he still feels like he has the advantage. Like
Hmm.
he always feels, no matter who he plays against, that he's better than their opponents. It's been the case for, the past couple of decades, I guess. Since he was since he was 15 or so.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's doing. He's saying, "Look, I'm going to take this opportunity to play a game of freestyle chess and actually train my mind
Hmm.
in to think in this type of unexplored ways."
Yeah.
And I feel this is what he's doing. He's inviting a fight. He's throwing the gauntlet back to Nodirbeck and saying, "Hey, you want to fight? You have it."
Yeah, yeah. Fair enough. First of all, Magnus already won a rapid Fischer random tiebreak against Noderbeck in the past.
He did.
So he feels confident if he has to go on a tiebreak. But for that, Noderbeck has to win,
Hmm.
and Magnus just likes to play freestyle chess, and this is what he does. So yeah,
Yeah.
exploring this position and its possibilities.
Sindarov is still frozen in time. That's why we're not spending as much time on that game.
And
He
that's
still
why
hasn't
and
played the
that's why
move.
Hikaru probably went for a second coffee already.
But finally, I think we have a move. Finally, I think he just made his decision. We see a queen land in the center of the board. Queen to e5. Finally.
Finally,
Finally, he
yeah.
made the move. He has
Actually,
47 minutes against an hour and 30 minutes.
this was the best move according to Engine.
Was it?
I think so.
I guess it was. Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah, to
guess it was.
prevent what we were afraid of, right? Queen a5 idea.
Queen a5. We were
Because
discussing.
white is threatening as well with knight c6 and queen a5.
Yes. Yes, I think that's a good point to make. Sometimes, not 100% sure if this is the case in this one, but generally, a queen arriving here without knight on c6, putting pressure on a7, could spell trouble.
Yeah, and if he was already castled, then he could have played king to b8, but now rook is on the way.
Yes, that's why Sindarov, after a very long think, he plays queen e5, and finally, Hikaru is taking a think. Hikaru is most likely not going to make an immediate move after this one. What do we think about trying to go into the end game with queen to
Mm,
g3?
I don't know. Well, I suppose for Hikaru to go on a tiebreak is also not such a tragedy.
I don't think he minds necessarily, but he
No.
does want to put pressure. And I'm not saying that. Look, we're going into an endgame, but I have some pressure in this endgame also.
Yeah.
I don't think you equalized with black
No, not at all.
just yet. Like d5 most likely doesn't give you as much because I can mess your pawn structure. And I can even give you a check.
Yeah, you can even play e5, f4, and um, yeah, get some. Well, but maybe having that pressure on d5 is
I
what
like
he's
this
after.
tension. Yeah, I like this tension because
Knight
I can,
c3 and
especially
castle,
after
rook
I force your king
d1.
on d file.
Yeah, knight
Then
c3. I agree.
then I go with my rook on d1. I castle. It's looking actually very good for white.
Yeah, and
It,
whenever black takes on e4, it's a massive win for
oh, this might be close to winning.
yeah those pawns on c6, c7, and a7. We call them logs in Russian.
Logs. Okay. Okay.
Logs, yeah,
I didn't know that.
because that's what they do. They just lie there waiting to be burned.
that's that's a good way to put it. Yeah. No, I didn't know that. But yes, of course, extremely weak pawns. The knight on b6 is sort of stuck, and to be honest, the king is not really safe in this position. Again, rook to d1 comes with a check. You cannot cover with the knight because you get pinned and you lose that piece. So this endgame is looking spicy
Hmm.
for black if you do take on g3, and if you don't, I guess you can defend and try to keep the tension with f6 like this.
Hmm.
F6 and invite. Okay, you take, I take with the pawn, and we play it like this.
Yeah, I guess then he can play h3. Oh, sorry. Yeah, move the knight, then play against that pawn on e5.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe
but
even
the question
take,
is whether we take.
maybe even take.
And again, bishop a6.
Bishop a6 seems to be a good move always, just to make sure that rook stays on b8. Now we can play
Yeah.
against it. Maybe play against both of these
What about
pieces.
Noderbeck's idea, c4, c5 here? Oh wait, it's I keep forgetting about the bishop on g8. Those bishops always there.
I think you have a good plan, but let's start with b3 first.
But then we allow bishop a3 as well.
That's okay. I have a knight.
Okay.
I have a knight, and maybe I can even go king d2, king
You
e3.
are not afraid of knight a4 with the
That's
knight on
actually a
d1?
nice little trick, nice little tactic. And if you take on a2, right?
I
And
guess
then
it's fine.
who's first is somewhat of a
Oof.
shootout, right?
Imagine this position. What the hell?
So many pieces on the a file.
And
Yeah,
who
it's
takes where and what?
it's like a shootout. How many?
Yeah, take
How are
b2,
we
I
doing in terms
guess.
of pawns? I guess it's equal. You take,
Yeah.
I take, you take, I take, you take.
What is this? How did we end up here?
Yeah, everything got vacuumed. I think black is fine. I mean, it seems
Yeah,
to be equal
yeah,
pawns.
this is probably fine.
But I don't have to do this. If we go back when I play this move knight to b2, I can just go king to d2. It seems that I want to play against your knight and against the rook. This is what I want out of this position.
Yeah, seems fine. Yeah, knight
Hikaru is
e3,
thinking.
knight f5, and so on.
Hikaru is thinking. Okay, so let's say, sure, we've explored this idea of queen to g3 and going towards the end game, but perhaps we can find something else. Or is this somewhat of a
It's not
forced plan?
forced, but Hikaru must be calculating this move first because Well, currently knight is hanging, right?
Yes, you need to find a way to defend this knight.
If you defend it with the most obvious move, c3, well, or queen d2. Queen d2, I guess is fine. Black will castle. But then they are preparing d5, and we have queen on this x-ray against the rook.
But can you go d5? Because
Not
d5 again
immediately.
is a big problem whenever
Yeah,
I
yeah,
take,
you need
right?
to be preparing it somehow. Bishop c5.
I
I guess
thought
it's not that easy to.
I thought I saw a crazy move flash before my eyes, but that was probably no. Okay, that's not a move. That's not
Calm down there,
that's not a
Christian.
move. I mean, I don't know. I for a second I thought that that flashed in, and I thought that that's something, but obviously that's nothing.
What if we play f6 and knight c4? That's idea.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah. It
guess
seems like
f5 is not possible
I'll
yet.
go castle. Feels like a natural position. Whenever you go queen d2, you castle long. What if you go bishop b4 here? I guess I just go a3, and perhaps this doesn't work very well. Yeah,
Yeah, this
b4.
seems like white is gonna win.
Yeah, yeah. No, this one. So queen, at least from my perspective, the way I see this position, queen to g3 and queen to d2 seem to be the big candidate moves.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to play c3
No,
just because
no.
it weakens my king, and it also takes away the place for this knight.
Yeah, the
So
knight
if
is probably the biggest problem. Plus knight a4, Magnus's signature,
okay, I have
becomes
another idea.
even more annoying.
Maybe take on c6. And if you take with a pawn, I'm thinking of trying to stop you from. Wait, am I stopping you from castling?
No, no.
Oh, you can still castle.
Yeah,
Oof.
you can still castle.
Then it's a problem.
And
Yeah,
I was actually debating with my chat yesterday. I insisted that the king does not have to. We don't have to imagine that the king is jumping over that square anymore because it doesn't.
it doesn't. Yeah, yeah. No, it doesn't. Actually, you can castle, and this is a problem. I was trying to stop you from castling, but
I
that's
wonder if
that's not the
Sindarov
case.
might get confused and have to ask the arbiter.
Mm, they probably familiarized themselves with the
They
rules
should.
at this
They
point.
should. Yeah,
I
but
mean,
he it's
it's
his first over the board in this type in this format. Um, If you're so used to just check if you can by hovering over, then you might get a bit unsure.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. So this is the position that we have, and Hikaru is on the ring. We've sort of identified at least three ways to continue: Queen G3, Queen D2, Knight takes C6. Probably it's a good idea if you don't go Queen D2. If you follow it up with Queen to C3.
To answer the question whether he can castle in this current state of Hikaru, no. Even though the king doesn't have to go over these squares, the the rules are that the castle is only possible if all the squares that king needs to have available in the classical chess need to be available in the freestyle. So both the queen and the knight need to be gone. So Sindarov can castle, Hikaru cannot yet.
But once the knight moves, you can castle.
What about the queen?
No, I don't think you need the queen.
Wait, then I don't understand the rules at all.
Like for example,
Oh
here,
yes.
Sindarov can
Ah,
castle.
the rook, because the rook needs a square, not
Yes,
yeah.
yes, yes. No,
Yeah.
Sindarov can
Okay.
castle. I
See,
think
I'm also like still confused about the rules.
we, we it's easy to be. It's easy to be.
Yeah, didn't
Um,
Wesley need to consult with the arbiter whether he can castle on move one or something?
in a world championship. Yeah, in a world
Yeah.
championship setting. So,
Yeah, the rook
um,
needs the space. That's why he cannot castle yet.
yeah, yeah, cool. So queen to e5, Hikaru finally burning some clock. I've heard that people were saying Fabiano is winning. I don't think that's the case, but Fabi seems to be building up an advantage. So we left it all after f5, and we were like, okay, how are the players going to continue? He took on f5, g6 first, and now apparently bishop takes a2 is already a mistake. Rook a1, bishop to e6, and the simple, I guess, just pick up the pawn. Wait a minute, isn't that just a pawn? Like what is Gukesh doing?
Yeah, what is Gukesh doing?
I don't think you can take with. He probably wants to take with a b pawn and say that he has somewhat of an attack, but
Mm,
something tells me that this shouldn't be enough.
no, this looks like even a faster win than Magnus did yesterday.
Not only that, but the knight on d1 in this case is very useful
Mm-hmm.
because I'm defending the pawn on b2.
He never touches it. He just moves the bishops and the queen, and
I'll leave it here. Yeah, I already developed my
yeah,
rook. I'll leave the knight on d1, defending my pawn on b2. This is looking extremely good for Fabiano. So knight takes e6, perhaps you have to take with a d pawn. But what if I continue? Rook takes a7. Like, where's the compensation, Maria? I, I'm a bit confused. Where is the compensation?
I don't think there is any, but I guess because Gukesh lost yesterday, he had to create some some chances, even if they are minimal.
Yeah, but again, and the problem is I have a huge majority on the king side, 4 versus 2, and
Yeah,
you're 3 versus 2 on the queen side, down a pawn. They don't even look like majority, right? Because
yeah,
you
I'm
have
not
double
even sure
pawns.
what he exactly he missed or what he saw available for him because that like okay, rook a1 is forced move, right?
Yeah, yeah, rook a1, obviously. You don't want to give the exchange. This is not a difficult one to see. And after bishop to e6, knight takes e6 has to be the first thing that you're
Or
considering.
he expected he can take on d4 first, and but then the rook is hanging on. Maybe he overlooked this.
Something was overlooked. Something was overlooked. And
Some ghosts.
it could have worked for him. Like he would have gotten some decent compensation. But
Yeah,
he
like
needs
bishop
to start with bishop
g7,
g7.
then maybe bishop a2 is an idea later. But then white plays b3.
It still looks very, very dodgy, right? It just
Mm.
simply doesn't look like you have enough.
But at least it's double-edged.
Yes, yes, but it's the same situation. Like you don't actually have a majority on the queen side, and I have
No,
a couple of pawns, extra
no, yeah,
pawns on the other side. Both of these players right now must be thinking, "Hey, something went wrong for black." Like I
yeah,
think they understand that something went wrong for black.
yeah. Sindarov, meanwhile, leaves the board for the first time and
he's
comes back.
yeah, no, he's a guy that really likes to stay
He
at the
likes
board.
to think.
He
That we
likes to
already
stay at the
know.
board.
He likes to think.
Yeah, yeah, cool. Maria, I think it might be time for us to take our first break. What do you think?
Yeah, we can have a short break while Hikaru is pondering his next move with most likely a queen, right?
Yes. Yes. Either the queen or taking on c6 first. And then with the queen, we expect this one to go towards an endgame, especially after black decided to go queen to e5. I think we're going to see some tension between the queens very soon. Queen to
Hmm.
g3, queen to c3, and the queens might be going off the board.
Yeah,
We might
yeah,
be
for
getting
sure.
into an endgame.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. We will go for a short break. The action will resume in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you guys soon. And we're back with game two of the quarterfinals between Hikaru and Sindarov. You can see Sindarov on your screen right there, still in deep thought because some things have happened. And it does seem like Hikaru sort of understood the assignment and he played queen to d2. We considered this move, queen
Hmm.
d2, f6, and knight to c3. And you were mentioning the idea of trying to keep this d5 away, right?
Hmm.
Keep d5 away. d5 followed by rook to d8 would be a bit problematic for the queen on d2. So this is something to avoid if you are Hikaru. The problem is with d5, it doesn't really work very well because I just simply take on c6. I take that knight and then I give you a check and I disrupt everything in your position. So I like the
Exactly.
way Hikaru is playing this one. How are you feeling about the position and about also the time situation? Hikaru took some time, but he made a plan. And right now, it's still back with the ball in Sindarov's court.
Yeah, exactly. Half an hour advantage. The position is really comfortable. Hikaru has, I don't see any weakness in his position. Knight c3 took care of both hanging a2 and preventing d5, as you mentioned. Black can never take on d4 with the idea of d5 because then the queen gets hit. Currently, black queen is on a very nice square, but if you take on d4, you steal that square from it. It has to retreat somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where. Maybe queen a5 is a possibility,
Hmm. Hmm.
but I don't even think a2 is really hanging in that case.
Exactly. Like, what about castle? If you take on a2, I think you're in trouble after bishop takes b6.
Hmm.
Not only trouble, you just resign.
Yeah, it's actually a
you,
queen.
you just
He
resign.
loses
It's a
a
mate.
queen. That's
It's
pretty
a mate.
funny.
Yeah. So you cannot touch that pawn on a2. And if you cannot do that, then I guess you have to castle and defend the pawn on d7. But then I can just simply go king to b1. It feels like a very comfortable position. I'm,
Mhm.
I'm, I'm not saying that white has this tremendous advantage or anything of that nature, but black still has a lot of problems to solve in the
Well,
position.
I often feel like um, that whenever one of the players has a normal position in terms of chess,
Hmm.
and another one has a very obviously freestyle chess position,
Hmm.
it often works in favor of the player who has sort of normalized how the
I agree.
pieces should look like.
I agree. Yeah.
Maybe it's also just a visual, um, like visual appeal
Preference.
for
Yeah.
those who played chess all their entire life.
It's a tendency to want to normalize the position. That is for sure. Because at least when you do that and when you get in positions that you recognize, you start recognizing patterns as well. You don't feel as lost. So it's almost a flight to safety type of mode, right? You're feeling like you want to have a normal position, and I feel like this is perhaps something that, for the moment, Sindarov is not feeling like he has, right? This queen on
No.
e5 is a little bit out of place, not necessarily in a bad place, but generally you don't see a queen so exposed, right? And so centralized so early
Yeah.
on. So he might not be feeling very comfortable with that. Nevertheless, look, the position still remains very complex and I would say quite balanced if
Balanced,
black
yeah,
plays the
but
best
I
moves.
feel like it's easier to play for white,
I
which
agree.
gives Hikaru practically very good winning chances because Javahir will need to find a lot of precise moves now.
Completely agree. Yes, completely agree with you. Um, so knight to c3. And let's say he does make a very natural move, long
Hmm.
castle, right? He doesn't take on d4. He doesn't want to go to a5. None of that. Just long castle. My guess is that you want a long castle as well.
Yeah.
And now what? If you don't take on d4, then what? Because I am threatening something, and that is to take on c6. You cannot take with
Hmm.
a d pawn, you lose the rook on d8. So, for example, if you go something like queen a5, I think I'm going to start considering taking on c6, despite the fact that the engine really hates this.
No, yeah, but it's an engine. It's, I don't know, from
Maybe, you know what? Maybe for a good reason. Maybe for a good reason, because I'm not getting the usual type of attack with bishop a6 and
not
disrupting your
yet.
king's position. And you do have some problems with your king. If you do have to go king to b1, then I can go bishop to b4. You're lacking some pieces to defend, right?
Mm.
You're lacking some. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this knight takes c6 is not the best.
So some chances for Sindarov as well. But Hikaru is not gonna take on c6
You
anytime
don't have
soon.
to take on c6. No,
No.
no. I mean, you can go even knight to b3. You can go king to b1. I think this is what Sindarov is thinking about. That's why he hasn't taken on d4 yet. He's thinking about long castle.
Yeah, the time issues will be very real very soon.
I think this is
That's
his
true.
biggest problem right now.
Shall we maybe quickly check what's happening with other players?
For sure. Where do you want to go?
Maybe to 5A. I feel like that game might end the soonest.
Really? Okay, let's see what's happening. They're following basically what we were looking at. And kudos to Gukesh, he probably found the best path forward, which is bishop to e6, allowing to take on c6, rook takes a7. Obviously, you have huge problems. It's easy to understand that. And queen to e7.
Queen to e7, what's that move about?
It's the best move, according to the engine.
But why?
I'm thinking that perhaps he does
Preventing
not want to
queen?
commit with the bishop either to g7 or h6.
Mm-hmm.
And queen to e7 seems to be very much aimed at starting an attack, not via c5, because that's I
Mm-hmm.
forgot about the bishop on g1 as well. Definitely not from b4, because obviously exchanging would be in white's favor. I think he's saying if you do go with a very natural knight to c3, then I'm starting to look at queen to b4 ideas, bishop g7 followed by queen to b4. So it's kind of a flexible move.
Yeah, I guess it also doesn't allow queen from e1 immediately join an attack. Like
Maybe
he
not
wants to play bishop g7, but he doesn't want to allow queen b4, for example.
exactly. Yeah, that is that is also a consideration as well. So he wants to take away this b4 square,
Mm-hmm.
take control of this diagonal, and then go bishop to g7.
Yeah, very nice move.
It's a good move. It is a good move. It is a good move. He found a very decent move. Um,
Actually,
and
yeah, maybe we buried him too quickly earlier. It's how do you continue attacking?
I don't think you
Queen
necessarily want to
a5
attack
doesn't
too
give us
much.
anything, right?
I think you just want to find a way to stabilize the position because you're already a pawn up. You don't need to attack. All you need is go into an endgame. Find a way to exchange the queens. Easier said than done,
Well,
obviously.
what about queen a5?
Queen a5,
Threatening
okay.
bishop b6?
Let's say I'm
You
not sure
ignore it.
I'm too worried
Are
about
we
that.
not taking it then?
I think you can take, but yeah, I don't know. Two bishops are strong.
Something to be worried about. I guess bishop h6 becomes an issue at some point.
Ah, this is just losing. There's no way to stop. Oof, there's no way to stop queen
Oh, so we
c1.
cannot go king b1, but so we have to what, knight e3?
Yes, I
That
think you
is
have.
that is a very freestyle chess tactics. It's not possible in real
You're
game.
still not losing that piece, but because of rook a3. But this looks very shaky.
That becomes difficult, yeah.
This looks very shaky. No, no. I think
It's easy to go for that pawn on b6. You need to see this line.
yes, yes. It's easy to get greedy, right?
But still,
With
does
queen
black
a5.
have an advantage after this, or is it all they have is like tendencies for a draw?
After queen a5, bishop g7.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on if you take on b6. If you take on
Maybe
b6,
not
this,
yet. We can always do it later.
yes, this is becoming a three result game for sure.
Yeah.
I would not go for this. I would not give my dark square bishop. I feel I need my dark square bishop to defend against all of your checks.
All right. So queen a5, bishop h6. Sorry, bishop
Bishop
g7,
g7, let's say.
bishop c5.
Okay, that makes sense.
Checking where your queen goes.
And
I
if I
guess
go
it
to
can check.
g5, you go back to e3, right?
Yeah. And we ask, what do you do? Do you want to trade?
I certainly don't want to trade.
Especially if you're Gukesh, right?
Yeah, you also need to win. Like
You
I
need to win
guess
plus you're Gukesh.
so. I guess I have to go. I will go back.
Okay, queen a3. We want to trade.
You're really trying to harass me with that, blackmail me with the queen trade.
Queen queen f6 maybe, or is it?
Sure, I will go queen f6. But now you go knight c3. I mean, I don't know. It feels safe somehow.
Mhm.
Knight goes c3. You're blocking this
And
diagonal.
then we want to play queen
Bishop
a5,
e2,
bring
queen
the
d1.
bishop out, castle. Wait, did we castle already?
No,
We
you can
didn't.
castle short actually.
Yeah, we develop the bishop, castle short, and then we take on b6.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
No, maybe
Yeah.
still not. Like the king is still kind of exposed.
Castle short, not
But
so
we can
much. I
bring
mean,
the rook on a1 and
no, I feel very good if I can go bishop d3 or bishop e2 and then hide my king on g1. I feel very good.
yeah,
Um, because you don't have enough pieces to attack me on that side.
no.
Like your pieces are aimed towards this
They
side.
are aiming in the wrong side.
The knight potentially jumping in and trying to attack my king. If I hide my king on the other side, it's over. So yeah, no, definitely something that Fabi's exploring right now.
Hmm.
He's spending a lot of time though, so perhaps he understands the assignment. He played Queen A5. There we have it. Queen A5 is on the board.
Yeah, but still not over. I was worried that the match will end very soon. I like to see them play longer.
No, I like this Queen A5 with the idea take this G5 square away. Maybe not necessarily to take on B6, but in fact just control the position. It's a nice
And get the
controlling move.
queen to exactly ask those questions to the black queen. Because
Yes,
once they trade, Fabi is completely safe. That pawn structure will never allow Gukesh to play for a win.
yes, yes. Yeah, no, Queen A5. Seems like Fabi, I, I don't want to jinx him, but he's looking good. He's looking good right now. Cool. Let's see if Ali Reza has made any inroads
Yeah,
into.
that's the one of them is Hikaru's opponent, if Hikaru
Is that
makes it
how
to
is that how the bracket looks like?
yeah,
Okay, because I was
yeah,
being
it's
told, or I thought yesterday we were being told that he's playing whoever wins between Fabi and Kukesh. But
no, I think
um,
that was a mistake. In at least in the table on the website it says AB, which means Alireza and Sindarov, because they were
cool.
first to choose.
That's good. That's good. That's a good thing. Yeah.
So
So
currently we are looking at playing Vincent.
Vincent, if he makes a draw, if he doesn't lose today.
Yeah.
So knight to b5, a6, knight c3 back. You remember when we were discussing about these ideas of maybe even losing a tempo with knight b5 just to
Hmm.
weaken the pawn structure.
Hmm.
Seems like Vincent did go for this. Knight c3, knight to a4, bishop e3, b5, and f4. Bishop c4. I'm liking what Ali Reza is doing.
Hmm.
At least the position remains extremely complicated right now. There's nothing easy about this position. There is absolutely nothing easy. Obviously, you will never take on c4. If you take on c4, I mean, you can probably resign.
Yeah. And notice how great minds think alike. Alireza and Magnus both put their knights on a4.
Yes, yes. They're exploring. They're exploring the position. Um, I
It is an outpost, yeah.
I'm saying I think Alireza has decent chances to complicate matters.
Mm-hmm.
Position, you can see it still remains very balanced, but
Yeah.
from a practical perspective, I'm liking what he's doing.
Yeah, yeah, Vincent might soon regret not playing d4 when he had a chance.
And finally, let's take a
Magnus.
glance as you were just mentioning this game between Nodirbek and Magnus, and we left it off after knight wave 4, d4. I
Mm-hmm.
think
You
I
expected
was
that?
I was thinking about this move, and it seems like Nodirbek thought about it as well. Knight to c2, perhaps a bit timid. a5, good move, and queen to d2. Complicated, super complicated position.
Hmm. Interesting that the engine now recommends the best move for black, the same move as Gukesh did in his game, f5. It
f5,
didn't work
yeah.
so well for him, but I guess structurally it makes sense.
Yes, yes. Well, the thing is, from the very early on, after c4, it was all about the fight on d5. I was always trying to stop you from going d5. Now, if we fast forward, and I had this pawn on d3, which was defending both my c and my e pawn. It was giving me an option that potentially, if you do go e5 and take, taking back with the d pawn and still
Mm-hmm.
maintaining this control
Mm-hmm.
against d5.
But
Now,
now
after I
you
played
don't have it.
d4, it's not the case anymore.
Mm-hmm.
f5 was played, by the way. Magnus
Yeah,
played
Magnus
f5.
always feels these tendencies very, very strongly.
Somehow, yeah, yeah, yeah. He's good. He's pretty decent at any form of chess. Um, and after e takes f5, queen takes f5, what I wanted to say is that now you no longer have full control over d5. And at some point, maybe I will go d5, like castle, get the rook on d8, and go d5.
Mm-hmm. That's
I
fair.
think Magnus is looking very good in this one. He's feeling pretty comfortable. We have some moves. Let's go back to our marquee matchup. We
Yeah,
do
Java
have some
here will
moves.
start playing quite quickly soon. Queen
Queen
a5.
a5 and a3. What's your take on this sequence?
Well, one option was to play knight b3, but that also allows Sindarov to take the knight and double our pawns. But also the knight on d4 is such a nice piece. So I understand why he didn't want to do it. a3 weakens the king's position, but not that much. But we do need to be careful about bishop a3 ideas in the future.
We do. Especially, let's make a random move. Let's go castle. And now you go castle yourself. I think this is
Immediately.
where bishop takes a3 is starting to come into play.
But
Take, and
no, this is a
actually, this is
mate.
a nice way to
This
show
is
it
a
to the
mate.
audience.
If queen c1, then knight c3.
Queen a2, followed by queen a1.
It's
That's
mate in three different moves, three different ways.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
No, you have to be careful.
but do we have to castle long?
You
That's my
don't.
question.
Of course not. Of course not. No, no,
I
no.
just love the idea of such a long castle, which becomes short.
Ah, you want to castle on the other side.
Yeah,
So how
move
do
the
we do it?
bishop
Bishop e2, yeah? You want to
b5.
start with
Can we play
bishop
bishop b5?
b5. Okay.
Is it
Okay.
too much?
Okay, I'll take and then go for d5. I think this is my plan finally.
Mm. Yeah, that's the only reason I don't like the queen on d2 so much. It gets in the 6 ray.
Yes.
But okay,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe bishop b5 is too stretching it. Well, maybe bishop d3 is better.
Let's see. Castle, bishop to d3. Um,
But then knight e5.
yeah, I guess 95 is a
Maybe
bit
then
annoying.
bishop b5? Or are
a6.
we
I think we're
tripping?
getting
Um,
too
okay,
creative.
I move it away. What is happening? Knight c4? What is the threat? What is
Maybe d5 or knight c4.
too
Knight
many
c4.
knights on our king? We
It
don't have
seems
time to
like at some point
castle.
there will be a sacrifice.
Are we just one move away from castling away from all this madness? Literally, not in time.
Not in time. Just simply not in time. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
one tempo type of situation.
not easy. Not easy, chat.
Not that easy, but Hikaru must have something in mind, right? So let's try to find it because a3 obviously it's somewhat of a weakening move. You understand the fact that there's always going to be some bishop takes a3 tactics. So if castle, what is he planning on doing? Maybe knight
What?
b5.
Yeah. What if we play knight b5,
And the big
a6,
question is, what do you do after a6? Do you go b4? Ah, this is
b4, and
what he
queen is
wants.
trapped?
This is what he
Oh.
wants. This is what he wants. Um, and this is guaranteed what Sindarov is calculating right now. Because this is still not so clear to me. Like, why is this so good for white? I guess you can get away with queen d4.
And bishop a3, we just trade.
Yeah, bishop a3. We take, king goes somewhere, maybe even rook to b2. You don't have
Yeah, we can go
enough.
to b2 and queen b4 because the dark squared bishop is gone.
Yeah, no, this is good. This
And
is
then the
enough.
castle short.
Yeah, yeah.
My
it's
dream
it's just a
move.
piece up. Yeah, it's just a piece up at this point. Um, it's looking very good, and I think this is perhaps
Yeah,
what
knight
Hikaru was
b5 is a
calculating.
nice find.
Knight to b5, and if you don't go a6, what do you do?
Knight c4.
Yeah,
Um,
if I take, you take back.
and can we play b4 then?
Let's see. Let's see. b4. Ah, you still
Queen
have one
a6.
square. Queen a6.
Mm. And now everything becomes shaky.
It does. It does. This knight is sort of down to the defense of this pawn on a3. It's not looking that good.
Very
So maybe
sharp.
we can just go queen f2. Actually, this is a very nice move because now a6, I think I go knight a7. I think I get in, right? Never
Mm,
mind.
you're getting checkmated.
Look at that bar. Just completely laugh in my face.
just, just whip your wow.
I forgot about that move. I forgot about that move. Oh my goodness, queen g5. Yeah, just finishes the game. I was getting excited about checkmating you in one move, but you're checkmating me first.
Yeah.
Crazy position still.
Yeah, the position is very double-edged. Yeah, that queen on a5 potentially is looking into queen g5 all the time. Maybe we can we just play bishop e3? Well, but then we get hit by knight c4 again. And we're not in time all the time. Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, seems to be.
Well, it depends what Sindarov will play. If the move is too slow, we get time to play bishop e3 or knight b5 first and then bishop e3.
Yeah. Then bishop e2 and
Because
long
if we
castle.
cover the diagonal, then we're fine. We are Gucci.
Yeah. Yeah. Sindarov is down to his last 26 minutes. I mean, there's something really not, not going well for him in his calculation. He's doubting himself a lot. This
Yeah.
is a sign of a player doubting himself because
But
the position is not that complicated, right? I mean,
but it's also there's always a danger to get ahead of yourself and start playing against your opponent's time. Never do that, chat.
yes.
Like you can try to pressure and choose moves which remain position complicated, but trying to trick them by not doing the best moves is the worst advice ever. Because
Yeah.
it's very easy to get carried over and just get into bad position. It's still 30 seconds increment. They're still grandmasters. They're still capable of capitalizing on advantage.
Yeah. Finding the best moves. I mean, this is what they're best at. Um, and we've seen it yesterday with Sindarov. He got down to his last 5 minutes with a terrible position.
Mhm.
And then he started finding the best moves, best defensive moves when he's cornered. And generally, when they're cornered, all these top players are very resilient. This is one of the things that differentiate them from the pack, is the fact that they will never give up. They just simply never give up.
Yeah.
Even if the position looks hopeless, they will still stay in the game and try to find the best moves, and very often this plays to their advantage.
And they also play so much online in very fast time controls. The pattern recognition, the tactics is just all embedded in their brains.
Yes, yes, absolutely. A3. The more I look at the position and the more Sindarov is thinking, the better I feel about this A3 move of Hikaru. At first, I wasn't feeling very confident just for the simple fact that there's a lot of bishop takes A3 hanging in the air. But it does seem like his plan is very clear. I want to go knight b5 and I want to go b4. And in fact, after castle knight b5, you're starting to feel the heat because b4 is becoming a clear threat in the
Mhm.
position. And you start needing to calculate moves such as knight to c4. And this is what I think they calculated. Knight to c4, queen to f2. And I think we looked at a6, right? But a6 is
Mm,
bad, isn't it? Like a6, what if I
I'm
just...
not so sure. Like as you said, like knight a7 is a blunder because of queen g5
But
after.
I will take on c4 first, and then
Yeah,
I go knight a7. I
yeah,
think this is what he's calculating.
yeah. I guess so.
Because now queen g5 doesn't do anything anymore
Mm-hmm.
without the knight on c4. I
But
can just simply
d5,
block.
I suppose if the file is opened, we cannot castle short, right?
Mm, no, 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 no.
The
You
same
cannot.
rules apply.
You cannot. But perhaps you can just play like a random move, let's say bishop e3. And now if you take, then I can castle and checkmate your next move.
But wait a minute. Our bishop is on e3, right? Is
Yes,
bishop a3 possible instead of d e4?
I think you can. Yeah, yeah.
Because knight is hanging, right?
Yes. But this is something
And the
to
king
calculate.
cannot run away because of discover check.
No, but this is something to calculate. I mean, I'm taking on b7 as well. And
b7,
we're putting all these moves on the board. But this is what
bishop,
Sindarov needs to be thinking about and
bishop
calculating.
somewhere to defend c7.
Bishop b5, yeah. Queen takes d5. I don't know. Maybe rook d1, rook takes d5. It's not clear to me.
No, but
It,
that's
it,
what
it
Sindarov maybe wants.
it's a big risk. It's a big risk. I think this is. I'm sure he wants something risky, but he's doubting himself.
Um, they're saying this game is boring. Well, we only had 8 moves. Chat, do you want fireworks after 8 moves?
Yes. Yes.
Hikaru produced 8 moves, Sindarov only 7. Of course,
Yes.
it's still basically opening stage. You're forgetting, like it's been almost 3 hours, but all they did is develop a few pieces so far.
This is opening phase. I have no idea. I guess this is the middle game.
It's not Blitz, yeah, imagine. He spent over an hour on 7 moves.
Sindarov Sindarov doesn't think this is boring. I can tell you that much. Sindarov is really feeling that after knight b5 his queen is getting trapped. And he
It
doesn't
must
see a
feel
clear
scary,
way
yeah.
out.
If like he obviously doesn't have the privilege like us to see all the amazing moves for black to save the queen, and he will have only 20 moves to find it all.
Which are not many.
No.
You need to cover up this diagonal because b4 is coming. So let's say you make a soft move, bishop f7, whatever. Then after b4 you resign on the spot. Queen a6 doesn't really do anything, and this is why you need to cover that diagonal because I just give you a discovery check,
Know your tactics.
and this is over.
But
I pick up
he
the queen.
just went to a5. He must have assessed all of these threats already.
I
Cannot be
think
such a
a
surprise.
I think a3 came as somewhat of a surprise. I think he was expecting and calculating maybe knight b3.
Yeah.
This was the very typical way of, or at least after which, knight b3, I can take on b3 and tie you up with bishop to b4, and at least we get a fight.
How
But
many, how much time, by the way, did Hikaru spend on a3?
he's about to make a move. He took on d4.
Okay.
He took on d4.
But then we
Finally,
just play queen. Well, actually, we can choose any. But queen d4 also avoids knight c4 with a tempo.
it does. It
And
does.
d7 will be hanging once you move the knight. Or actually, we can take with bishop with the idea to take on b6. And I mean, no, it's not hanging, but let the girl dream.
I like
Long
taking with the queen.
castle, you know what I mean. Long castle is,
Long castle, probably, yeah.
yeah.
And then what if you go d5?
Again, d5. How does black always have this move?
It's
You,
kind of his only move, right? He needs to free himself somehow. Um, but I'm not sure. I mean, now I go e5. The structure changes.
No, I don't like this for white.
Really? Why?
Um, I think even though the light squared bishop is blocked, black, well, it like the pawn is blocked by the queen. This is already not so great, right? Like the queen should not be blocking a pawn.
Sure.
Because once it's kicked out, d4 is possible. Then both bishops are, yeah, are attacking the king again. Bishop a3 is always a possibility. You have to basically calculate bishop a3 idea every move.
Sure. Yes. But you have some problems on this diagonal as well.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to focus is not allowing your rook to go to e8. Like, for example, if you would be able to take, and then fly your rook over your two bishops and go rook e8, perfect position for black.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's not the case, you're somewhat playing without a rook.
Okay, bishop d6. Let's try
I'll take
complete.
that pawn.
You, yeah.
I'll munch on the pawn.
I don't think I really care.
You like it. You like this position.
I
Then
like I have bishop f4 idea. Check.
yes.
I have bishop a3 idea. Once the queen is out of the diagonal, I'm taking on a3 and knight is hanging. You have to go king d2. Then maybe knight
Okay,
c4
let's make
check.
some random move, such as bishop to d4.
I know
Maybe
the
not
engine
the
is
most
saying I'm
precise.
stupid, but
Maybe not the most precise. It's definitely better than what Gukesh has in terms of compensation.
yeah.
But I'm not sure if it's enough. Like whenever you go bishop takes a3, You open my king, but I still have dominance on the dark squares because of my bishop.
Okay, that's fair.
So I'm going to try to use that to sort of defend everything.
Okay, what if I, let's say knight c4?
Yes, knight to c4. I think I'm just going
You
to
will
eliminate
take,
that.
but now rook g8 is a threat to take on g2.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's make a silly move. Maybe it's not the best. Let's go like this.
Yeah, rook g8.
I'll
Yeah.
take the pawn. You take
You're
on
getting
g2.
greedy there.
I see you have some ideas. I see you have some ideas, and maybe I already messed it up.
Well, you don't have to take on h7. Maybe just leave that pawn. I mean, white is still objectively better, but from human perspective, it's not easy to defend.
You have the two bishops. You have the two bishops, and maybe you can get. If I stabilize, I'm golden. I'm Gucci. But I agree, it's not that easy to stabilize the position. Um, Nevertheless, like this type of situation, guaranteed is going to be helping Hikaru. Like Hikaru wants this type of crazy position in which if Sindarov doesn't find the best moves to get the compensation that he wants, then he's just simply going to be a couple of pawns down.
Mhm.
Like this is exactly what Hikaru wants
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
he has more time. He has more time to calculate everything and try to find the best moves. And
That's what he's doing now,
yeah,
deciding how to take the knight.
yeah, Hikaru's still thinking after knight takes d4. Someone tells Sindarov to stop vibrating. he is uh, he is a shaky guy. He is a shaky guy.
Yeah, he never stops shaking, I can confirm. Taking
He's a
photos of guys like this is not so easy.
I actually most young players are very calm nowadays. Um, like even I'm thinking about the newly minted World Rapid Champion, Murzin, Prague. Gukesh is incredibly calm. So there's very few that show their nervousness. Sindarov is one of them.
But it necessarily nervousness? It can also be just a bad habit that you acquired from childhood, because a lot of kids do this, like I had that at some point. And then
But
I
it,
just
it is
had to
nervousness,
force
right?
myself to stop.
It's a product of nervousness,
Mm,
or
I guess. But
just
what I'm saying, it's not necessarily that he is nervous at the moment.
oh no, 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 no. I think he's nervous all the time. I think everybody's nervous all the time. I mean, chess is a
Chess is a
psychologically
nervous game.
nervous game. Yeah, yeah. You need to have some nerves, right? I mean, and I think this is something that Grish touched upon as well. And because, oh, were you nervous during that time? And he was like, yeah, yeah,
I'm
that's
always nervous.
it's a good thing to be nervous. You don't want to be too relaxed, right?
Yeah.
Like
I
if
feel
you're
like
too relaxed,
Grishuk
you miss something.
Grishuk is one of those guys. Yeah, I know he's quite often like sarcastic and he has this very typical Russian dry humor, but he's also incredibly honest. And I remember he like opened into some really interesting like how chess players can suffer from this tension that they go through the entire game, which takes half of the day, right? And then
Hmm.
he says like I go to sleep and I cannot fall asleep all night because I keep playing the moves in my head. And even if I won the game, it's not because you lost. It's just the brain just doesn't let go. Did you have that happen to you?
Always, yeah, yeah, always, always. I mean, I think it happens to everybody. It's just sleeping after, especially a very dynamic and very crazy topsy-turvy game, is extremely, extremely difficult. Um, and I think this was one of the big problems that Nepo had against Ding. At some point, he ran out of sleeping pills. You remember this story
Yeah, yeah, he
from the
even
from the World
even
Championship match
he
that
even joked,
the cleaning
semi-joked
lady.
that it was like some kind of Um,
Conspiracy against him.
Conspiracy that he disappeared from his room.
Yes, whoever was cleaning his room decided to take his sleeping pills away, and he had a huge problem after that. Eh,
Well, he also had trouble sleeping against Magnus in Dubai. Um, Grishuk also kind of explained the reason why he had a drinking problem, that it was related to that. Like it helped him fall asleep.
Yeah, yeah,
But then
no,
you can easily get addicted either to sleeping pills or to alcohol, and it has been a problem for a while for older players.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean
So I
it's
wonder how is it changing now with youngsters? Is there just better medication, or they do, like, I know Gukesh does yoga and he has a mental coach. Um, I wonder, like, I don't know if I'm sure Fabi has something which you cannot really disclose. I know at some point he was swimming a lot. I don't know if it's
he
still the
does a
case.
lot of exercise, yes, and for the 2018 match, for example, he did a lot of yoga as well, like running. Yoga was a big part of it. I don't think he's doing that as much nowadays. But during the candidates, for example, we were doing sauna almost every night. Um, that definitely helps sleeping better as well. So yeah, it's always a very difficult question to answer because you also don't want to get too medicated. Like Fabi doesn't put um, anything foreign, anything medication wise in his body. He hates that, like not even Tylenol. So he cannot rely on those type of things. It's
Yeah,
generally
I
just
mean, because you can rely on it for one solution, but it creates another problem.
yeah. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like that. So it's generally just natural methods of trying to stay relaxed. Queen d4, bishop d6. And finally, we've seen a pretty much immediate response by Sindarov.
Hmm.
No
And
castle, bishop to d6, maybe, just maybe, he's trying to do what you wanted to do. Move the bishop, castle the other side.
but will he have enough time? I
I
guess
don't
if
know.
Hikaru doesn't
Let's say we go
castle,
castle, yeah? Do you want to go bishop b6?
I guess. Well, at least we don't have a problem of d5 anytime soon. I'm
No
happy with
d5.
that.
No d5. I think he just wants to put the bishop on e5.
He's going into slow game with his time. Slow game.
Hmm.
Not sure if I agree with that, because I think Hikaru is happy with closed position. Well, kind of closed. It's not really closed, but the pawns are not attacking each other yet.
Hmm. While Hikaru is thinking about this, should we take a look at the other games really quick?
Sure. Well, Fabi seems to have a progress,
Bobby, I think, just simply stabilized the position, offered a draw,
and
and
it was
Kukesh took
agreed.
it, and
Mhm.
the match is over.
What
Fabi
do
advances.
you think Gukesh offered? Is it how is
No.
it done?
By the way, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
They cannot agree on a draw
That,
so quickly, can they?
that's what I thought, right?
18
Wait a
moves?
minute. This is move 18. Hikaru specifically mentioned that you're not allowed to offer draws before 40 moves.
Do we have a do we have a video? Can we see maybe there is something happening?
And there's also there you go. No, no. Wait, never mind. Is the
Maybe
game restarted? Has the game restarted?
so
What's
they yeah, I guess they agreed, but then the arbiter said no, sorry, cannot do that.
I mean, I'm still seeing draw next to their
Yeah, but it
names.
also could be chess.com just not refreshed. because I think it
May
needs to be manually.
maybe we can have confirmation from the official broadcast or something along those lines.
Maybe they voted on that as well on the technical meeting. How many things did they vote on at the technical meeting?
The rules are fluid.
Well, that's one reason why I don't think it shouldn't be called a world championship. You
Oh,
cannot.
never mind. He just resigned. He resigned. Gukesh resigned.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
he just lost.
It was just a mistake on broadcast.
Gukesh resigned. Never mind. This is game over. And
Huh.
it kind of makes sense because you're basically 2 points down. You're 1 point down, but it's basically 2 points down. You have
Well,
absolutely no compensation left.
yeah, I guess in this position, since there are no official ratings, what is he gaining by playing? There is no chance to win, and draw is still a loss of a match. So Gukesh just had enough of this.
It's over. Yeah, yeah. Um, he's had enough. I think he was probably disgusted with his position after this queen a5. Good move. Bishop h6, bishop b3. Short castle. He was still hoping for something, but give me one more move, and I castle. Queen to c3, very nicely protecting everything. You go queen g5, it doesn't really matter. Take b3. I think this was the critical move to defend against any sort of rook to
Hmm.
a1.
And knight c4 or knight a4 as well.
Bishop to e2, c5, short castle.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
all I needed. I need
Do
to
you think
shield
it
my
came
king,
as
and that's it.
surprise to Kokesh? Like I personally got my fix. I got my short castle today. I'm happy. But like maybe he just forgot that white can still castle short, and he was like, "Wow,
No,
I
no, no, no.
hate freestyle chess." Bye.
No, 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 because he castled also.
He also castled.
He
Okay,
also castled,
fair,
so there's no way he
fair
forgot
enough,
about it.
fair
he
enough.
he probably hoped that Fabi would forget about it. Um, but yes, castle just the game is over. Cool.
Maybe, yeah, maybe chat is right. This was position number 270, right? So if Fabi started from number one, it's not that many. He only memorized like one third of them, and
Oh
it was
yeah,
enough.
this was definitely within. This was all prep,
All prep
all
from
prep,
5 years ago.
all prep. Cool. Hikaru hasn't made a move yet, so we're gonna spend some coverage and check what's happening in the other ones. This is Vincent versus Ali Reza, Bishop c4, and we were saying that it starts to look like Ali Reza is getting some very good chances. Queen g4, take on f4, queen takes f4 in knight d5, bishop d4. You can just short castle or long castle, whatever you want to call it. This is actually looking very good for Ali Reza. I think Ali Reza is in pole position to equalize the score.
Hmm. Yeah, looks very nice.
I have everything I want, and I have something to play against. And this bishop on c4, it looked like an empty move for a second, but if you go deeper into what it does, it just basically doesn't allow you to move your bishop. And if you
Yeah.
don't move your bishop, like how do you get this rook involved?
How do you develop? What do you do? Maybe maybe Vincent doesn't need to develop it. Can he just start pushing pawns on the king side?
To go g4, yeah? G4, maybe I can start
But maybe
pushing my
black is
pawns as
faster.
well. Yeah. Yeah, and this is what Alireza wants. He wants a race. He wants some sort of a madness on the board so that he can take advantage of it. He has good chances. It's looking good. And finally, before we go back to our guy, Hikaru, let's see what Magnus is doing.
Potential tie breaks would be played today. Yes,
Yes, tiebreaks are
absolutely.
played today.
Well,
Um,
could be just one. Depends what happens on Hikaru
so
and
far, Alireza
Reza.
and Vincent are looking like they might be going towards the tiebreaks. Um, f5, f4 was played by Nodirbek. That's a pawn sacrifice. Queen takes e4, bishop d3, queen e6.
I like Nadirbek's approach. Like he's not scared to open up and do stuff like that against Magnus.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the position that we have so far. Queen to f6. Maybe get a long castle in. At least you have a big attack against d7. You're threatening pretty much checkmate. But I can just simply defend against that. This is still complicated.
Mm-hmm.
This can definitely still go both
Yeah,
ways. It's a
absolutely.
three result game. It's a three result game. So nothing is concluded in this one. Cool. Let's go back to Hikaru. Hikaru, after bishop to d6, they're only at move 9. They're only at move 9.
And in fact, Sindarov cannot really leave the board too far away. Like he stood up once, and Hikaru instantly made a move. And then when he stood up again, he just did not leave. He was standing next to the board. So like he needs to stretch, but he just cannot leave the board because if Hikaru makes a move, he will lose time, precious time.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a problem now for Sindarov. He's tied to the board. Well, I don't know what is he doing now.
He's probably checking what happened in the other games. He's like, okay, what happened in
Oh yeah, he
Gukesh's
looked
game?
at Gukesh's position and instant regrets that he didn't choose him when he had a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That is actually a very good point. He definitely
FOMO.
he has
No,
some
he is there.
FOMO.
He is
Yes,
next to the board. I just saw him in the frame.
he's somewhere around. Yeah, he's lurking, lurking. There he is. Yeah, cool. Bishop to d6. Okay, let's try to find the best path forward because the most natural move it's long castle or short castle. The castle right
The
here.
castle, the only
The castle
available
right
castle.
here. Yes, right next to the king. Um, is very natural, but Hikaru is spending a lot of time on this decision. The question is why? Maybe bishop to e5, and perhaps that's why he hasn't dedicated or committed to long castle as quickly. Maybe he wants to go bishop to e5, and that would more or less force this queen trade with queen to b4. Perhaps this is what Sindarov is trying to achieve. He's trying to go into
Yeah.
this endgame. And I think he wants to wait for white to move the rook away. Because, for example, if you go bishop to e3 and bishop e5, queen b4, take, perhaps now I have the rook coming on the a file and putting
But
some
maybe
pressure
it's
on
not a big
a7.
issue.
No, 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 no.
A6,
Yeah,
B5.
a6, you allow me to. I don't think I'm going to take, but
No, I mean if you do play Rook A1.
so you castle, let's say, rook a1, can go a6, then I go
B5.
b5, right?
Yeah, some problems.
The thing is, once you played castle, you can just simply defend.
Yeah.
I don't think there's
And
much.
knight B5, then A6.
Then a6 should be more than fine.
Mm-hmm.
More than fine. Yeah, it does seem like black is fine.
Maybe if Hikaru is still considering an option of short castling, if he gets a chance,
Get the bishops out.
just to get out of there to stop all the problems with potential bishop sacrifices
Yes.
or queen g5 check.
Yes.
Like if you move the light squared bishop, you get instantly queen g5 and queen can take on g2, right?
Yes. So for example,
So
bishop e2, queen g5 might be a problem already.
so well, of course, white also has rook g1, rook g7, that becomes very double-edged.
Yes.
But then if you move dark squared bishop first,
Yeah, bishop e3, bishop e5. I think this is his plan. And
mm-hmm.
that's why he played bishop d6 first. He really is telegraphing his idea, and that is to go bishop e5.
So then it's just a question whose pawn structure is better, going closer to the endgame.
Can you try to
Endgame in 10 moves.
go queen d2? But I guess this, yeah, this pawn structure perhaps is not the best for
No,
white.
no, this is terrible.
Still getting this you do have the two bishops, but I don't think you're going to be having an advantage here.
Logs?
Logs, yeah, big logs on c2, c3, a3, not looking good. Cool. Yeah, bishop d6 seems to have been a good move. So I think what Hikaru is understanding, or perhaps getting used to the idea of, is he's getting used to the idea of this going into the endgame and looking at what the best endgame situation would be. And I think the best should be after castle. Like you go castle, you allow bishop to e5, and then we go into this endgame.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
Uh,
simply not enough time for short castle.
It
Or
might
long
not be
castle.
enough. I mean, this might just be very close to equal.
Mm-hmm.
But perhaps I can squeeze something. We have a move. G3. This is not
Okay.
something that I
I did not
expected.
expect that. I mean, I like the idea of bishop going to h3, but aren't we allowing too much with c4 square being undetected, unprotected by the bishop?
So is his idea that after bishop to e5, he's combining ideas of leaving the rook for a1, for the a file, and then he's also saying that d5 is not going to be that easy for you to make because of bishop to h3.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really putting immediate pressure on that bishop with f4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. I agree with this move. I am starting to warm up to it. I think it's a
Very
good move.
positional. Yeah.
I think it's a good move.
Do black have anything else apart from bishop e5? The castle, then
Let's go
f4, right?
castle. Let's go castle. Why not?
Then maybe f4.
Let's see f4. No more
He's
bishop
also,
e5.
yeah, he's also prepared with a 4 against queen g5 move in the future.
Yes.
So he doesn't have to play bishop e3.
I'm starting to see more and more benefits to this move. G3. I think this G3 move was a good move. And perhaps Sindarov was not expecting this. I think he was looking at castle, all the natural moves that we've been looking at as well.
And
Castle,
that's
bishop to
exactly what
e3.
Hikaru needs now with this time advantage.
Yes. 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 Go G3 and and get it tricky. If you go queen to G5, and let's say I don't even have bishop to E3, F4 take, 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 you might be thinking that, oh yeah, you're taking the bishop on F1. Nope. My rook is finally getting in play. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
It's looking good. So I'm not getting ahead of myself, but let's remind everybody about the brackets, the ones that you were mentioning. Fabiano is already qualified. He's going to play the winner between Magnus and Nolirbek. Is that correct?
It certainly looks like it. I'm gonna double check again. I hope they have it in the website as well. Although I can hardly find anything on this website. Um, let's see. Yeah, there is a bracket. Um, No, this is results from last
So the
year.
chat is saying that Fabi will actually play the winner between Hikaru and Sindarov, which is
But
what I thought about as well, but I don't
no,
know.
according to regulations, it's wrong.
Hmm, hmm.
Like if you look at regulations,
Our mods are saying that Fabi's on Hikaru's side of the bracket, so it does seem like they will
mm,
be playing. If
did
Hikaru
I look
wins,
somewhere else yesterday? Winner A, winner B. Oh,
hmm,
but that's very strange. I don't understand why Sindarov was put as C if he was second to pick the opponent.
yeah.
That
Well,
just does not make sense.
I'm sure we will. Um, there is a bracket from chess.com right now that is in fact showed on our
Hmm.
screen, and it does seem like Fabiano will be meeting the winner of Sindarov and Hikaru.
Yeah, this is all very confusing. 2 days ago, they had a different bracket completely because they went with regulations. I guess someone forgot about the
Regulations are
voting.
fluid.
Yeah,
Oh no,
the
again,
regulations was there, but then they decided to change it because of the voting of the players.
it's
Okay.
freestyle regulations.
It's freestyle. It's
You
freestyle
freestyle it.
bracket. It's freestyle regulations. It's freestyle chess. Yeah.
Oh,
No, yeah, okay. I accept the defeat. I just don't understand why Magnus is in bracket B. Maybe they just really want Magnus against Fabiano at the end, which I don't think will happen, but
or
let
Magnus against
let
Hikaru.
them
Yeah,
dream.
obviously those are the options.
Democracy, freestyleocracy. On their official website, they still have brackets from last year.
So G3, Bishop E5, Queen B4, take. This is in fact the best way that we considered this game could go. This is the way we were looking at things as potentially unraveling. Now my rook is not committed to the D file, so I can swing it via the A file, which might, in fact, even if you go A6, I'm going to try to provoke some weaknesses with A6, which I can potentially use as a hook after B5. But rook A1, rook A5 is also a way to bring this rook into play. So it's looking good. It's looking good.
Yeah, yeah, it
It's
looks
looking good, and it's looking some pressure. Forget about the fact that this is the end game. There's not that many pieces on the board. You still have problems to solve.
lots of problems, and time being the biggest of them, the most obvious.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Surprisingly enough, Sindarov stopped shaking.
Just
Hmm.
wait for a few more minutes. Just wait for a few more minutes.
Rook A8 coming. He played
I'm not
it.
sure. Okay, rook a8. This is a
Preventive
strange move.
measures.
No, he wants to go a5. This is his idea.
All right.
It's quite obvious he wants to go
So
a5, open the rook like that.
so
But what
rook
if I go b5
A1.
myself?
Ooh, I like
Like
that.
now, there's no more a5. Okay, I mean you can play a5, but this is a forever weakness
Mm-hmm.
on a6 right now.
Exactly.
So I'm
Yeah.
not sure about this rook a8. I think Hikaru will be shaking his head a little bit, maybe bobbing a little bit, getting confused by this move.
Okay, but B5, then what's your next ideas?
Probably f4 at some point. I don't think I need to hurry. Maybe bishop f2, bishop d3, f4 at the right moment, king d2 if I have to.
We cannot use that pawn on B5 as a weakness. I guess not yet.
At
It's
least
very
not yet.
difficult
At least not
difficult to
yet.
attack it.
maybe you can try something like bishop c4. But if you do
You
this,
have to
I've just,
consider bishop b6 as well.
yes, bishop takes b6,
What do
bishop
you
takes
you have to
f1,
take on f1?
rook f1, probably take on b6. But
Knight might just be better here than the bishop with
eh,
f4 coming.
it's very likely. It's very likely that it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. f4 is a big threat. Then c4 to, if you try to start attacking this. Oh, even b4. Okay, we have a move. Rook a1, not b5. Makes sense as well.
And he takes on c3
Oh, he already
without,
took.
without even f4.
Okay,
So I guess it's something concrete with the knight c4 maybe.
perhaps he wants to go knight c4. Don't touch this. Do not touch this pawn.
Can touch
Uh,
this, yeah.
b6 would finish the game, but not for the side that we want. So knight to c4 makes a lot of sense. He played. It's not yet on the board.
Yeah, surprising that he's waiting. What else can he be considering? d5?
Actually, can I go b5 now?
You can.
Is this something that perhaps Sindarov missed? Because a6, I'm going to go rook a4. You cannot touch the pawn on b5. And then you move the knight, I take on a6. You're lost.
But
So
what if
maybe
we do nothing? We don't. Well, a7 is hanging, right?
a7 is
Well, not
hanging. Well,
really,
not yet.
not yet.
Rook a4 is my idea. I just want to kick this knight away.
What a weird position.
And I think if you get one more move as black, you go b6 and you cement this structure. But you
But
don't
now
get
rook
that move.
a4 again.
You don't get that move, yeah. 95 or f4, you kick the knight away and then go b6. And you don't get this pawn structure. I don't know. This could be quite problematic after b5.
Yeah.
So he needs
So
to get this rook a4 idea after knight c4. And perhaps this is, I think this is what Hikaru was calculating all the way before he even played the move g3. All the way before he even played the move g3, 4 moves ago.
I've had.
You have to calculate this. You have to calculate this because again, if black gets a5 followed by b6, the position becomes very unwinnable. That's probably not even a word, but you get the point.
Yes.
you, you get the point.
I think it exists in chess.
Must exist. But yeah, after knight c4, b5, how do you untangle?
Yeah, very strong move. Move the knight, maybe. d6 doesn't really work.
You can move the knight to d6, but then I go rook a4 again. It's all about not allowing you create this bind on c4. If I start pushing my pawns, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you have so many options as well. You can push the pawn, you can play bishop c5 maybe. Also threatens with doubling the pawns.
Yeah.
Because once the second white rook comes in on a1, ideally, it's basically over.
Yep. Give me a few more moves. Just let me get to that a pawn.
Yeah, if he plays some just random moves, he ends up in a lost position instantly.
Okay, we have a move. Knight c4 is on the board. And this is the key. This is the key moment because Hikaru does need to play the move b5. I think he knows that. I truly think he knows that. I think b5 is going to come. There's no way he doesn't play b5. It's sort of the only thing that can give you an advantage in this position.
No, b5 for Hikaru is not hard to find. He, in fact, already found it earlier He's just calculating that, making sure once again he's gonna play it.
It's not over by any means after b5.
No.
Uh, but it is the one move that puts a lot of pressure on black. Like, for example, it seems like after b5, knight e5 has to be played, and this is already starting to become very concrete. Like, you go f4, and now you have to see bishop c4.
But then bishop h3
Bishop h3, you have to move the
and rook
knight, and then I go
a4 again later possible. Yeah, b6.
b6. This is becoming a mess, right? This is a mess right now. And generally, a mess, I think, favors Hikaru right now. He has the two bishops. He has some strong pressure. The rook is coming to d1 to put even more pressure. Yeah.
Rook a4 coming. I mean, rook a4 immediately. If he sees rook a4, he sees b5.
Well, rook a4 doesn't really make any sense because I
Yeah,
go
no, no,
b5.
no. He
No,
played
b5, of
b5.
course.
Because if you see idea with rook a4, you play b5. No, no other moves.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, b5.
And he conveniently, no, not conveniently. Um, Sorry, forgot English. Convincingly stands up and walks away.
Confidently, maybe.
Confidently, yes. Thank you.
Of course.
Saved me there.
Oh, anytime. Anytime. Uh, yeah, no, b5 is looking good. B5 is looking good. And the fact that he's also playing it quickly is what matters a lot because Sindarov right now, he doesn't have the engine in front of him. He doesn't see the fact that he's still in a very balanced position. You can easily start doubting yourself and thinking that you might even be much worse right
Hmm.
now. You're starting to feel the pressure
Yeah.
because activity is coming from both sides. Like, hey, you have to defend on the A file, but you might actually need to defend on the D file as well if the other rook comes to D file supported by bishop on H3. There's a lot of things that need to be in the back of your mind. And if you don't play extremely precise, and this type of simple positions, they look simple, but they're not. And you make a slight mistake, you're in huge trouble. I think he realizes that. I think the pressure is on.
Yeah, white is definitely in the driver's seat. Basically, the only hope for black was to disrupt pieces coordination by having that knight outpost on c4, but black is just one move away from getting b5 and converting it into outpost. Now rook a4 kicks away the knight and they have zero compensation.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
rooks are basically on starting, well, semi-starting positions. He's like at least three moves away from connecting them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hikaru's in driving seat.
Yeah. This one is looking good.
b6, you still get rook a4, but in addition to getting rook a4,
Sorry,
white's
what
idea
move?
now is to bring a second rook and a7 is dead.
Which move?
B6, someone suggested. What if black just plays b6?
No, b6 just yeah, rook a4
Yeah,
seems
we
I
just
think
kick
is
away the
very
knight.
strong.
Your a7 weakness is forever cemented there.
Yeah. And also it's tough to find a place for the knight. Like it truly is a very difficult
Yeah.
idea.
Knight
Yeah.
a5, f4 coming. Knight d6, you have bishop h3, and d7 is also a weakness.
Yeah, c4 c5 as
c4,
well.
c5. Yeah, there are so many weaknesses. Can't just count. a7, a6, c5. Knight on d6 is a weakness as well because it will get attacked. f4, e5.
Yeah. Yeah.
While white has no weaknesses.
Yeah, no. It does seem like b5 is a very potent move. And Sindarov right now is in a tough spot. Perhaps a move that he was missing from afar.
Is b5, yeah. What is interesting, Hikaru's reaction was like knight c4 is a bad move. But then I'm wondering what was the move in his mind? What was the best move for black? That's what I want to ask him after the game. Like, what did he
Hikaru.
think was the best plan for black here, if not knight c4?
Hikaru.
I guess
He
it's
likes
also mind
to
game.
to do it
Just
for the content and putting
yeah,
pressure as well.
yeah. So
Like
he only wasted like 4 minutes to make all those faces. And he knew he was gonna play b5 anyway.
8 minutes, 8 minutes against 37 minutes. This is something that he touched upon yesterday as well. He got into a winning position. He had 17 minutes against 2 minutes, and that's where he made the mistake. I do not think if he gets to that situation again, if he gets a winning position, he's not going to make the same mistakes he's going to execute this time around.
This time he just will play knight c3. He it was yeah.
Yeah.
No beauty, just practical decisions.
Should we quickly take a glance at what's happening in Ali Reza's
Yeah,
game?
apparently it's topsy-turvy there.
Let's see what Ali Reza did. Castle, queen g3, bishop f7, bishop takes c5, and bishop to e2. c5, he's really looking at launching an attack on this side. Rook f1, and this is what we
c4.
have right now.
c4 is screaming to be played.
c4 is screaming to be played. I agree. c4
Oh,
followed
look at
by
that
b4.
beautiful knight. After c4, knight c5. It's so beautiful. It's anything can be played there.
Knight
a5,
c5,
b4.
rook c8 to defend the pawn on c4, followed by b4. Seems to be a very good move as well. You're in trouble.
Yeah,
You are in trouble right now. It's looking good.
it's looking very good for Alireza.
It's looking good for Ali Reza and
Ignore the
definitely
engine
putting.
even. It's
Sindarov found the best move. He played the move knight e5.
well, his next best move will be difficult to find, right? Bishop c4.
I think once he finds knight e5, he needs to go. The knight should not go to f7 in
Seven
front of the
minutes
bishop.
left. Yeah.
This would be
Yeah, this is
suicidal.
resignation basically.
Yeah, yeah. This would be bad. So after f4, he must have seen the idea of bishop to c4. If he didn't, then I mean, sure, we'll take it. we'll, we'll take that.
Yeah. Well, f4 is definitely coming. Maybe he will
Or
take some time.
bishop c4, bishop h3. Okay, one question. Can you take how bad is this or how good is this for white? Even though I really don't like the fact that I'm not having my light square bishop anymore. Yeah, my two pawns are not protected. I don't want this. I don't want this. I get it. It still might work, and after b6 you still might be getting an advantage,
Mm-hmm.
but it just doesn't feel as convincing as bishop h3.
Yeah, Hikaru definitely will try to capitalize in the best way here. He knows advantages on his side.
Keep the
But
bishops on the board.
yeah, if you trade too much, it can easily peter out.
Which Peter? Okay, that was a bad joke.
Leko
was a bad
maybe,
joke.
he is famous to be the most solid player. Like
Like or Zwiddler? Which one?
uh in team competitions, Swidler is a very solid one. When it's individual, I it's no, not really. Leko. Leko. Yeah.
Top tier dad joke. Yes. Yes.
It's okay.
Knight.
I had my share of dead jokes on my channel. Terrible jokes.
Oh. F4 seems like it has to be played.
Yeah.
Seems like it has to be played. Sindarov is perhaps playing some games as well. He looks relaxed. He looks, sitting back in his chair, thinking that, oh, my position
Yeah, some
is
mind games there, trying
nice.
to look calmer than he actually is. Or maybe
I
he's finally in his element. He burned all his time now. Now he can play chess. Grishuk style.
there's there's no reason to overthink things anymore. Yeah,
No, yeah, just play the best move that comes to mind. Just
yeah,
intuition.
yeah. And this is what Hikaru needs to not do. Just don't overthink right now. Like yesterday, this was the problem. Just overthinking at the critical moments. Okay, I had another idea. So you go here. I go bishop c4. You go bishop h3. You're trying to get away from this trade. And now I go knight f3. How bad is this?
Well, the knight is kind of trapped, right?
It is trapped. It's not kind of trapped. It truly
I
is trapped.
guess,
But maybe I can find a way
can you? Well,
to
bishop
defend
g2
it.
is coming. Bishop
Bishop
e2,
g2,
I
bishop
guess.
e2 always.
Yeah.
So what if I take this? Okay, how do you trap it?
That
Oh, do
is
you
not
go
so
something like
easy.
this?
Oh,
Oh,
another rook lift.
oh, this is not easy. Can you start it with rook a3? I guess you can. If you see
Yeah,
this rook a3 c4 idea is you're good. You're Gucci.
you're
Do you have
Gucci.
any other ways to attack this knight?
No,
I guess you don't.
no.
I guess this
The
is the only
h4
way.
g4 is too slow, but and like if you see rook h3 idea, then rook a3 is
Then you should see rook a3
right
as well.
there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is why Hikaru is thinking. This is why Hikaru is thinking. Can you start with bishop to e3? And would this give me... No, I guess it just simply doesn't. I don't have any other way to attack this knight but via the a3 square.
Hmm.
It's kind of a strange
That's
position
wild, yeah.
that I can
Very,
only do that this way.
yeah. Like it looks like a normal chess position, but I guess it's still, I don't know, it's still in Fisher random territory.
It still has elements of Fisher random. Yeah.
One of
Yeah.
them being that white technically still can castle, right? Yeah.
I
No,
guess you,
not right
yes,
now,
yes,
but
yes, yes, you can.
not right now,
Black
but
also can castle. Let's not forget about that.
oh yes, good point.
Black can also castle.
Huh.
Crazy, crazy position. Crazy position.
So strange.
While Hikaru is thinking, I think we're getting set up for a confession. We haven't had one of those yet, but I believe we
Yeah.
will be
Oh,
having a
Levon.
confession.
Levon confessing? Okay, let's see.
We have Levon confessing. Let's see, Jaron, cue it up.
A lot of fun. I mean, there are many tricks to look forward to.
And wouldn't you know it, exactly like you said, David, for Levon, even in
Yes, from distance I thought that I mean, when I went first line, I thought I can play a5, b8, knight a5, king c2, queen a2, knight d2, e3, but I blundered bishop c4 here, which is a very strong move, and I'm losing. So my plan is to meet ba with knight a5, king c2, e3. Of course, this is not really what I was intending to do, and maybe it's not good for me, but yeah, it was surprising, unpleasant blunder on my part. So I'll try to keep it sharp and well, objectively, I don't know what's the real assessment of the position. So because somehow my queen might get trapped in some lines, but it's still a lot of fun. I mean, there are many tricks to look forward to.
And wouldn't you know? And wouldn't you know?
Well, this was fun to watch. Two Livons at the same time.
Yeah, that was a good one, and we haven't seen Levon's game too much, but there you got it. You got a glance on what is happening with the fight for ninth position, and a pretty big difference in prize money. So obviously, still plenty to be fighting for. Knight to e5, Hikaru finally, as that confession ended, made his move f4, bishop to c4, immediately responded by Sindarov.
Well, he has to now. All of the moves have to basically be blitzed out.
Yes. Yes. Yes, Sindarov is on 7 minutes 40.
And also without bishop c4, black is immediately getting in a worse position because the knight has no good square.
What if I go bishop g2 instead of bishop h3?
And he did?
Did he go bishop g2?
Yeah.
Oh, he did go bishop g2.
Engine hated it, but quick move. Practically, I don't see why it's bad. Taking the big diagonal.
So the big question is, what do you do after knight f7?
Well, maybe develop the dark squared bishop.
You need to defend the pawn first.
Oh yeah. Okay,
And
we
he
do.
did with rook b1. Okay, so he wants to go rook b1, rook b4. This is his idea.
I like it.
Yes. Yes, I think from a practical perspective, this is a good way. The big question remains, though. Let's say I go rook to e8, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go rook to
Rook
b4.
e1. Bishop
Now I
e2, I
go knight
guess.
d6. I don't want to play bishop e2. What if I go knight d6? Because this is almost for sure what Sindarov wants to do. But how good is this?
And bishop c5, you don't have time to take on e4, right?
No, no. Taking on e4, you lose the bishop on c4. This is game over.
So what's the move then?
That's a good question. That is a good
Because currently
question.
bishop is hanging.
Perhaps a5, you take.
Take with bishop.
The good news is that if you take with the rook, that doesn't work, and you're not getting my rook on h1. The bishop protects it. So I'm covered on that side. After taking, you have to take. But then I can take, and now at least I'm playing against a pretty bad structure.
Yeah, it's a very good endgame for white.
This is a damaged structure, yes, for sure. So it's looking good. This one is looking good if they go to this variation. Rook to b1 and Sindarov is thinking, and this is a good thing about Hikaru's position, is that he can think a couple of moves ahead, and he can make those moves fast. Let's see. a5.
Immediately.
a5, taking
Preventive
away
measures, nice.
this b4 square. I have to say this was a good move.
But now we are
this was
getting
good move.
b6 ideas, right?
Yes, let's go for it. Let's go b6. If you want something, I feel you have to go for this b6.
If c6, we got.
Oh, c6, I feel it's good. c6, I
Yeah.
feel it's a concession. I only need to get to your bishop. This is my idea. Bishop f2. And you're also taking away this outpost from your knight. There's no more knight d6.
We don't even need to play e5 anymore.
That's it. Just knight d6. I go rook to d1. It's looking
Bishop c5. Many ideas.
Yeah, bishop h3 to attack. Bishop c5 is coming.
Rook d1.
This one is looking fairly good. So c6, probably not. But b6 has to be played, right?
Maybe not immediately. He can also prepare it, develop the pieces first, bring the rook to d1 or Okay, we cannot castle, but can just bring the rook to d1.
How would you do it?
I don't know. Bishop d4, e3. I mean, what is the black's plan now?
Knight d6, before or after b6. I don't know which one I will do first. I guess
Yeah, I
b6
agree.
I have to
If
be
we want to
careful.
play b6, we need to play it now.
I do have to be careful. Whenever I go b6, e5 is going to be a big,
Mm-hmm.
big move, big consideration. So the position truly does remain very complex still. So many options. Okay, let's say I go bishop f2. Can I go rook to e8 followed by knight to d6?
Well, I do like bishop c5 idea, but
We have a move. b6. Yeah. Yeah. No,
okay,
b6 is just the most natural way to.
nice. I know engine says draw. It's not. It's not a draw, chat.
This
It's not.
is
It's very far from a draw. Ignore it.
this is just starting right now. This is just starting right now.
Even forget about the time. Even if Sindarov had half an hour here, it's easy to burn through those.
It's one of those very complex positions.
Bad draw.
Yeah. That draw
Sure.
washed.
Give
Washed.
me dead draws like this with white, like all day, every day. The passed pawn becomes scary when it's on the third rank only. And this pawn is not really going very far. Like we have bishop c5, bishop a3, for example, in the very worst case.
Yes, yes. And the big thing about the big concession and the big problem with you playing the move a4 very quickly is that I'm ready to attack. This is the whole idea behind this position. How do I displace this bishop from c4? If I manage to displace this bishop from c4, first of all, you're running out of squares. Like, where do you put it?
Even
e2,
f5 is possible if you play to e6.
f5. I'm starting to get close to trapping the bishop. You don't
Yeah.
want to go to a6. That seems to be like you're basically just canceling the action of your rook. So it's all about displacing this bishop from c4. I can do it via rook d1, rook d4, or I can do it if you do play the move a4 via rook b4. So this is the whole key of this position. A4 doesn't work yet. And the question is, how do you keep the balance right now after b6? B6 is a good move. I like that Hikaru is sort of, moving away from the board and showing some confidence there. Rook to a6. Good move. Cool, good
Yep.
move by Sindarov.
Well, it poses immediate question. What's next? Do you want to take on c7? And if you do, the rook comes into play. But yeah, he's not in a rush to push c6 or
Somehow
take.
Sindarov is finding really good moves.
But it's less than 5 minutes left. He will soon stop having those time moments.
Yeah. What do we play, Maria?
Hmm.
How do we do it?
I want to finish development. If there
Okay.
is no immediate threats, let's play with a bishop. I don't
Okay.
even care where after
Okay.
all.
Let's say bishop f2. I will take.
I guess bishop.
Then let's say I go rook e8. Maybe I'm not in time now after rook d1.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
get my
so.
knight d6 move.
We're Gucci.
I really like this knight d6. I need it. I need to make this knight d6 move to transfer my knight. So if I don't get it, I don't like the position as much. Okay, you convinced me. What if instead of rook e8, I go knight d6?
Mm, Still rook d1.
Rook d1, knight b5. At least I'm kicking your bishop away.
I guess bishop. Can we go to c5 or no? I guess we're getting d6. D6.
Yeah, yeah, and well, also, I guess knight takes c3 is somewhat of a problem. So I guess you have to go back to d4. This is something that you would welcome. I believe you would welcome this endgame any day.
Yeah.
Taking on d4 and rook c6 fortunately does not work because of e5, and then you lose on b7. You lose a pawn at
Yeah,
least.
no, I still prefer it for white, for sure. But I have to admit that Sindarov is playing really well under time pressure.
Yes. Rook a6. Hikaru needs to find the continuation, and he goes for bishop to d4. Again, what I like is that he plays fast. It's crucial that he maintains that edge right now, because perhaps the position is balanced, but where you have the huge advantage is on the clock. So keep that edge on the clock. Do not start doubting yourself. Rook to e8. Played quickly. And now rook d1. Go for it. Rook to d1. Take this d6 away, d6 square away from the knight.
Yeah, yeah, very natural move as well.
Yeah, I think
Alright.
he should go rook d1. I'm seeing
Move.
the move by the engine is bishop to e2 right now for black. This is not a natural move.
Rook d2.
Rook d2, and then you have to go back to c4.
Yeah,
Yeah, good
yeah, I
luck.
don't understand this move.
Good luck playing like that. No, rook d1 has to be played. Because I have a feeling knight d6 is already bad after e5. At least we're getting some complicated situation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Sindarov replied immediately. Hikaru is now away from the board, but I mean, he cannot just sit there. With Sindarov obviously will be playing quickly. He needs to, I guess, get some water or refreshment. Or confession. Maybe we're getting, I guess it's too late
No,
in
no, no,
for
no, no. No
confession.
confession right now. No.
Nothing to confess.
Right now, the only confession he needs to make is in his mind about putting pressure on Sindarov. The one way to put pressure is to keep making good, strong, quick moves.
Yeah. No, he will be back soon, chat. Don't worry. Time advantage allows him um to actually still enjoy, unlike Sindarov. Very stressful for him.
Rook to e8. Rook
Yeah,
to
Rook
d1.
d1 is probably coming.
We think
If
that that's the move, right? What if you
yeah.
try to go
Aren't
rook
you
to
pinning your own
a1?
pawn?
It does feel very unnatural. I'll
Like if
agree
rook
with that.
d6, for example. Oh, sorry, knight d6.
Knight d6, yeah, yeah,
E5
yeah.
is not even a threat yet.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, it's not even a threat.
No.
It's not even a threat.
Plus rook
Okay,
on d1 is hitting that pawn on d7. Not immediately, but
it just feels like a very natural move.
yeah, it's semi-open file. We hit more squares simply than on e1.
Okay, let's take a quick glance while Hikaru is taking a sip of water or wherever he is right now. Before he comes back to the board, let's check on the
Coffee.
other
It's
games.
coffee.
Coffee. Okay. Well, he's getting coffee. We'll see. Magnus seems to be doing quite well. Alireza is the big game. Is the big game that could potentially go into a tiebreaks if Alireza converts his advantage. Queen to c5, rook to f5, b4. He's trying to go for the checkmate. Knight to b1. A mistake by Vincent, but a mistake that it's easy to make. And right now, b takes c3. I'm not going to stay with this one. It's looking good for Alireza still. We're not going to stay with this one because Hikaru is just about to make a move.
Yeah.
He hasn't played yet.
No,
But
not
he
yet.
was
It looked like
already making gestures.
yeah, it looked like he was about to move the rook, but then maybe just double checking. Yeah, it's easy to get into this rabbit hole of self-doubt after you fail to convert yesterday, but he just has to let it go. Just play this as a new game without thinking of the past, and he he knows he knows how to do it, and he knows he needs to do it.
Yeah. We're getting into the past, present, future discussions again, Maria. We're getting philosophical again. It's that time of the broadcast where philosophy is starting to take a hold of our discussion.
I mean, we are already in time trouble. Maybe it's too late for philosophical. The
Too late for
philosophical
philosophy, yes.
philosophy is first 2 hours of the day, but somehow they passed really quickly today.
Yes. Yes. Rook to d1. That's what we think, right? It should be the best move.
Yeah. Hikaru is double checking something. Excuse me.
Bless you. Yeah, rook to d1. Anything else? Anything else that you think we might be missing? I'm looking at e5, by the way. This was another consideration, because for a second I thought that it works tactically. Like you take,
It
you
looks like
take,
it could.
and then rook e1, but then you just
No.
resign after knight
I was
d3.
thinking bc7, and then b7 gets no, without playing rook e1. e5,
So take,
take,
and take
and
on
then take on
c7.
c7. But I guess black just ignores the c7 and protects b7,
Yeah,
as we
b5.
didn't gain anything. Well, we lost a pawn. Yeah. No,
Kill
it
two
doesn't
birds with
work.
one stone. Defend the bishop on
But if we
c4,
take on
and then take on c7.
c7 first, and if they recapture, then e5 could be tactically working.
Sorry, where?
If we take now if Hikaru takes c7, does e5? No, but e5 is not threatening anything.
You mean on move one of the
Yeah,
analysis?
yeah, I don't think it works.
Yes. Just take on c7. Yeah, b5.
E5, b5, yeah.
I think b5 also works. Yeah, rook d1. Great move.
Yes, finally.
Great move.
Still time advantage.
Yeah, no, still plenty of time. Good move, rook to d1.
Well, yes, rook d1 was the best move. We were just trying to find what else Hikaru can be considering. We cannot get into his head, but we are trying.
Which move are we? It doesn't matter because there's no second time control. Nothing after 40 moves. This is the whole time you're going to get for the remainder of the game.
Okay, so Magnus is about to advance, right?
Is Magnus winning as well, or is that what we're...
No, apparently he is not, like... Is it winning? Is it winning sound? No, it looks
He's
like
not losing.
he's
There's zero
definitely not
chance.
losing.
There's zero
That's
chance to lose. So yes, Magnus will be advancing. If you want, we can take a very quick glance at exactly what's happening. This is the position. It doesn't matter whether he wins or makes a draw. There's zero chance that he loses. He's a pawn up.
yeah.
So Magnus is in the next phase.
Yeah, match point for him and very easy one.
D6.
Prevents e5, restricts the rook from attacks. Bishop h3, I guess, is not really a threat. The king just goes to b8. Or, yeah, I guess b8 to still defend b7.
Yeah, you also have bishop b6, but bishop king b8 seems to be the right move. Yeah, d6 is somewhat annoying, but there's one good thing about this move d6, and that is this knight is not coming to d6 anymore. So you're no longer putting any more pressure on my e4 pawn, at least not right now. So maybe I can just simply
Also,
go back. Wait,
yeah, and
what do you
also
do?
d6 could be a weakness in the future once we exchange the pawns on c7.
I really want to go rook to d4. But now maybe c5.
He
This
wants
is
to
the
play
construction he's
c5.
trying to get. This is what he's
It's a
trying to
very
get.
weird structure, but it might work. How is it not losing with d6 on, like, stopping the knight? I guess it all
This knight is
defended.
just, it's a good defender. This knight is a good defender. This d6 move is an annoying move.
But then
Okay.
this all works only if the black bishop can make its way to c6, right? Because if it cannot, then it doesn't. It's just too ugly to work. Oh wait, but maybe
Took on
e5
c7.
works now.
He took on c7.
Maybe that's what we missed. e5 might work now.
Sorry, where?
E5 after king c7,
Oh, king
e5,
c7, e5. Yes, yes,
because
yes.
now d6 is also hit.
Yes, yes. It's still not over by any means because you can still go d5, and that again defends two things at once. Pawn on
But then look at
f6.
that pawn structure: eve f6, g f6. All the pawns disconnected.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. He did take on c7, so we might be going straight for that line after e5, d5, and you have to go d5. There's no other alternative.
I mean,
You have to defend
I like the
d7.
endgame that we are looking at now.
You do like this, yeah?
I like this because with a bishop pair, maybe it's slow, but it should be a grind that I think Hikaru can manage to pull off.
The only thing that worries me is the fact that this bishop on c4 is very annoying, and I'm not really sure how to kick it away.
But maybe
So
we don't need to. It's also kind of blocked by the pawns from being able to protect its own pawns on b7 and h7.
absolutely no. This bishop doesn't support anything on the king side anymore. It just supports somewhat of a push on this side. Okay, e5, d5 is on the board. E takes f6 on the board. We're going to see g takes f6 in a second. Unless, yeah,
Still
there's no
needs,
unless.
yeah, he still needs to do some precise moves and be careful about rook infiltration, potentially. Maybe bishop f3 is more precise. I thought bishop h3, but
I'm
I guess it
somehow a
allows
bit
rook e2.
surprised that we haven't seen a move yet. Okay, g takes
I
f6 finally.
mean, yeah, I don't know what he was looking at. But shaking is back.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, we're back to
He,
the final few minutes. The pressure and the tension is rising. The
he was
shaking
making
is
good
coming
moves
as well.
while not shaking. So
Yes.
maybe
Okay.
now.
So now I don't really like this rook to e2 occurrence. So let's take it away, right? Bishop f3.
Mm-hmm.
Should we take it away? And if you go bishop to e2, rook to e1 just finishes. Okay. So bishop f3 seems good.
I like it, yeah.
The one good thing about this position is that you don't have the transition square, knight d6, transition towards e4. If you can get this knight on e4 as black or on b5, I think your position is spotless. But luckily, you don't have that because knight to d6, I just simply pick up the pawn on f6. So I guess the
Yeah.
one question that I have for you is, what if you start with f5?
Okay. What if bishop h5? Am I imagining things, or
No, no,
how do
no,
you
no. I'm just going
defend?
to go rook e7.
And bishop f, yeah, okay. The
Bishop f3 is on the board,
bishop c5, then knight d6, I guess.
officially on the board. We expected this, and we're expecting to see f5.
Yeah, no time for bishop e2 for black.
No, no, bishop e2 doesn't work. Perhaps it's not even something that you necessarily want in this position, but that's a discussion for another time.
No.
f5 is
Yeah, f5 basically.
seems to be very natural, right?
Last 3 minutes for Sindarov.
How
Yeah,
do
he
you
has to
stop this
basically
96,
invent all of
94?
this. Wait, is b5 played?
I don't. Oh, a4.
e4.
Whoa,
Wow,
whoa, whoa, whoa. a4 and immediately responded with rook a1. Perhaps missing an opportunity.
with
Bishop
bishop h5.
h5 seems to have been a very, very good move. The idea being that after rook to e7, I can go to, oh my goodness, look at this. King to b2, you hide the king on a1, and then you have rook to e1 coming and taking advantage of the fact that this knight on f7 is not protected. This is not easy to see. So rook to
No,
a1 feels also very natural.
I think it's very natural. And he will immediately passes the ball to Sindarov, who did not have any time to think on Hikaru's time,
Yeah.
and even leaves the board. What a boss. He leaves the board saying, you are not gonna make a move very quickly. Good luck. Because f5 still bishop h5. I mean, he still has the same idea. Okay, he cannot play king b2 now, but he can play king d2
Why
and
can't
then
you
rook
play king
e1.
b2?
Well, I guess I no wait, a3 is not
Oh,
possible. He
a3,
can
rook a3.
play.
Ah,
And
you
then
go
rook
knight
e1.
d6. Okay, we have a
I
move.
mean, I just don't like it that the king there has no moves. Maybe he can bishop b5, knight c4. Hmm.
He played f5.
So bishop h5 now.
Yeah, but bishop h5. Again, this is. Ah, okay, okay, okay. I think I know what he wants.
Idea is to trade and rook
I think he just
e1,
wants trade. Yeah.
and we get a file to ourselves.
No, no, no. I don't think he wants rook e1. My guess
What's
is
the
that he
idea?
wants to put his king on a3.
But don't you want first to take the file and then put the
But I'm
king
not
on?
allowing you. If you take the file, I go a3. And then I really don't like this pawn on a2. I don't know why. It just feels like a very dangerous pawn to be dealing with.
Wow, it's snowing
Where?
in the Netherlands.
Oh, at your place. Okay.
What? But it's like plus
Is
4.
is that is that an unexpected thing? The snow?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know how
I was just like, what?
Dutch weather
Sorry.
usually behaves.
I forgot that I'm in the Netherlands.
Where I am is not snowing.
No, not anytime soon, right?
It should be snowing. Like normally it should be snowing, but there's no snow. It hasn't been any snow in a while. Is Hikaru back or is he just okay? He's back.
He's back.
He's back. He's back.
What else apart from bishop h5? What other ideas can we be looking
I'm
at?
afraid not that many. This knight d6 followed by knight e4 is a really annoying thing to deal with. I really don't want to see a knight on e4.
Bishop c5 doesn't stop it, right?
Well, the thing about the next trade that I want to see, I don't want to give the dark square bishop for the knight. If anything, I want to give the light square bishop for the
Yeah,
knight, because then at least I have access to e5, and this bishop on d4 is an extremely powerful piece.
Hmm. Yeah, bishop h5 seems to be the only move then.
Bishop a5 is one of them. Yeah, one of the moves. If you get really greedy and try to keep these two bishops on the board. So let's say you go king to b2, right? Knight to d6. And maybe now bishop to e5.
Bishop e5, then king goes to like d7
c6.
or c6. Yeah, c6 to protect d5.
Now you have to take, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't, if you leave this knight to roam around, might be problematic. So you
Oh,
take,
we
I
can
take.
take on d5 and then c4, but that trades everything pretty much.
What? No, I
Bishop
have the knight.
d5 and then c4.
I have the knight. I can take with the knight, right?
No, no, I mean we take the knight first.
Ah, take the knight first. Yes. And now c4. Maybe. 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 Yeah. I don't know. This seems very dry.
Yeah. No, probably not enough for a win.
Very
And
dry.
easier to play for black
To
than
be honest,
this
I
position.
would not like this position after rook to e4. I take the pawn and then this a pawn survives. I don't want this. I don't want to mess with this. It gets dangerous for white as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
So remind me again and remind the chat as well, Maria, what happens if this game finishes in a draw.
So if this game finishes in a draw as well, then we are heading into tiebreak, which also will be today. If I remember correctly, it's also 10 plus 10, same as in round robin stage.
We're going back to stage one,
Well, mini match again.
mini match. Two.
Yeah, 10
Two
plus
games,
10,
right?
2 games, and then 5 plus 2 if those two end with 1-1, is best of two. And then it's an Armageddon in case if Blitz also ends peacefully.
Perfect. Yeah. That seems to look so far. I have to say, there's been very little to separate them in this game, particularly. This game has been very close.
Yeah.
One thing that Hikaru really stood out by was the fact that he was getting that beautiful time advantage. Unfortunately, that one is slipping away because he really needs to find. Look, give it to Sindarov. Sindarov has been finding some really good moves under pressure and maybe equalized.
He maybe even plays better under time pressure than not.
It's a he's a strange guy, isn't he? He's a strange player. He
Lots of
just takes his
self-doubt, I
time.
guess.
He takes his time, and then suddenly, when there's no more time to overthink, he finds a second gear. He
Yeah, he plays
finds
like a grandmaster when he has a lot of time, and he plays like super grandmaster in time trouble.
yeah,
Strange.
yeah. He must have studied with Grishuk. Yeah, it's likely. It's likely.
Okay, so chat keeps saying that they prefer black over white. I don't agree.
I mean, look, if you really want to make a draw, bishop h5, I think, shouldn't be too difficult. Exchanging this and going into an opposite color bishop endgame, I don't think there's any risk right now. The e file is covered. I will put my bishop on e5, and I'm just thinking about potentially getting my king to a3. I don't think you're risking. If that's a worry, I don't think you're risking after bishop h5. King to b2 was played.
So your idea, yeah?
Yeah, yeah,
With
to
king
get
a3,
this king on a3. The problem is that knight
knight
is coming to
e6.
b5 now. Like there's no way Sindarov is going to make any other move. And the one thing I'm worried about is that you're giving Sindarov another free move. This seems to be a free move, 96. I don't think there's anything else in the position.
Free move, only move. Yeah, that he doesn't need to think much.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I meant by free
Yeah,
move.
maybe practically speaking, bishop h5 was more complicated.
I mean, bishop h5 also gives somewhat of a free move, rook e7, but
Yeah, true.
yeah, no. And I said that it's a free move, but Sindarov is thinking, so maybe that's a good thing.
Okay,
Maybe
so
that's
maybe he expected bishop h5. Maybe Hikaru did crack him. In
maybe
our
that's a
move.
good thing. I was expecting immediately to see knight d6 on the board. Not happening. Sindarov
And if not
needs
knight d6, black will be in danger.
needs a little bit more adrenaline pumped into his veins, so he needs to drop under 1 minute. That's okay, Sindarov, no problem.
Yes, let's do it. Let's do
Take your
it.
time. Take your
I,
time.
I will quickly make coffee if you guys pardon me.
Take your time. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. Yes. Knight to d6. Finally. Finally, it was played. Finally, it was played. Bishop to e5.
2 minutes.
Most likely will be played. Because the whole concept of Hikaru with king to b2 is to place and stop this a pawn in its tracks by setting up a king on a3. You cannot do that. Well, can you? Can you allow this check on b5? This really is a risky maneuver, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
you don't want to self-mate yourself like this.
Giving giving this check away feels slightly risky.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
also king c6, a3 is
Rook
checkmate.
a8, rook a4.
Yeah,
Yep, that's a checkmate. That's a
there is no
checkmate.
way back for a king.
That's the yeah. Maybe we shouldn't allow this knight b5. Yeah, knight b5 should not be allowed.
I think Hikaru now has to accept he has to trade the dark square bishop.
One thing you should not do, you really should not do, is play rook e1. Rook e1 is, in fact, game over after a3. Oops.
Yeah,
So do not try to fight for the e file right now,
yeah.
because you lose after a3. Bishop e5, king a3 if you want to be super risky, but don't do it. I mean, there is absolutely no reason to do it.
Yeah, I think bishop e5 is almost guaranteed that he will play. Actually, maybe trading this bishop is not such a bad thing because we are getting d4 square for the rook.
It's not. It's not. No,
If
it
we
certainly is not.
trade the knight and then put the king on a3, nothing can kick it out. And then we can double the rooks on the other file.
Yes.
Play against d5 square. I don't want to trade the light square bishops. Like, I know the bishop on c4 looks very nice, but it's also prevented from going anywhere because it's stuck defending d5. So for me, our bishop is actually better.
Okay, we have bishop
Played.
e5 on the board.
Yeah. Phew, that's a relief, a bit.
Yes. Bishop e5. We're expecting king c6 quickly by Sindarov. Ah, you know what he might be slightly worried about? King c6, rook d4, and then you cannot play knight b5 because of rook takes c4. So maybe he's going to spend some time between these two moves as well.
Oh, wow.
Whoa!
a5. But
Whoa!
now we have time to play rook e1.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. We certainly do. We certainly do. No, this game flared anew. Right now, I'm sensing that Hikaru might be having some chances.
Hmm. Yeah, that is true.
And in fact, I feel that right now we should be maximizing on the players a little bit so that we get a sense of the tension. of the tension between the two players right now. With 8 minutes against 1 minute and 46 seconds, we're starting to see some cracks. Finally,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
starting to
it's
see some
these
cracks.
little moments. Like it may seem obvious, but we first of all have engine available.
Yes, rook to e1. The pressure is on. The pressure is on.
There can be a lot of things that they also consider which we don't. And Sindarov is trying to think on Hikaru's move, but he's also getting tired. Okay, he's young, like very young. So obviously more energy to calculate quickly, but it's still very energy draining to calculate all of these lines. What do you do now? He has to move the king, right? Or rook. Out of the two, you have to move the king. Because now direct threat is bishop takes d6. Wait. What? Mm.
Lots of things are happening and they're moving very quickly. But again, I feel that right now with a rook on e1, potentially starting to look at ideas of rook to e5, the pressure is starting to mount on Sindarov.
Yeah, yeah, he had to move the king because otherwise he was missing the rook on e8. Unfortunately, I could not show it on the board, so I was waiting for you. But yeah, if he didn't move the king, then bishop takes d6 was coming with a loss of rook.
40 seconds, Maria. 40 seconds for Sindarov. Do you think he knows there's some danger in the position?
I mean, of course, he knows that it's still not easy.
Rook to a8. It's all about this f5 pawn.
Yeah,
If I manage to put enough pressure on the f5 pawn, in fact, what if I go rook e5? What if I start with rook e5?
rook e5.
You
Yeah,
have to go rook
rook
f8, right?
f8, right? But then I
Do
guess
I?
you cannot take immediately because it's a mate.
Oh, it's a
b5.
mate. Don't get mated.
Yeah, it's actually a bait.
Don't get mated. Don't get baited. Yeah. And perhaps it's time for us to see the analysis as well, change the scene. And yeah, rook e5 is tempting. Rook e5 is truly tempting.
Yeah, we will be able to show the lines soon, guys, because this board is not under our control. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so if rook e5, rook f8, under no circumstances can we grab that pawn.
Don't touch the pawn on a4. Do not touch the pawn on a4. This would be an absolutely bait
Yep.
bait of the day, because rook to a4, you cannot stop me from delivering the checkmate unless you sacrifice a rook, and that's obviously not what you want.
Yeah.
Rook e5 was played. Rook f8. Don't touch that pawn,
No, I
Hikaru.
mean, this only works in bullet.
Do not touch
Even
that
in
pawn. He
bullet,
knows
he's
it.
not gonna take it.
But sorry,
How do you defend it? Exactly.
how do you defend it?
Simple bishop g2, h3.
I am going bishop h3, and I am picking up the pawn on f5.
And if you start defending f5, then we can take on a4.
How do you defend f5?
I don't even know. Maybe you can attack
That's
something else.
I just don't see it.
Mm,
I don't see it. I mean, maybe you can go something like rook f6, rook h6, but I think after rook f6, I can
then
take
we can
finally
take.
the pawn, right?
Yeah, then we can take.
It looks dangerous. It still looks
Yeah,
dangerous.
we just run. Well,
But now
king
it's time to
a3,
run, yeah?
b2, yeah.
Well, we go back. We go back.
Grab that pawn and run away.
And once you lose that pawn, this is the pride and joy of your position. Even if we know that it's not that bad, we know that there are still chances for black to defend this one. Psychologically, you lost this pawn. You know you're playing for two results. It becomes much more difficult, especially given that you have a minute on the clock.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Sindarov is leaning in his chair, perhaps not smelling danger yet. Bishop g2, bishop h3. This is it. Do not, Hikaru, do not touch it. Don't touch it. Don't get greedy.
No, it is tempting.
Don't get
Juicer is a
greedy.
juicer, right?
The juicer is a juicer. Yeah, you see a juicer like that. I mean, hanging around wide in the open. Bishop g2, of course.
And now it
Good move.
becomes like, I guess Sindarov was like, it's a small chance, but what if?
I
Nah.
think Sindarov is playing possum. He's like, oh, I missed king takes a4. What can I do now? But no. Bishop to g2 was played.
And now I don't see how can he not lose one pawn.
He's losing the pawn. Right now, he's losing the pawn. To be honest, I don't even feel like he's going to give away his a4 pawn. I think he would more rather, at least from a practical perspective, give away his f5 pawn. Which we will soon realize that if you do try to defend the a4 pawn with b5, bishop h3, losing this f5 pawn is almost decisive.
Yeah.
It's almost decisive at this point.
Because white is not even going to take with the rook.
No.
We are
going to
not
take with the
allowing
bishop.
the rook to infiltrate.
He found the best move. He played rook f6.
But now king e4, right?
Now we take, yes.
It can still seem dangerous, but if you calculate that you have that extra move to run away,
Now you can touch it. Yeah.
there is no check.
Yeah, no
Well,
problem.
there is a
touching it right
b5
now.
check, but the king, with the rook check, the king had to go to b4. That's the difference.
Yeah. What? Whoa. Wait. He went bishop h3. Okay. Not the worst. Not
So
the worst
he's
by any
giving
means.
up h2, but then he can still take on a4,
He can
or
still take on a4. Yes. He definitely can take on a4.
it might be slightly less advantageous, but I think it's still preferable for white.
But am I not giving you checks forever right now? Like
It's possible.
like what do you do now? Like how do you get out of these
Possible.
checks? Rook h6, bishop f5. Rook
Definitely
d7
the
is going
best
to
bet
come.
for black. To not to take on c2, but to give those checks.
You cannot take on c2.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Uh,
Forgot that the bishop took
the
not the
bishop
rook. Yeah.
the bishop is defending. So you will be a pawn up. You will be a pawn
But
up.
now rook h1 and then just infinite checks. The king cannot run back.
I guess you can.
a3, b2.
You can run back.
Yeah, he went there. So what if king a3 now?
So
Oh
after
no,
rook
he
h1,
didn't. He
what do you
didn't
do?
play yet. No. Okay. King a3.
King a3.
Now checks, we just run b2, c1. But he has rook g1.
Yeah, rook g1, and if you go
But then we
g4, I
just
think I have
push.
rook f1, right?
Ah, and we lose that pawn. But we take on h7, at
You take on
least.
h7, I take on f4, you go rook g5 to defend, and now I go bishop e2. It's still a pawn up. Like you're actually not getting that pawn back. So there's still some pressure. This is still pressure. Right now, this is still pressure. Sindarov is not out of the woods.
No. And he has 20 seconds to come out of the woods. To find his way to light and
Find his way out.
civilization and warmth and okay, that took very depressing turn very quickly. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't know what is more depressing. Me talking in Russian accent or Sindarov being in that.
I think he just played a move with 1 second.
Yes, he did.
It's unfortunate that we cannot see the clock exactly, but he played his last move with 1 second. The guy has yeah,
Nerves of
has
steel?
nerves
Or
of
just
steel.
doing it for content? He's just very nice guy. Creating that
Ice,
content for Hikaru.
ice in his veins, and his heart was still low. I don't know about that. I wouldn't bet on that. You know what Hikaru is dreaming about? Getting his king back to d2. Like, for example, if you start giving checks like this, rook e3, let's say you start giving checks with rook a1, king b2, rook a2, king c1, and just let me pass to the other side. I will be very happy. Very, very happy. But that's not going to happen. How do we continue, Maria? How do we continue is the
Well, I
question.
am tempted to play to remove the king from there. Maybe we don't have time for that.
King b2, played.
Oh,
Sindarov back to 15 seconds.
safe. I know Engine was insisting on b4, but it's just not. I just don't like this. I guess Engine was ready to run b4, a5, b6, a7, b8. I mean, why not?
I wouldn't go through a5 and allow king c5 and
Yeah,
maybe a
exactly.
potential mate. I don't want to see
That's
that. I'm not
that's
even
cra-
trying to calculate that.
I
That's
guess
engine stuff.
something like bishop d7, a4 was working, but no, it's crazy.
Okay, at least he
Even with
made
7 minutes, I'm not calculating that.
his move rook g1 with 10 seconds on his clock. Okay, rook g1, rook e3. Right? Has he played rook e3 or Hikaru is still thinking? Trying to understand what he might be thinking about bringing the rook to the other side. So he has two options to defend his pawn on g3. Either from the side with rook to e3, either from the front with rook to g6. If you go rook e6 followed by rook to g6, do you try to go for d4 or b4? How do you handle this position as black?
Mm,
Which way?
I guess b5, b4 makes sense.
But are you in time? Are you in time?
d4?
Before rook g5, I think you're losing another pawn.
Yeah,
I could go here and then I can
looks
take on
bad.
b5. I can even just go bishop f5. I think opening up this fifth rank perhaps not the best.
But then I don't know what else we can do.
Maybe just stay like this. So king c5, rook g6.
Just do
Maybe the
nothing.
idea is to just stay and say
But
that
it's
if
the
you
most. Sorry.
go ahead.
No, staying, not doing anything under such time pressure is the most difficult thing to do.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. The thing is, And what I think is what the idea behind this rook to g2 is that the bishop cannot really move away from this diagonal because you're giving away the d3 square. And then I have bishop to d3. That's why I'm trying to pin you down. But what if I go rook g5? And then I defend like this. And I go here, and now you go h4. Yeah, big moment right now. Rook to e3, defend from the side. Or rook e6, rook g6, defend the pawn from the front.
Yeah, and then we prepare push of f pawn. What is the ideas that black might have? Like
That is a good
everything
question.
seems to be defended. If he had a lot of moves, he could create something on the c2 pawn, like pin it, then d4, d3, but he doesn't have time for this.
Rook e6 is his decision. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Rook e6, king c5, and now look, you've committed. I just said that he committed to rook g6, and he went back to e3. How does putting the king on c5 help? I'm trying to understand.
I'm not sure.
I don't see it.
He just wanted to
I don't see it.
surprise Sindarov.
Why did he
I mean, he can also
force?
repeat. Black can just repeat with king d6, unless.
Well, not, that wouldn't be a
Well, it is
repetition.
an improvement for white, right?
It is an improvement.
We move
yes.
the bishop and then push f5.
b5.
Mm-hmm. Gotta admire Sindarov for playing actively even in time pressure.
He's playing
Or maybe
actively and
that's
he's
the
playing
reason.
well. He's playing actively and he's playing well. Bishop to d3. Do we go d4 after bishop to d3? I think he wants to go bishop d3.
Yeah, well, that's what we plan.
Yeah, bishop d3 and then get the rook behind.
And push the juicer. So, yeah, rook g2 seems like good move. Rook f3.
This pawn. This pawn is going to be dangerous. I can tell you that much.
We'll
So I guess
have to take with the rook, yeah. Then rook f2.
And then rook e3. I'm trying to go to e5. Okay, we have some moves. Bishop e6. King d6 back.
Sindarov is just in a sort of fortress. Just asking, what's your plan?
It's a good question.
So far, I don't see a clear plan.
It's a good question.
The pawn structure is preventing us from creating any chances on the queen side, right? Left side. Left side, right side. It's probably easier to say.
Be careful. Don't go bishop f7.
Whoops.
d4 might be a bit problematic. And in fact, d4 is a big threat after this move, king d6.
So bishop f7, bishop g8.
Bishop f7 or bishop g8, both of them are in trouble. Yeah.
We have to move the bishop back then. And if you missed that, if Hikaru was planning to play bishop f7, then now he is realizing he has to go back. And
Well,
that allows one repetition of the position.
At least one repetition. Yes. Yes. This is not like yesterday. No, Hikaru was never winning in this game. Let's not get carried away. He was never winning. I would say today he played a still very, very precise game, and he managed to find a way to get a slight advantage out of nothing. Let's see if he manages to capitalize on that, but it was never anywhere close to a decisive advantage or anywhere close to that.
Oh, can he push f5? Oh, never mind.
So bishop f5, king c5.
Yeah, pawn to f5 maybe. Just because the pawn on h5 was controlling g4, if we push f5, that pawn, well, it cannot go back.
Another thing you shouldn't do is bishop g6
Can we move our bishop at all?
because of h4, and there's a
Seems
pin
like
on the
this
g
bishop
file.
cannot move anywhere.
Maybe bishop d7. Could this be an idea? Bishop to
Did he play
d7. Try
bishop h7? I think he just played.
I don't see a bishop on h7,
I
but I'm
think he
also
just,
a few
yeah,
seconds behind. So
he just played.
yeah, bishop h7 is on the board.
Okay, so he wants to attack. Wait, but he cannot play bishop g8 either. He's just removing the bishop out of the way and wants to push f5, f6. Practically good decision, but then c2 gets undefended.
Good move. Good move.
Yeah, what do you do with black?
Not sure.
Surprising move.
b4. Okay, so he's really trying to exchange some p on that side.
Yeah, because he wants to play maybe rook g2 and d4, d3 later.
He's trying to trade a p, but trading p like this is just, I mean, can I go rook f3, for example?
Yeah, rook f3 behind the pawn.
And then just try to push? Like,
But his
what's...
idea is d4, d3, I think. Once we play f5, d3. Or maybe rook g2 first. I don't know. But then it's one
So I
move
go
too
f5. What
late.
do you... rook f3, d4. I go f5.
Mm,
Now you just go d3.
I guess d3, and we want to try to checkmate.
This is the idea. So you sacrifice, you force the king to c1, and now you go bishop d5 and start trying to checkmate. Not easy. This is not easy. Because you sacrifice another pawn. That's a big concession. That's a
But once
big,
the
big
king is
concession.
on c3, it's probably gonna be a forced draw by
It's a draw,
repetition.
yes, yes. King c3, and I think you have to go something like d4.
Yeah, give up the pawn.
Give up the pawn
But then
and
the
just
the
make a
black
draw.
king being so active is probably enough.
It's a draw. There's no way you win this. No way you win this.
In
And I
fact,
go...
white needs to be careful not to get checkmated.
Yeah, that's also probably not going to happen. I can just give you checks forever.
Bishop d3.
Bishop
Oh,
d3,
then
f6.
f6.
Might be in
Yeah.
trouble. Even though there's no trouble.
Still
You
rook
still give
g1.
check. Check, check, check,
Repetition.
check, check, check.
Simply repetition, yeah.
Yeah. No, b4 was a good move. cb4, king takes b4. Maybe he can find a way now, but where is the way? Where is the way? We're getting news that Ali Reza might be in trouble himself. So Ali Reza might be leaving the tournament.
What?
The
Is
player
he
that
losing?
dominated stage 1
What?
seems to be, and got the choice of opponent first, seems to be going home.
Keimer is the find of the tournament, surprise of the tournament.
Keimer took it personally. Like
I was like,
Keimer
hey, no
Jordan.
way you are choosing me first.
Yes.
Never again.
Rook f3. Okay.
Where is the time? Well, Hikaru was the one who was trying to find a win.
He found
Sindarov was
d3.
simply defending.
This
Sometimes
guy.
defending is easier.
This guy is just incredible. He finds everything. He found d4 also.
He just tries to simplify, but I guess he also sees this checkmate threats ideas.
He
Of
might be
course,
seeing
white is
this
always.
bishop d5, king c3 idea.
Yeah.
Bishop e4. Okay.
Now d3 is not possible, right?
I don't think so. No. d3 I just take with the bishop.
This is a good move. He's threatening with f5, very concrete play.
Yes.
In
And getting the
fact,
bishop out. Getting the bishop out from h7. You don't want to get caught up with that bishop there. So bishop to d3 is still putting some pressure on
yeah. In fact, the
Sindarov.
engine is saying the black king needs to run back to stop that pawn.
Is that the only move?
I don't know. Let's try to play. I don't. Well, but we also don't have other moves. Rook g2 we cannot do.
No, rook g2, maybe even rook b3 ideas
Yeah,
are
we can
starting
just
to
trade
look.
the rooks.
Yeah. Okay. Bishop e4
So maybe
is
king move is
dangerous.
only move.
What if I go rook e1
What if
to try to kick this bishop away?
bishop
I
g3?
think this is the
No,
most natural move.
we don't want to trade the bishops. Bishop g6.
And then what if I go back?
Take on h5.
Oh, you take my pawn.
Thank
Never
you.
mind.
But
You take my pawn.
maybe again rook.
The same thing with d3, yeah?
Yeah, d3 again becomes possible.
Bishop d5. Maybe this is 3 pawns down, but I still have enough compensation given that your king is so weak.
3 pawns down, it's still a draw. Come on.
Yeah.
Our streamer will be very pissed.
This is some crazy stuff right here. Okay. 24 seconds for Sindarov. What did he play? Bishop f7.
Bishop f7. How to progress? Maybe
I'm
we should
pushing.
get the rook out.
Why not push? Let's push.
Fine, okay.
Is it time to push?
But then once we hit the bishop with f6, what do we do next?
I don't know, but at least my pawn is on f6.
And we get 2 free moves and pass
Yes.
the ball. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
He
Fair.
said no.
Okay.
Hikaru was like, you know what? No. I'm going to go rook a3. He's not ready
Okay.
to push.
So rook a7 is his idea?
Yes. He's trying to take it from behind.
Maybe white can somehow orchestrate a checkmate.
Oh,
Bishop
hard
d5.
attack. Hard attack. Hard attack. My goodness.
We need to measure your heart rate, Christian.
Oof. I was like, what in the world? I forgot that the computer sometimes does this.
Bro.
For a second. Bishop d5 was like, whoa. Yeah, bishop c4. Bishop c4 seems to be the best move.
Yeah, and if rook f3, then he can repeat. Maybe f5 now.
f5, you might allow me to go rook f1. I'm actually
Then rook
curious. How is
f3?
this endgame?
What
Yeah,
if rook f3 then?
that's a good question. How is this endgame? Can I take?
I
No,
doubt
this
it.
is
I very
losing.
much doubt it. We're immediately snapping on h5.
I'm going to e5. How exactly do you kick me out? Yeah, I think this might be a draw also.
It could be. Yeah.
Bishop c4, f5, rook to e1 first, which does make sense because you're kicking the bishop away and then you're going to go for rook to f1.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there is any progress for white. The moment you push the pawn too much. In fact, you cannot play f6 because then rook f1.
Bishop f3, okay, covering the f file, and also keeping an eye on the pawn on h5.
Yeah, but if we take on h5, they can take on f5.
So what's the idea after f6? Do you just go d3 again? I think you just go d3 again.
Yeah.
Every single time this d3 comes. There's always this d3. Bishop f4, bishop e4, rook e1. That's a one-time repetition.
Trying to find something now. Hikaru is lower on time. That's why he repeated, probably to just gain some time. Is it official? Is Alireza out? Alireza is out.
Not yet. Is it?
No, Keimer just finished the game.
I see the game still pending, but maybe there was some, yeah, a draw. Alireza is out. Keimer moves on to the semifinals where he will be meeting Magnus, who went 2-0 against Nodirbek. That is a huge, huge result. So we know 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4 semifinalists. And it is this one. It is this one right now. Hikaru versus Sindarov. Took on h5. He's going to take on f5 now. Yeah, Vincent definitely completed his revenge arc. At least against Alireza. You know, there's no more revenge after this one because nobody actually picks you anymore. The bracket is already settled.
How does it say on Magnus merch? Beating someone once is not a revenge?
Magnus has merch?
Yes.
What? Is this like the take merch or?
No, it's his own merch. Well, not the right channel to talk about it, but
Interesting.
I just find this phrase a bit confusing.
I didn't know he has
How
merch.
is it not a revenge? Beating someone once is a revenge.
By the way, d3 was played by Sindarov. Sindarov wants to get out of here. He wants to get out of here.
No, I don't like c3. c3, maybe.
I mean,
Is c3 a move?
You might have to go for it.
Just to keep chances.
Rook a8.
d2 is.
But rook a8, now I just take. Now it's just over.
I'm just worried about moves like d2.
Now, d2 is probably what Hikaru would love to see, because then at least you get some rook d8 and you get some more chances maybe. But I think just taking is pretty much over, because it kind of forces you to take on c2, and then I can take on f5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the worst case for Sindarov, he can always give up the bishop for the last remaining pawn. And it still should be a draw.
That's best case for Hikaru, yes. Because if he can get rook bishop versus rook, okay, I'm sure Sindarov knows theoretically how to make a draw, but from a practical perspective, that endgame is not easy.
No. Under time pressure, yeah.
So let's see. After rook to a8. By the way, if they do end up 1-1 and they go to tie breaks, what happens with the position? Do we get a new position, or are we playing the same position?
It's a new position every time, yeah.
New position, yeah?
I think for each game. Yeah, for each game. New position.
Or each mini match?
No, it's each game.
Each game after that? Oh, wow. Wow. Huh. Okay.
But almost no time to prepare, I suppose. Maybe 5 minutes. I think
no
it was
time.
like
No time and nobody to prepare with.
5 minutes before the
Everybody
game.
finished. There's nobody else to prepare with.
I mean, you can call Fabi, but if you're playing him tomorrow, maybe it's a little weird.
Fabi's at dinner.
Keimer.
Fabi's chilling probably right now.
Yeah.
He took on c2.
Is Chris there, by the way?
No, he's not. He's not.
I guess he can analyze with Atusa then. I know Atusa is there.
Ah, there's Atusa. Yeah. Sorry, why did
I don't know
play
if
King A5
chat
and not
saw
King
her,
C5?
but our Zoom cameras, we see a little more. So I was like, there is Atusa in the background.
I must be missing something. Why? Oh my
Rook
goodness.
c8.
No,
Ah,
rook
take the bishop
c8.
and bishop
This
e2.
was Hikaru's trick. I fell for it, but
Ah,
Sindarov didn't.
cute.
Sindarov played king a5. That was his last trick. That was a good trick, by the way.
Look at the accuracy. Those guys.
97.9, 97.8. Kind of a ridiculous accuracy. Again, this match has been extremely accurate. Very, very accurate.
Yeah.
Like
Both games.
yesterday,
Yeah.
some missteps towards the end, but this game, I mean, the eval never budged. The eval never went higher than maybe 0.5, 0.4, which is not the winning advantage. So, yeah, I have to say, very, very well played match so far. King c3. Do you take on h5? Actually, you should never risk that. I think this is just losing.
Is it?
I think so. It must be
Because the
losing,
king
right?
is so far away.
Yeah, like rook b3. Yeah, this is actually losing. So one final trick. Maybe he takes on h5. Maybe he takes on h5.
Free bishop, free bishop. Take it, take it, take it. No, but the king all the way on a file, while the pawn is on g file. Anyone who goes into this endgame is wishing death.
Yes. Yes. That is a good way to put it. The final trap.
And I guess once
Maybe
black
not the final
plays,
trap.
well, once black plays something else, g4, right? I
You know
think we
what?
are heading towards rook bishop versus rook.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I'm starting to think the
Still,
same.
still the king is very far, so
I'm starting to think the same. Yes. I think we might be we might be here for a while, even with this game.
and still a lot of chances for Hikaru to win this game.
Yes, this is not over.
Or rather, a lot of chances for Sindarov to mess it up.
This is not over. G4, G5.
Rook g5, right?
I guess rook. I would play probably rook d5. I'm starting to think that there are some serious chances right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there are some serious chances right now.
Yeah, he got the king, the black king, in a perfect place.
Okay, rook g8 and g5.
Or
Rook g8 or g5. It's time to push.
yeah,
It is time to push.
I'm trying to find a way to checkmate that king, but it's a long shot.
What I'm dreaming of is finding a way to push the p before you get the king in front of it, and force the trade or the sacrifice of the light square bishop, the bishop on b5 for the pawn on g4. If I manage to do that, if I manage to get rook bishop versus rook, then I have decent practical chances. It's a
And
theoretical draw, but
yeah,
there's chances.
and if the rook is still, oh sorry, if the king is still at the edge of the board, then we are saving a lot of moves, bearing 50 move rule. So it gets maybe a bit easier to find how to checkmate there with the bishop.
Why is the engine saying that black is slightly better? Okay, the engine is ridiculous.
The engine is tripping.
I guess he's saying rook d3, king c2, king b4, and then try to checkmate, or at least try to threaten some sort of a checkmate of your own.
Sure.
But obviously, you cannot be better when you're a pawn
Come
down in
on.
this endgame.
It's easy with rook b8 to stop that.
Yeah.
But I guess it's just saying that this pawn is never going anywhere. That's sad. King d2.
Mm-hmm.
Our king is also being restricted from helping the pawn.
Yeah.
Because of course, ideal situation is if our king is helping, and then we also put the bishop, our bishop, in front of any attempt of black bishop to capture the pawn. Then it's a win.
Yes. Yes, rook to g3. Let's see. Yeah, maybe. I think rook d3, rook g3 was a nice find. It does seem like Sindarov probably has this. I don't see a
Yeah.
good way to try to do much at this point.
Yeah, even with bishops on the board, still the same rule applies that the rook needs to be behind the pawn.
Yeah. King to d2, king to b4.
Then king e1, king f2. That's the only way to try to get closer.
Well, king e1, I'm going to go rook to g2. I don't think I'm allowing you to get that.
But we can push g5, right?
You can, yeah. You can push g5 anytime you want. Anytime you want. But I think I'm just going to slowly push my king towards d4. Bishop to c4 does protect against any sort of g8 ideas. So now just like king b4, king c5, king d4 might be enough.
Yeah, this was a great find to cut off the white king as well.
King b4, g5, king c5. Yes, g6 is what Hikaru wants to do. King d4 and rook d7, right?
Yeah.
That's probably what he wants to do. Yeah, and we might even see this. King e5, g7, king f6, and now I'm going to pick up the g7 pawn next move. Let's see. King c5, they're headed in this direction.
He's not pushing the pawn yet.
Okay, king e1. He's saying king f2. Hikaru is still trying. This is what I like about this one. He really is not giving up hope, not giving up the pressure. King to e1. Now, if you try to stop me with rook g2, I have bishop f3, so I can kick you away. Bishop d5. Sindarov saying that when you go king f2, I give you a check. Yeah, crafty way. King f2, I'll give you a check. If you go king e3, then I'm going to continue getting closer with king d6.
Somehow the black king is better placed now.
Yeah,
Than at the
one move
beginning.
away from the center, and when you go here, I give you a check. We have some moves. King e3, they're
Amazing
following.
that he found all this with 1 minute.
Yeah, he's good. Sindarov is a good player.
New Minister of Defense.
He's showing some really resilient chess. Yeah. Bishop to e8.
Hikaru keeps trying to confuse him. That's a good approach. I don't know why Engine is screaming bishop e6.
To build up the same
Yeah, to
construction
bring
of
the
getting
king
closer.
without. But you can play king first too.
I think this is the last. It's not really a trick. It's not really a trick. I just want to give you a check on e7.
And then king.
And if you go king f5, maybe I'll give you another check, and then I'm going to
if
pray that you
takes,
take. And then I go
king.
rook e5. And I get what I dream of, which is rook bishop versus rook. But that's never going to happen. After check, you can always go to g6.
But then
there's still
still,
nothing.
still rook e5 maybe.
But I put my king in front of your pawn. I shouldn't have any problems at that point. Bishop
Mm.
f7 followed by king g7. Bishop e8. Sindarov
Yeah,
is thinking.
I vaguely remember Magnus flagging in Norway at the World Championship. That's when Hikaru was first and Wesley was second, right? Or was it the other way around?
That
I
was in
remember.
Iceland. In
No,
Iceland.
no. I think Wesley was first in the end.
In
They
Norway,
had
Wesley won,
flowers.
yes.
I remember there was a photo from the closing ceremony, all of them holding flowers, and Magnus just looks so annoyed and just wants to leave. Everyone else is smiling, and he is just so not in the mood for this closing ceremony.
Well, yes, Wesley did beat Magnus in Norway. I remember that Wesley actually dominated that tournament. He really played a good tournament, and then Hikaru won in Iceland.
Yep.
3 years later, 2022. Maybe this is what FIDE is actually doing. They're just organizing Chess 960 every 3 years. Maybe we'll get one this year.
But that's the thing, they never organize it.
Maybe they try to do it again.
All of the world championships were not organized by FIDE.
Like chess.com.
That's why I also don't understand why it's such a problem now. It was Norwegians who organized all the world championships so far.
Yeah. Yeah.
FIDE was never even interested in this variant at all. They don't have ratings for it. They don't have any rules. Well, they have basic rules, but there's like no championship cycle. They just did not think of it.
Yeah. Rook a7. I think we're seeing perhaps the last few moves of this game right now. Rook to a7.
Yeah, I guess the recap is not coming very soon of this game.
I think the recap comes after the tiebreaks.
Yeah, if he still
Um,
has energy. He probably does. He always has energy for YouTube.
yes. Okay, so king f6, king f2, rook to e5 is what we believe will be the move. Rook to e5, followed by capturing of the g6 pawn.
Mm. Yeah, and bishop f7, he just goes king g7 after and stops his feet.
Yeah, bishop f7, you just take with the g pawn,
Take and king g7.
king g7, or check first, and then yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I think both players know right now, and they're just about to go into that. King g7 or rook f5 check, followed by king g7. You pick up the pawn no matter what.
Yeah, he will for now.
Yep.
Or just play to bear.
We have tiebreaks, Maria. We have tiebreaks. This
Well,
was a fun
exciting.
match so far.
They're playing until bear kings. No draw offer.
Of course not. Of course not. These two players still have something to play for. They don't want to give any concessions to their opponents, any sort of psychological concessions. None of that.
No. Any analysis after the game? Probably not. I guess they need to draw the color now for the rapid game. Yep. They are drawing the color. Who is speaking? Wonderful camera work. Okay. I think Sindarov is speaking. We only see the back of the arbiter.
I don't know exactly what was picked. I don't know exactly what was picked.
Yeah. I think they flashed the white pawn to Hikaru. I'm not sure. It was very quick.
So we think that Hikaru gets white, and I think it's time for us to take a break right now while the players are still resting and trying to gather their energy for the tiebreaks. Tiebreaks is just about to start. I don't think we're going to have a huge break in between.
No, not a huge break. But they will have 5 minutes to get familiarized with the new position, and then we will tune in.
That's it. And we'll be seeing you guys in just a few minutes. Stay with us, and the tiebreaks is about to begin. More.
Next position.
Okay, so yeah, we have, of course, like surprisingly, another drawing to do, and so I thought like we have a very famous person here. So and he just happened to be in the spa, so I thought let Danny come on. Do you want to do the drawing?
I will.
Perfect. So you will see him in the bathrobe. Okay, so then you take the microphone. I'm gonna do the.
Sure.
And then you're gonna pick up the number.
Danny, a comment?
No comments. I feel refreshed and ready, and I'm excited to see what happens here.
Let's do it.
We have position 942.
Thank you, Danny. Hikaru, you can prepare at your board if you want. Hikaru, if you want, you can prepare at your board, and Javokir, this board is for you. Or if you prefer, you can keep the original boards, I guess. To our spectators, enjoy. To the players, good luck.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in 2025 at the beautiful Weisenhaus Resort. Our first playoff match of the entire event, and it's sports. Hikaru Nakamura up against Javokir Sindarov. Position 942 is the one to be drawn. And like we were saying just before it was drawn, I think it's an interesting situation where, as in previous rounds, these players had the benefit of linking up with their colleagues, although there is still maybe a debate on whether or not that's a good or a bad thing. Here, they are left to their own devices to evaluate the position.
First, I'm just going to address the elephant in the room. That was definitely Danny Wrench not following the dress code.
Not following the dress code, but making full use of the amenities at this beautiful resort. So can we fault him for it? I feel like he gets a pass.
You showed up in a bathrobe. I can't believe that. Well, there
Straight
is
from the spa,
Straight from the beautiful spa. I mean, you're in Weisenhaus, and I think this place has been awarded the...
And here we go. We are back with the tiebreaks, and Hikaru seems to be playing with the white pieces in game one, and we do have the position, as you guys already saw that. That was quite an original way to pick a chess position, freestyle chess position. Danny Sona came and gave us position 943. So let's talk about the position.
Are you sure you want to talk about the position, though?
What else should we be talking about?
I mean, not about Danny, obviously, but...
I think we should be talking about Danny. What did you think about his outfit?
No, I just want to say, if I had a chance to stay all day in that spa, in that hotel, I would. Like, if I could just come to the playing hall in the bathrobe, take a couple of photos, and then just go back deep into that amazing swimming pool, I would.
He looked
I just
pampered.
didn't know if there was an option.
He definitely looked relaxed, ready to, have dinner, have some more meetings. But yeah, he definitely seems to be enjoying himself in Weisenhaus.
I just didn't know it was an option. I think once I managed to run after the last game for 15 minutes to swim in a pool. That's all.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they close it at 7 p.m. They close it. It's no chance.
Great. Yeah. No, I mean, again, the more I hear about this, the more
you want to go.
Sounds...
Maybe next time Fabi can have 2 seconds.
I have FOMO. No, I'm going to have to speak with...
Can you memorize like 100 positions?
I'm having a hard time with
You
normal chess with
can
one
get some
position.
load of Miguel off and memorize just a little bit, just 100.
This
It's
is move.
nothing.
This is position 942, so it seems like Fabi probably didn't get to this one. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to help Hikaru on this one. It's too far. It's too far in the mix. And the
Yeah.
players are, by the way, no, Sindarov is at the board.
Yeah, but I noticed that Sindarov, when he got that 5 minutes to analyze, he was not moving any pieces.
Yeah, so he was like, you know what? I might as well just go to the actual playing board and think about it there.
You know, this is actually a smart move from him. He immediately started thinking so that he saves 5 minutes from the actual game, which he usually does think on.
He's putting himself in the thinking mode. You think, and then by the time you start the game, you already thought for 5 minutes. That's it. You know
You
exactly what to
already
do.
wasted that time anyway, so might as well just make a move.
I
Yeah.
agree. That's the game can finally start, right?
5 head from Sindarov. But Hikaru also analyzed. I wonder if he analyzed alone or did he have someone to help? Or
Probably alone.
sparring.
Probably alone. Probably alone.
All
That's
right,
my guess.
back to the position. Didn't we have something similar? Well, the previous game we also had two bishops on g1 and f1, the queen on e1. The only difference is that the knight is not on a1 but on d1 and everything else has shifted, right?
Yes. Yes. There was a knight on
Ah,
a1.
the rook was on h1. Yeah, I'm
So
sorry.
this knight was here.
Mm-hmm.
This rook was all the way to h1, if I remember correctly. And the king was on c1. The rook was on b1. This
Mm-hmm.
rook from c1 was on b1. And I don't remember exactly where. This knight. Yeah, there was one knight on d1. One knight on d1 and one knight on a1. So
Yeah.
there's a few differences. There's definitely a few differences.
Yeah.
So
Well,
what are
one big major similarity is that the queen is in the center. So by pushing e pawn or d pawn, you do immediately get the queen already out.
I think e4 has to be move one
E4, f4,
or f4. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
both moves seem very pleasing.
It does look similar to the position that we had yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Yes, there was one very similar where in order to castle, you need to move rook on c1.
Yes.
And castle short side is pretty much impossible unless you develop everything, but then the king side,
Takes a while,
the
right?
right side of pawns will be too damaged.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Yeah,
Takes a while. You have to move the f pawn. You have to
takes a
move the
while
g
and
pawn or the
probably
e pawn.
not necessary at all. Hikaru is coming to the board.
To be honest, I don't even think you should be spending too much time at the board. I think you have to let instinct kick in at this point, at least for the first couple of moves. Like you can glance at it, but prioritizing rest and perhaps just that mental rest, not necessarily physical, because you're still pumped by the adrenaline that didn't subside after the game. So I think what you need to do is calm yourself down, get yourself in the mood, that you still have two games to go, that this is a completely new mini match. Forget about what happened before. Now it's time to take it from the beginning.
But you don't want to calm down too much.
Not too
Right?
much. Not too much.
Not too
Again,
much.
you're not going to be. You don't want to be super relaxed, right? But
Like
you
Danny.
also no, definitely not like that. Definitely not like that.
There should be some limit to relaxation during the working day, right?
Only Danny can do a Danny. Danny sauna. It's a good sounding
Sauna
name,
edition.
actually.
Chess and sauna, maybe that's a new format we can think about.
I think they used to do. Was it jacuzzi streams?
Well, I think actually the first one who did a pool and bus-stop streams was Magnus. He
Yes,
played
yes, yes.
chess in his outside
Bathtub, yeah.
bathtub, yeah, in
Yeah.
his
The hot
Norwegian
tub, the
home.
hot tub chess.
Hot
Yeah.
tub chess, yes. But it was, well, it was hot tub, but it was not very hot there. It was like minus outside.
Yeah. At least the tub must have been pretty warm.
Must have been, yeah.
Should be. So the best continuation, we believe maybe f4 or e4.
I think e4. My bet is e4. Because you also unlock the light squared bishop.
I would probably do the same thing, yes. So the way I would start this game would be e4, and if you respond with e5, I would set my bishop out to c4. Just so that you don't have some
That's the London.
f6.
That's the
I would play the
freestyle
London.
London.
Yeah. I would play the London. Yes.
And if you don't play e5, then I'm happily playing f4.
That's a good point. I
So
think we're going to see the first London, the first Just 960 London.
Then the rest, probably the easiest is to put the knight on c3. And then I guess once you remove the knight, you can also play rook d1 and castle.
Yeah. I can even see something like this. Take. Okay, we have moves. None of this, no
F4.
London. F4.
F4 immediately to prevent e5, but then what if f5?
I think it's just...
This is a bit trickier, because if you don't play f5, then definitely... No, he played. No, he didn't yet.
Do you want to play e5?
I think
Actually,
I'll
this would be pretty
take
bad.
and d4, yeah.
Yeah, this
Queen
would be
gets
pretty
hit.
bad.
You cannot play e5. You have to play f5 to prevent e4. It just goes the same way as e4, e5.
Or do you play reverse Sicilian? You go d5.
But then I still can play e4. You have no knight to attack the queen.
That's true. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, there's no knight. Reverse Sicilian doesn't work. It's unfortunate. Yeah, he probably has to go f5. But he's spending some time.
Did he forget?
No, I don't think so. I think he needs to spend his first 5 minutes on this one before he makes a move.
I was gonna say let's check other games, but there are no other games.
That's it. No
Oh
more
wait,
games.
did Livon win the match? Because we obviously completely
I do not
overlooked
know.
that.
I do not
that
know.
was the only chance.
Maybe chat can keep us updated on what
If
happened.
Livon didn't lose, then he won the match.
Levon won the match. We are being told
That short was the winning
match.
factor for sure.
Yep.
Livon is in sauna now.
He probably is. He probably is.
Jealous. I'm not gonna lie. It's a great company. Don't get me wrong. I love to be here. But that bathrobe made me jealous.
Look, f4, f5. Why is he not playing it? Like, what else is he thinking?
Wow.
Well,
okay,
I guess we have an answer.
We are taking this. Grabs the trophy and runs. We take those. E4. Instant.
Okay. Yep. He's listening to you. I think he might be going e5.
But again, we take
and then queen e5.
I guess we cannot play d4 immediately, but that queen is gonna get hit by...
Yeah, he is going e5. This is his plan.
The problem is you cannot take with knight. You have to take with the queen.
No. And that's why he started with knight c6. He just wanted to control d4.
And he wants to play f5. I think Hikaru missed this. He needed to play knight g3 to prevent f5. Is it f5 that he wants to?
I mean, sure, but f5 I will take. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you equalize. It's not like my rook is protected by the rook. My queen is protected by the rook, so you have to take on f5, and then
at
least I get the hit.
Yeah, and also black cannot play rook e8 immediately.
Not yet.
No,
You
I
have to go
guess we
back to
can.
f7 and
I
then.
mean, it's equal. There is no center anymore. In fact, it's super
Yes.
symmetrical,
But
almost.
what if I push?
Now rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8. Maybe let's say queen b2.
And I mean, there are no problems, but I don't see like yeah, d5 is possible.
d5, maybe
Probably.
bishop b5. I don't know. I
Queen
was
c7,
thinking that maybe I get something.
maybe,
Maybe I get something.
but maybe we just move the queen.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't seem like I have a huge follow-up.
Hmm.
But after knight c3, Sindarov is thinking.
I
He's
mean,
down to his
Sindarov is
last 7 minutes.
thinking is going to be the motto of the entire match. Sindarov
I
is
guess so.
thinking. Thinking or thinking.
Knight c3,
Sindaroing.
bishop to b4. Okay. Look, one thing that Hikaru is doing, he's playing really fast. He's not overthinking this. Hey, you want to take your time? Take your time. I'm not. I'm going to play fast. I'm going to take the practical approach.
Yeah,
this
and I
one.
think practically speaking, Hikaru did not want to bother calculating knight g3, h5. That's why he did not play knight g3.
Yes, that is a good point. Yes, knight g3.
And the knight is heading to d3. Yeah, I like his position.
Probably rook e8 to stop you from going knight d3.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Fair. And what is this? The threat is f5, but we can prepare for it with rook d1 and castle.
The problem with rook d1 is that he's going to castle himself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Castle?
You cannot.
Why not?
Because you have rook on d1.
But the other... Oh, wait.
Well, you have to
Right,
move
you're
it
right.
first.
Oh, it's a long castle. It's not a short one.
No, you have to move it first.
Ah, okay, rook d5 and then
But you
castle.
cannot. You cannot go rook d5
Oh
because of
no,
queen
then I
d5.
cannot castle.
That is the problem. That is the problem.
No.
It's annoying. It's annoying. You're just simply not getting in time. That's
Very short, long castle, exactly.
yeah, that's the problem.
Hmm.
That's the problem. Okay, so Hikaru is finally taking his first thing.
So, do we have to just do one cloud then?
How do you bunk loud?
b3, king b2?
That's a very healthy bunk loud.
It's better
That's
than real
that's the
bunk cloud.
that's
This
the
is
best
like
bunk
this
cloud
is
I've
pseudo
ever
bunk
seen.
cloud. This is bunk cloud wannabe.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody believes this bunk cloud is a bunk cloud. You know, if the bunk cloud is trying to be thought as bunk cloud, nobody's going to believe him or her, whatever. I don't know what bunk cloud is. Anyway, he played
G3.
g3. We're going into some crazy discussions. G3.
Yeah, that this stream escalated very quickly. It's all Danny's fault. Imagine seeing your boss on a like stage in a bathrobe.
I mean, to be honest, it's kind of on brand for Danny.
Yeah,
He does
I
these
guess at this
things.
point I shouldn't be surprised.
He does these things, right? I mean, he does all this like green pawn
Yeah,
masquerade or however you want to call it. Like he's not shy when it comes to this type of cosplay.
but then how do you take your job seriously after this?
I don't think he does take his job very
But what
seriously,
about
and
me?
I think
Technically he's my boss.
I think this is why it's working so well for him. He just doesn't take his job that seriously, and you shouldn't either. Oh. Six. Okay, so after spending a lot of time, this seems to be some sort of a strategy by Sindarov. He spends some time, he gets out of the opening, and then he speeds things up. What do we think about the position, though? Wait a minute.
Hmm.
Queen f2, what do you do?
Well, now we want to castle, right?
You cannot.
Rook d2,
I don't think you can.
rook d1, and then castle.
I don't think you can.
Ah, you're going for the blow immediately.
Maybe you cannot. I don't know why,
Maybe
but
take with other knight.
I was thinking of just taking on c6 and taking on a7, but this is not enough, I guess.
Engine says, get out.
Yeah, you cover with a rook like this, and now there is no more castle for me.
Yeah, and there is no light squared bishop.
Okay, we have a few moves. a4. I like this move. I like this move. You know what? I'm castled already. I'm castled. My rook is going to go out via a4. I've decided I'm castled. And I think that's a good decision, actually.
Oh,
Because-
actually, yeah. Who says king on b1 and the rook on c1 is not a castle?
Yeah.
My castle, short castle, right? That's what I wanted to do. Just
Yeah.
and then rook a3, except you cannot go.
Well, if you go a5, I would go b3.
Hmm.
And he didn't go a5. He went long castle, short castle.
We cannot predict any Sindarov's move. This guy is a mystery. Yeah, okay. So what do we do now? Queen f1. In fairness, I also cannot predict Hikaru's move.
Queen f1 getting away from any sort of like f5 ideas or d5 ideas. What I don't understand is why didn't he go for a5, right?
And
But
why queen f1 and not queen f2?
that's a good question. He's okay. I can explain that.
Maybe knight e5, knight g4, yeah.
Knight e5, knight g4 might have come with a hit, and I think he's planning on doing knight g5, knight f4, and get his own knight to d5, perhaps.
But then what if bishop c4? I guess b3 then with the tempo.
Bishop c4 right now.
Yeah,
Then
like
yes.
in the
Then
knight.
I think just
b3.
just
Yeah.
b3.
And bishop on a6 is just ugly, right?
If you put a bishop on a6, I think I lock it. I must be able to lock it, right? Like there. This just, I mean, look at this bishop.
Or also queen, no, well, pawn on a7, you cannot push it anymore. So we can also capitalize on that.
No. And once you play b6, I go a5.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, okay, finally Sindarov played bishop to c4.
Oh, finally I predicted one move, which is probably bad move. But it's
b3
fine.
immediately played by Hikaru. Nice response.
Okay, bishop a6. Go bishop a6. I'm gonna predict all the bad moves for Sindarov. Don't thank me, Chad.
I think he wants to take. My guess is that he wants to take.
But if he takes, we take with a pawn, right?
I think so.
It's a strange pawn formation, but
it looks
seems
like
to
some
be
sort
working.
of like a ship, right? Or like
Yeah,
what does
like
this look
boat.
like? Like a boat. Yes.
Boat opening.
It's the boat opening. The boat in front of my king. The bathtub. Okay, this
formation.
is the bathtub. Okay, yeah, no, that actually makes a lot of sense. This is the bathtub.
The bathrobe gambit.
Yeah.
I think this pawn formation can only work with those two bishops defending, like protecting it.
Yeah.
Those,
Yeah,
rather supporting the whole. Yeah.
And black doesn't have any bishops to attack my bathtub. So I'm feeling good.
Jacuzzi. No, it's too small for a jacuzzi.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about it. Okay, he took. Get the banana formation, bathtub formation.
Banana, yeah. I actually once tried to come up with a banana opening.
Whatever you want to call it. But this is a beautiful, beautiful Noah's Ark. This is Noah's Ark. I just need to have my pieces.
Just gonna save all of the bishops. Well, it's a pair of bishops. We can take a pair of bishops, so they survive. Yeah.
I think we're
pair of rooks. And king with queen. Perfect. How do you say banana in Russian? Well, it's almost the same, except it's banan.
Okay, defend the banana with the king. Don't let him eat it. Actually, this is a checkmating threat. You forget about this, checkmate your next
Uh-oh.
move.
What was the name of that checkmate again? The one where there are pieces on both sides, rooks. It has a name.
I'm not sure. Epaulette.
Epaulettes.
Yes, yes.
It's
yes.
like you put two epaulettes on the shoulders of the king.
Yes.
Here you go. This is your.
He's attacking the bathtub. He really doesn't like this.
He's hitting our bathtub with a hammer.
He's really coming after it. I mean, he's giving away any semblance of being friendly to the bathtub. He wants to take it down.
Hail banana. Defend it at all costs. Well, he can keep attacking it, but at some point he might also sleep on the banana skin.
Yes. I mean, to be honest, this knight on a5 looks really bad, really poor. Obviously, don't go b4 yet, but rook a3 followed by
Rook
b4 and
A3 is
a5,
nice.
b5. I mean, wait a minute. Aren't you just getting completely steamrolled?
With a banana.
Yes.
This is a banana. Well, now it turned into. It's like a check mark.
It's like a candle.
Candle?
Yeah, you know.
Where
those,
do you
like,
see a candle?
This is the fire.
Oh, like a candlestick.
Yes, like a candlestick.
Do you watch a lot of Disney movies?
You caught me. You caught me.
This looks like a bird more.
I don't know what it looks like.
Helicopter. Yeah, I mean, I guess a bird.
The Hanukkah formation. Rook a3, good move. 95.
Oh, look at that symmetry. We have banana with two knights on both ends. Or they really want to escape in that north port.
So does he actually want to give knight c4? I guess he's forced to give knight c4. Knight c4, take. If you go knight e3, you just lose after d5. This is lost. So you have to take the rook on a3.
No,
but this is
I
just.
think we're happy with this.
I mean, this is two bishops against the rook.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Yeah, I think this is good. Hikaru decides against it, and he builds this.
He finishes the candlestick formation.
This candlestick. This rook needs to be somewhere else. I don't know what this rook is doing, but it's a nice candlestick. Very symmetrical.
Something tells me this video is not gonna make it to more GMHikaru. But at least we're having fun.
Yes. That's a nice little formation.
It does actually. It does look like a heart a little bit.
Yes. And it's a good position, by the way. Okay, we're chilling, we're having fun, but it is a good position. And I am threatening something very serious. So, for example, if you go something like h5, yeah, I think I can just simply go d4 or
I think
d5.
d4 is a real threat. He
then
moved
d5.
the king to prevent
you
it.
move the queen and then b4.
Yeah.
Like your knight is lost. Your knight is trapped. So we have a move king b8.
Now d4 is real. Like Hikaru moved the king just to prevent knight c4 coming with a check. He's playing very practically. Like, okay, with analyzing, we see that knight c4 ends up in a lost position, but he doesn't want to calculate that. He just avoids it because now there is no check. He can move the rook.
This is over. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is easy stuff. So after d4, he's going to have to come back with the knight. You cannot allow the hit after knight to c4. So you have to go back d5. Where do you put the queen? You could potentially save your piece with queen a6. We have a move. d4 is on the board. Hikaru is going for it. It's finally time. Knight f7. Okay.
Well, d5. If queen a6, we of course achieved a lot with the. We can trade the queens. The
Yes, at
pawn
least he's
structure
not
is
losing the piece, right? This is
not yet.
probably Sindarov's one point that he can be
Yeah,
proud
but
of.
will that knight find a piece on? I guess if b7, we can play c4 and c5
c4,
or
I think he
b4.
wants to go here, right?
Yeah, but then c5.
Then I can
Okay,
take.
maybe not yet. Well, rook e3. I don't know. We can also play rook e3 first and then
But
c5.
it does seem like you're getting,
g4,
you're forced at least to
g6,
calculate some things.
rook f1. Yeah, this is not practical play, but we can also defend e4 first and then play c5. Although he gets a 5, that is becoming annoying.
Yeah. It's getting tricky right now. I think he has to continue with d5. Look, you've said A, you have to say B as well. You don't have time to go b4. It might seem very tempting, but after b4, knight c4, you move the rook anywhere, and then I just simply get my knights to connect to each other with knight d6, and this might be problematic. So this is something that we want to avoid. Both players, well, especially Sindarov down to his last 2 minutes, Hikaru on 3 minutes 45 seconds, but forced to calculate something. How will he continue right now?
d5 is tempting. I think he is looking at d5.
He has to go for d5. It truly feels like he has to go for d5. It only makes sense to continue.
Yeah, the bathtub is screaming for d5.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the bathtub has already been sort of damaged. This pawn decided to move. So once you destroy the bathtub, you have to make a
Yes,
Picasso out of it,
we
and that's
go for
exactly
it.
what he's doing. d5. I like it. I
I
like it.
guess queen a6 is almost forced. Queen
Can he
e7
go
is just
queen
too
e7
passive.
and then just do
Mm.
like this? He did go for queen e7. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I felt like he doesn't want to go into the end game. And after b4, you're still not losing the knight because that's not a threat. You're losing the rook on a3. So I can still go knight to e5.
But then rook a2 and the knight is hanging.
Yeah, and then knight to c4 and hope that you can survive this.
Well, he's surviving the knight being hanging, but those pawns, a4, b4.
Yep. Yeah, no, and I feel like I have a good setup for my king safety, right? The king on b3 feels pretty safe.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the way to do it. This should be the
Yeah.
way to do it.
Say goodbye to the board chat.
Yeah. No more boat. No more boat. Just go b4.
Or he can play rook a2 first and then b4.
Rook
Or
a1.
that is also an option, but we have to consider c5.
Yeah, rook a1. The problem is c5 pretty much stops b4.
And we don't want to destroy our what's left of the board by taking en passant. Oh, he missed
95.
it. Okay.
What?
Oh, that's very quick. He didn't even consider before. He doesn't want to allow the knight on c4.
That's actually not good because right now c5 comes with a tempo.
Do we actually have to take? Oh
Yeah,
no.
he played c5. No, this is not good. I don't like this. I think he missed c5 is the problem.
He is not happy. Eh, the board was so nice. Okay, well, he decides to take there. Somehow black is surviving all this. Knight will reroute to d6.
That's the problem.
And our pawn on e4 is becoming a bit of a liability.
If I would have the dark square bishop, this would be a much better position because I would be able to try to reroute
Yeah,
it
but we just had to
f4.
trade it.
Light square bishop is so
I mean,
so
it's not
defensive.
over. It's
No,
still
no, by any means.
no.
By any
I mean,
means.
the knight on a5 is still sort of displaced.
Out of play. Yes, yes, completely out of play. And this is something that maybe I should be focused on. Like, for example, go queen to f4, rook to e5, and then bishop to f1. Basically saying that whenever you go b6, I will go bishop a6. And I'm going to be ready to exchange the bishop for the knight. You go knight b7, I go bishop takes b7. This is the plan I'm seeing right now.
They both sank. Yes. They're now on equal time.
And also, to be honest, you need to get ready for c4. So, okay, queen f5. He's going for the same plan, just with queen f5 instead of queen f4.
C4 is a possibility, but then b4, knight b3 is forced.
It's a huge concession also, though. Like, you play the move c4, you need to understand that this knight on b3 maybe will come back. But it's not a guarantee. So
No, it's too big of a risk to calculate without to play without calculation.
it feels like that. What I'm worried about is that he might be taking here, which would be really bad after queen b6.
Why rook b1?
Rook b1, c4, and then queen f2.
Okay.
So this is a tactic I'm hoping that he's not going to go for. Don't go queen takes h7.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no.
Yeah. Queen h7
Instant
and
queen b6.
queen b6 came. This is an easy tactic to miss.
No, he realized it. c4 is next move. That pawn on c7 made so much damage.
Yeah. 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 Queen b6, c4, and queen f2 it's an easy one to miss from afar. It truly is, because you see, okay, why is he playing rook e5, allowing me to take a pawn on h7, and you're just simply not looking at the consequences with no time on clock.
And Sindarov saw this from there, but it's probably the only thing he was calculating entire game.
Yeah.
Ever since he played c5.
Okay, king d1.
Still c4.
c4 is known, not an easy move. He's gonna take with the queen on b3, almost for sure. If he plays c4, I mean, the guy is some
But
sort
queen
of
b3
genius.
is also probably... Are we running away to f1?
Yes, as fast as possible. Run to the other side.
Queen c4, king f2.
Yeah, there's... Again, I really don't think he's gonna go c4. If he goes c4, he's
he
a
was
genius.
thinking for a while, but yeah.
The good thing is that Hikaru is getting a few easy moves right now. Okay, queen takes c3.
g7, I guess. At least if we're suffering
Maybe.
for something. No, he's running.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Now rook
Keep running.
I don't think he will go for protecting pawns. He's gonna go for a mate. Knight c4 maybe.
Yeah, knight c4. But where's the mate? I mean, I will go rook c1. Yeah, knight b3, rook d1. Again, it's all about those free moves. It's all about those moves that you can play fast at this point.
Well, knight d4 maybe to bring the knight closer to the king.
Knight d4, I'll take that pawn.
Yeah.
Look, right now I'm a pawn down. If I can take on g7, we're at least reestablishing material balance, which I'm happy with.
Okay. One chance is that Sindarov will think for too long.
Let's see, rook to
g5,
g5.
actually best move to defend the pawn.
He's also looking at bringing the queen back to e5, if necessary. And right now with the queen on h7, I'm not seeing how do I get back. I guess queen h4. I would go queen h4 right now. Or maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to go e5. Maybe it's time to go e5 and try to open the bishop.
The last wreckage of the board goes Goes all in.
E5. You have to go for it at this point. I like this move. I think this is a good practical choice. And the queen can come
No,
back.
Hikaru does not have to win this one. They play best of 2. This is first game of the match.
Okay, I'm seeing some potential. So for example, if you take with a pawn, then queen e4 followed by d6 might be encouraging. Rook takes e5. Again, the best move.
Yeah, we have to take with rook, I guess. Queen. d6. At least some compensation.
Queen takes g7.
Ooh,
But now the c pawn is going.
was marching.
Yeah, I guess you can
So
go
an extra
d6,
pawn for black.
c3, and try to go for queen e7. But I think I can even take, and rook e8.
Yeah.
This is just, unfortunately, it seems to be too easy right now. Like there's no way.
Counterplay.
There's no counterplay anymore.
What a crazy tactical. Like, it's just an oversight. I cannot even call it a blunder.
Yeah, queen b6. Queen b6. Yeah, he's going for this queen e7. But again, after taking a rook e8, I don't think there's a way to defend against c2.
Yeah, he can do either. Rook e8 is even stronger. Bringing a rook.
Found everything. Yeah, queen takes c5, rook takes c5, and you cannot stop. Yeah, this one. Okay, this is a tactic. This is at least a tactic.
Rook e7, pawn takes?
Yes. Yes. Actually, rook e7, pawn takes. Okay, you have to calculate a little bit. Knight d2, king f2, queen c5, rook e3. How do you stop me from going e8? Okay, this is something.
19 seconds.
He might get panicky.
Okay, he found it, but with okay.
What?
Just reverse. What?
How is he finding everything?
What the heck?
How is he finding everything?
Is this guy a machine or what?
That's
He just
kind
blitzed
of...
out all of this like a tactical easy tactical position.
How does he find everything? Oh my goodness. Yeah, queen c5, and I mean this is over. I don't think there's much chances at this point left. f5 I think also wins. d5 I guess probably wins as well, and it's the most precise d5, queen c5, followed by d4.
d4, yeah.
Yeah, you don't get your h5 because d4 opens up the queen as well. That's a check.
Yeah, losing a bishop.
It's a check right there. Well, I think rook e4 maybe still. Like
But then queen f3.
Queen f3, king takes d4. And then you take on g3, and that should be winning as well. Okay. b5.
Even here, he plays the best move. Because queen b5. And the rook is...
You cannot move the bishop because I go c2, you take back, and then I have queen c3. That's...
If you take on b5, then queen b5, and he wins.
I think it's over.
Yeah.
I think it's over. Hikaru resigns, and now he's in a must-win situation. Must-win situation. We get a new position. You get a few minutes to glance over the best plans, and then it's time to fight. It's time to bounce back. It's time to strike. You know what you have to do. There's absolutely no coming back from this. You only need to win. You need to go for it. You need to go for it.
Yep, there will be another draw of the position now, and the players again will get 5 minutes to look at it. So I think we have a quick break opportunity.
Yeah. I think let's let everybody kind of catch their breath right now. Hikaru, obviously, what he needs to do is refresh his mind, make sure psychologically he's not down on himself. Get back into this one. You still have an opportunity, and take it from there.
Yep.
Let's go on a break,
Mhm.
and more action will be coming in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
I have next to me Tournament Director Sebastian Siebrecht, and I would like to call to the stage Morny. Please give her a round of applause. Let's go. Thank you very much. It's position 336. Position 336. Thank you very much. To the players, good luck. Please enjoy.
That might be similar.
Welcome back to Freestyle Chess 2025, where position 336 will be where Hikaru has
game of the second mini match of the day. This is 10+10, and Hikaru is in a must-win situation against Sindarov. We have position 336, and Hikaru with black needs to win.
Oh wait, they made a mistake. The position is wrong.
In
I
what
see
sense?
Sindarov was sitting and analyzing, and now Sebastian came and said it's a different position. But it's a different position on chess.com as well. I think they made a mistake, same as last year. They were using different database. Oh, this
okay.
This is very sloppy because they only get 5 minutes for analyzing. It can really throw you off.
So do we have the right position is the question.
I don't think so.
We don't have it on chess.com either. We don't have it
No,
on
the one on the stream is
board as well.
different. Oh wait, this is old one. What?
So the question is, which one is the correct one?
Because this is the one we just had.
Was it? Let's see.
Oh, maybe.
I'll let you
Wait,
know.
maybe Sindarov
No,
was
that
just.
wasn't the one.
I think Sindarov was analyzing the same position as before, but maybe he didn't realize that they got a new one. Okay.
Perhaps, yes. Perhaps. Yeah, so this is the one that we have. At least we hope that this is the one that we have. The two bishops on b1 and a1, still the pieces that make the biggest impression. We've seen this type of setup where you can open it up with c4, followed by b3 and try to open both bishops. c4 immediately creates an attack against the pawn on h7, so it's definitely one of the big candidate moves. Anything else that strikes as unusual, Maria?
Well, again, that pawn on h2 and h7 gets hit, right? With the only difference that the rook is now defended by the queen.
Yeah, there's no more castling.
The knight cannot attack anything immediately. That's always something to look out for, but everything is defended.
What do you think the main move should be? How do you think the players should start?
By the logic of developing queen early, we like, well, g4, f4, and g5, f5 seems to be.
So if I go c4, let's say to target this, do you go f5 to stop me?
I think so.
f5, and then I go g4. Then I'm going for it.
And I resign, yeah. No, I think this is too optimistic from luck. Maybe knight g6, but we can also. Can we play the same? Just c4, c5? I think your way is better with.
No, c4, c5 definitely cannot. Oh,
Wait, are we
what?
back to classical position? What happened?
What is
Excuse
happening?
me?
What is happening?
Excuse me. Apparently, from what I understand, the maybe producers misheard Fiona when she read the number from the ball. So that's why the first position was wrong. But now
So what's the
what's
position? We cannot start with the. I mean, there's the Berlin. You know, I don't want to see a Berlin.
what is Berlin the best opening with black when you are in must-win situation?
Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Okay, we need
All
a
right,
new position.
can we have the position? Well,
Let me try to
let's
refresh
see
this. Let me
on
try to refresh this.
Hikaru's.
I'm gonna try to
The
refresh
one
this.
we were
Maybe
looking
it's
at is
boom. I
yeah, the
refreshed.
one we were
Maybe
looking at
this
is
is the correct
correct.
one.
Yeah, this is the
Okay.
correct one.
Okay. Okay.
Some glitch in the metrics there. Yeah.
Yeah, I refreshed. I think
Yeah,
we're back.
C4, C5, I think. But see, then the
No,
engine
but
says
C4, C5 cannot
F4.
be.
Why not?
C4. I
But we
take
also
race
take.
seven. Ah,
I guess you take first on F7 with a check, right? But we can just capture back and then we're taking your rook. So if you take our rook, we just take with the queen.
by the way, keep an eye out. This is a completely different Hikaru. Hikaru was the one being, let's say, last at the board. Right now, he's like, you know what? I'm not looking at the position on a different board. I'm not trying to analyze with anybody. I'm going to freestyle this. I'm going to freestyle this. I need to win. It's time. It's time to get a victory in this match.
Yeah, he of course analyzes, but on the ceiling.
I'm hoping that he's not thinking about the boat
Or
because
bathtub.
it truly was a beautiful construction. It truly was a beautiful construction.
And it was working, but it also created those tiny little chances, which one of them Sindarov managed to grab once it became possible.
Yeah,
Because with all those pawns pushed forward, the king stays undefended, unprotected.
yeah,
That's what happened.
yeah. Okay, all right, all right. We're just a couple of minutes away, at most, from starting what shouldn't be the final game of the match. Shouldn't be the final game of the match. A win by Hikaru would force another set of games.
Blitz
We're going to
tiebreak.
get blitz games, and that's where really the instinct kicks in.
Yeah, I guess we are waiting a bit longer because the players got the wrong position, or at least Sindarov was analyzing the wrong position, so I guess they're getting a bit more time. I don't think Hikaru is tilted, no. I mean, it's certainly not the nicest situation to be at, but it's not the first time. And these positions create a lot of opportunities. A lot of players even said it doesn't matter whether you play with white or black.
I think that's very much true. I mean,
You're in a
again,
very new territory.
if you
Just
want to be in a must-win situation, you definitely want to be in a must-win situation with in freestyle chess, not in classical chess.
yeah. I'm wondering, do the seconds have the right to have paper notes with them?
I'm sure
Or
they
is it
do. Yeah.
also not allowed, same as computers?
No, I'm sure they do. Um,
Can't
Paper
you
notes
make
should be allowed.
notes on every single position?
Yeah, good luck. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you can, but it's gonna take a long
But at
time.
least it's something. And also you can have notes on how,
But this is
like,
what Magnus was talking about.
yeah.
That he actually has notes. He goes through some notes. Like I guess PH, since he doesn't have a world championship match to prepare for, he decided to spend his time looking at chess 960 positions. I mean, obviously he's committed to this format. So I'm sure he started the preparation
Yeah.
for that.
No, I'm sure Magnus by now has every single position analyzed, at least few moves in. But how do you get it to work at the actual tournament? Only with paper notes.
Paper notes, yeah. No, paper notes. Like in the old days. Like in the old days when players and coaches were taking notes
On a
in their
train, in
notebooks.
suitcases. Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
Kasparov's notes were stolen at some point.
really?
Yeah, and then somehow Zurab Azmaiparashvili was selling very similar notes. Yeah,
Zurab to
he was
Kasparov's
his
notes.
second for a while. Yeah.
Amazing stuff. All right, so a big surprise out in the open in the first move after c4 g6. This is definitely not something that Sindarov expected because we've been talking and we've been seeing this construction. This is just simply generally whenever you have a knight on h8, this is not the way to defend this pawn on h7
This is
because the knight,
definitely surprising.
it is, and I think this is what he wanted to achieve. He just wanted to achieve a completely new position, something that Sindarov hasn't thought about it
Yeah.
during his break.
Now the
So
problem for black is like you want to instinctively push f pawn, right, to develop that knight, but you cannot do f5 because
f6
one,
knight f7 I would do.
yeah, f6 knight e7, because if you extend the pawn too much, what happens is takes and rook g8, and queen cannot defend both the rook and the pawn.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Hikaru goes for c5. Probably the right approach. Big question. How do you defend that pawn on h7 after queen h3? I guess you go queen
well, you have
g7.
h6, but all this becomes very wobbly because now we cannot play f5.
Knight g3, queen g7. He's fianchettoing the queen.
Yeah, and b2's pawn is pinned currently, so white cannot attack the queen.
Mm.
Interesting.
I
Very
guess he
interesting.
wants to go bishop. White should probably try to clean up the first rank so that that bishop can be protected by the rook on d1 and
And
can
then
play
push b4.
b3 or b4. Yeah.
Before,
And Hikaru, on the other hand, he's saying that, you know what? Whenever you do that, so for example, you go bishop to e4, I might be considering going bishop to e5 and continuing with the pressure against against that pawn on b2.
Mm-hmm. True.
Not the best play, objectively, but from a practical perspective, maybe it's going to pay dividends. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. This seems to be a very clear strategy by Hikaru. He's trying to confuse his opponent right now.
Well, a must win in freestyle chess led the players to go into very crazy positions. And it almost worked for some, like Alireza. He went for something crazy, but
Knight
ended up
d3.
drawing.
He's trying to go knight d3, followed by bishop to c2,
Mm-hmm. And then
followed
he can
by
push b pawn.
b4. Okay, so look, you've said A, you have to say B. You've taken a very aggressive stance. Don't go soft right now. Do not go b6 or d6. Soft
But what do
moves.
you do?
Go b5.
Oh,
Go for
wow.
it.
And knight c5?
Knight c5, I will probably just take on c4.
Uh-huh. And if cb5, then c4.
Yeah.
And then bishop e5. Okay.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't hate it.
I think you have to go for it. I think you just have to go for it. If you go b6 and try to stay quiet, you're starting to look
one
at
more
this
move and then,
b4.
yeah,
It's annoying. It's a really annoying move.
very annoying.
So I would try to create. Look, the strategy once again is very obvious. You're trying to create some madness from the get-go. Now is the opportunity to do so with b5, and you have to do it fast.
Speaking of Kramnik, he is actually working with Uzbek team.
And he's a big fan. Very big fan of Sindarov. Because Sindarov played some really good games and some important games at the Olympiad. He got some good wins for the team, and Kramnik is a big fan of Sindarov. I think he calls him the Golden Boy or something like that.
Very ironic.
He's,
Anyway,
he recognized the talent, and I think that speaks
speaks for
to
itself.
Sindarov's speaks for right speaks for itself. Okay, big moment right now. Passive or active? Which way, Hikaru? Which way?
And quick. You think he will play b5?
I think he has to go for it.
I think
It is in his style, and I'm just hoping that he doesn't have any flashbacks from the last game and lacks a little bit of confidence, because there's no time for that. There is just simply no time for that. You have to go for it right now. No more overthinking. Go for b5.
Yeah. He is taking his time, but he's looking at that side. Yeah, like some other ideas could be like, I don't even know. You cannot really go for the pawn on h2. We already looked at similar position where rook just goes to h1.
Okay. Hikaru, make a move.
Make a move. Make a move. It's the first time in this match he is lower on time, except for the endgame in classical game.
Yeah, especially not in the opening phase. In the opening
No,
phase,
not
he
in
was
the
always
opening.
very, very quick.
But this is not the time to self-doubt. Oops.
How would you address this position? Would you go b6, d6, or b5?
Well, now that I know about b5, I like
b5
it.
on the
Oh,
board.
yes, he did it. He did it.
Okay.
Confident.
That is a good sign. This is definitely a good sign. Because right now things at least are getting a bit wild.
Yeah, and he seems confident. The body language shows he's happy.
I'm not sure about happy. I wouldn't go that far, but he's content with his decision. Yes,
content. Okay.
He made his decision. There's no going back. He's bobbing his head right now. He's somewhat ready to take on the challenge.
Yes, it's time to spam the flower.
Yes.
Let's do it, Chad.
Yes. And look, this is a very good practical move because you're giving your opponent some serious options, which he doesn't have time to ponder very carefully. Like, you can defend this pawn on c4 with rook to c1. The problem is that forces you to move the rook to c4, which delays b3 for quite a while. Now I can just simply go something like d6, maybe defend with bishop to d6. It doesn't seem to be like the right move. He took on b5. Now
So
c4.
c4,
Immediately.
knight c5, probably only move. And then he has bishop e5.
Yes. c4. Let's go. Let's go, Hikaru. No time to
That's
think.
the only move. He
Yeah.
played b5 with the idea c4.
Yeah. He's going for it.
At least we're also getting some forced moves. It's Sindarov who needs to think.
And hopefully after knight c5, which it's not that clear. Like, for a second, you might be thinking, oh, wait, what am I going to do after d6? Then you realize knight a6 is really powerful. So he's spending some time, it seems like. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's a good sign.
Maybe he will. Oh, no.
Knight c5.
Well, bishop e5, and then he can play d5. At least the bishop will be in the center.
Yeah, knight c6, knight a6 doesn't hit the bishop. So
Yep.
bishop e5, you give me one more move, I go d6, attack the knight, and then knight a6 doesn't really do much. But it is imperative that you play the move bishop e5. And it makes sense. If you think about it strategically, this is the one thing that you have been focused on since the beginning of the game. Keeping this bishop under lock and key.
Yeah.
The way to do so is with the bishop in front of the queen. You're doubling up on that idea.
Yeah. And if white is not careful, we can even push c3 sometimes.
Yes.
Like, for example, d3, c3, with bishop in e5. Some tactical chances there. Yeah, bishop e5. Let's go.
Time to play. Time to do it. Don't fall too much.
Knight b3, e6, okay. Mm,
Okay. He's not in a hurry to go bishop e5. I guess he says, you know what, maybe I can do it next move.
mm-hmm.
And perhaps he's right. Perhaps he's right. Because if you do go bishop c2, for example, try to make the connection and defend the bishop on a1, then you can go bishop e5.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger question is, what if
Right.
he goes d4? I guess you can just
Well,
take.
still the same. Take on bishop
Yeah,
e5.
take and bishop e5. Yeah. No, knight b6 is not that bad. It's not that bad. Forget about the question mark. This question mark is too easily.
Yeah,
too
all of these
easily
question
given.
marks only suggest that the engine still kind of applies usual, normal rules of chess to the games.
Bishop e5.
Eh,
Or d5. Okay, wait a minute. d5, b3 is what?
It's interesting that it says it's a mistake, a miss, right?
Miss opportunity. Yeah,
This
I'm
is
not
a
really sure what
miss.
the miss
But
opportunity
then
was.
the evaluation goes up. That's
Yeah,
what I
don't.
say. That's what I mean. The engine has no idea what is happening.
The engine is a bit is wilding at this point.
Maybe it's still the best move, but just the valuation is off. And accuracy as well.
Yeah. So do we go bishop e5 now? I like bishop e5, Maria. Again,
And if take on a8, we just take with rook. Oh, d5.
goes for d5.
Kinda
Okay.
like it too. We're still... Oh.
But what? I just don't like it for the simple fact that you're... Oh, d5, bishop f3.
But
Oh,
now
this
bishop
is
e5.
great. Now bishop e5. Yeah.
Now bishop
No.
e5.
Now
We're
it's good. Now
definitely
it's good.
getting somewhere.
Now it's good. Just go bishop e5. I think now it's actually good. Yeah, bishop e5 is on the board. Okay, now I'm feeling good about the position. This is a completely different ball game. Queen h3. I guess he wants to castle. This is his plan. Queen h3, castle, and then b3. Now
So
that you have...
I'm guessing we cannot take yet because of queen h7 threat.
Yeah, if you take,
But
queen h7 might be a little bit annoying.
I'm still looking at that idea with c3 later. What if, yeah, rook c8?
Let's go rook c8. I mean, rook c8 seems to be at least putting white in a very strange situation, right? Did he go for it?
Was there a castle?
He went castle first. It's fine.
He
White is going to go
protects on
castle.
h7, yeah.
Almost guaranteed white is going to go castle.
Now we're threatening with bishop takes.
This e3 is nonsense. There's no way Sindarov plays e3.
Wait, but how does he defend? Rook b1? How does he defend the pawn?
No, his idea is to go e3 and then d4. And then force you to take on d3 and then recapture with the knight. Defend the pawn on b2. That's his idea.
But what
this
if we
is
take
like,
right now?
This is engine style. And if you take right now knight f5,
F5.
yeah, good luck
Get
finding all of this.
out.
Good luck finding all of this.
Even in a classical game, how do you find... Well, in classical, I guess you can.
That's not happening.
There
He's
is no
gonna castle.
chance he saw it already.
He's gonna castle. Unless the guy is some sort of
Is this like
a machine.
Gukesh play with bishop c5? find.
Yeah, no way, no way. I mean, you can go knight f5 first, but then I just take. Oh wait, never mind. You cannot even do that because you're losing the rook on g1.
Yeah. But what's the
This
idea
is
behind
a
the
different
lead?
species of tactics. This is like alien tactics, tactics that we haven't seen before, right? Patterns that we haven't seen before. We always talk about patterns and how it's so difficult to engage with them in chess 960. This is a prime example of that. Like first you wait for him to take on a b2, like you go e3, you wait, and now you go knight f5.
Yeah, no,
And you
that's
take on
insane.
b2, and then you take on f5.
That's insane.
Like this is another species, alien tactics.
And you went back, but in that position after knight g6, the engine does not even take on g6. This is just stupid.
Yeah, no. It's not gonna happen. No way. E3 is not gonna happen. If it happens,
We're
you know
both
what?
leaving.
I'm
We're
not going to
both
say
leaving.
anything. I'm not going to
Get
say anything
Kramnik here.
because Sindarov has been making some really good moves and he's shown that he's in great shape. But I think E3 is just is too much.
Yeah, I even spilled some coffee.
Yeah. Of course, King F1. Yeah, no. I mean, he was debating between Castle and King F1. No, this is understandable.
This is stylish.
This is understandable. Like this is
Yeah, this is
totally
stylish.
normal. But E3 was too much.
Engine is not very impressed though. Queen f6 instantly.
Queen f6 getting away from this knight f5.
Which means knight f5 is there and they both see it.
Yes.
That's a that's good news, chat.
Yes. And good news is that right now they're both even on the clock.
Yeah.
Hikaru was 3 minutes down at some point. This
And
is a
we're
good,
still thinking
big
about
improvement.
taking on b2.
Yeah, and this also takes away his e3. No, this queen f6 is a very good move. I really like this move. I despite the fact that the engine is saying that, okay, white is back to being slightly better, I like this move, queen f6.
Well, knight f5 is still a possibility.
It
In
is, but
fact,
it's kind of a
in
difficult
fact,
move
the
to make,
engine
isn't
thinks
it?
it's the best move, but
why
is it?
why is this transition so good for you? Like you take, I take. Like why is this so good?
Well, the thing is, white for some reason does not take, and I just
Exactly.
don't understand this.
Exactly. And he needs to
Knight
understand.
f5 take, knight g6, and white does not take there. That's
He just chills. He just
a4.
waits. A4, A5.
Like,
Come on.
come on.
Come on. Who plays like that?
Also,
No way.
like a4 is attacked by a knight, and if
No
rook
way.
c8, the knight is hanging, so the pawn on e4 is also hanging. Like,
He
what?
played knight f5. Okay, he played knight f5. He started with knight f5.
Okay.
But he's gonna take, right? Like I would
Yeah,
take.
yeah, of course. No, no.
Let's take.
I mean, with 2 minutes left on the clock, of course.
I mean, you're not forced to take, but he should take. I think he should take.
Well, you don't want to allow knight h6 and g5, right?
Yeah, that's something that I would be slightly worried about.
And where do you even put the queen?
Yeah, just take. Take.
Because at
Excellent.
the very least, he has repetition then, and Hikaru needs to win.
Excellent. Yeah, no way. I mean, Sindarov is not going to play a4. Come on.
Okay, now engine changed its mind. Okay, thanks for
let's
that.
not be silly about
E3
this.
is now a suggested move. It recalculated, re-evaluated. Thought Maria is not happy with a4. Let's consider e3.
Yeah, he's not going to play a4. E3 is a very difficult move to make.
Okay, well, Sindarov does not have to take on g6 immediately, right? The knight is pinned anyway, but he is taking.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now it's good. I mean, you don't have any attack on the g file. And guess what? I'm swinging my rook on the h file first. I'm going king g7, rook h8. I actually have a very easy plan right now. So at least this is going to be, I would say, a successful transition for Hikaru. I'm seeing Hikaru in the pole position to win this one right now. I think we're seeing a comeback.
And it's the first time Sindarov is also lower on time.
And now
Oh,
he finds the
Jesus Christ.
best
This
move.
guy finds everything best.
But only when he really needs it, he's like locking in somehow.
Okay, but after bishop d4, is he planning to play knight e6? Are you kidding me?
No. And even if
Who
he does,
is
I
this
go back.
guy? And who will let him on this playground?
No, even if he does, I go back. I'll happily give you the exchange. I will give you the exchange and we'll play this position. This is a beautiful position for black. No, I think he's
It's
still
not
doing
hard
quite
though?
well. Even if he finds 96, it's not like it's forcing a draw or saving him in any way. It's still a game. Go bishop takes d4. You just have to take on d4.
I think you have to, yeah, like take and then calculate.
Maybe he's worried about take, and no, but king
And
g2
then
doesn't make any
96?
sense. Yeah, 96 here.
But then take, king f7.
It's not working.
I think we're safe. We're just about on time to run away.
Time to take it. Time to
But
take it,
you
Hikaru.
see, if Hikaru sees a perpetual check somewhere, that's enough for him to avoid the line, even if it's safe.
But there's no perpetual check.
Well, if
You have to
takes,
trust your
takes.
instincts and take.
But what if there is like
This is what
takes 96?
This is what he's worried about.
Yeah.
He's worried about knight g5 and then.
But then queen g7 and we're
He did
fine.
take. He did take. He's playing the best moves. Bishop takes d4,
Yes.
96, bishop e5. Great stuff.
Sindarov with 2 brilliancies today.
It doesn't matter. This is great stuff. Bishop d4, bishop e5. Great stuff. Because right now, I'm telling you, after knight f8, rook takes f8, this is such a difficult position to play
And then
for
queen
white.
h6 and rook g4, h4.
I'm not sure I mind it too much. Like I keep pushing. This is a terrible, terrible position for white.
Rook g4.
But
Are
you're
we
not.
really
You're never
not
checkmating me. With the bishop on e5, you're never checkmating me.
Okay.
I just move my rook, and then you have one check,
Okay.
and that's it.
You're sure?
100%.
It's enough for me.
This is one of the
Sure
things
is
that
enough.
that I've learned the hard way. That with the dark square bishop on this diagonal, you never give a checkmate. Like I've tried it so many times, and it never works. This is kind of like a rule of thumb type of situation.
Yeah, time to spam. Oh, is spam not working? No! Where is spam? Botrix, wake up.
Hikaru
Okay.
is leaning back in his chair. That's an interesting posture for a man that has 2 minutes on his clock.
And a must-win situation. Well, it's psychological pressure.
Okay, knight takes f8. We're expecting rook takes f8.
I just realized how big is that table. If the players have to like lean over to reach the back rank.
Queen h6 is following your advice. And now d4. I really like the move d4.
Yeah.
d4 forces the trade. And
Very
then,
good practical chances for Hikaru.
And I only need a couple of moves. Just let me get my knight to f4.
That white king is also exposed.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%. Bishop f4, okay. What's the idea?
To take the queen.
Thanks, Maria. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks for the heads up. Yes.
I'm glad I can be helpful here. I'm not a grandmaster, but
I like it. Queen h5. Okay. I guess he wants to go e. Does he really want to go e5? King g. Wait, but b3. What exactly is this? b3 c3. What in the world is happening?
That's a grandmaster chess we never understand. No.
Why is the engine still saying this is
Hikaru is not happy with his position.
What? He should be happy. I think he thinks he's winning. I think he
don't
thinks he's
know.
winning.
I can never tell with Hikaru, but oh, rook g4. There
this
we
is
go.
winning after
Chances. d4.
flash d4, and this bishop on a1 is never coming out.
Did wait, if rook h4,
d4 is winning.
but what is rook h4? How do we prevent checkmate? What is the...
Rook h4, I take your queen.
All right. That's what... Did he forget his queen is hanging?
No, I think he wants
What
to
is
take...
the move?
He wants to take on f4. d4. He finds it.
But if he takes on f4, we take a queen and then the rook?
I think you can just take on f4. No problem. You can take back on f4. This is GG. This
What
bishop is
happened?
never coming out.
What was that rook g4 about? I'm just trying to understand because he played it instantly.
Well, he had 15 seconds on his clock.
Okay.
He needs to make a move. He's running out of time. 10 seconds for Sindarov.
Okay. Well, I don't mind that, of course.
And there's absolutely no way to save this one right now. Queen to h4.
Take.
That's
C2.
a piece, right?
C2 and GG.
Take c2. That's a full piece. I think you can go c2 also. Yeah, I think this must be...
Same. Yeah, same. Piece up.
Okay, it's going to be an endgame, but you are a piece up. Yeah, c2.
Someone is shaking. Is Sindarov shaking in the entire setup? Like the camera is shaking.
Rook to e1.
The entire screen is shaking. No, yeah. No, judging by the setup last year, it's people watching. They are shaking the little stage for the camera. This looks funny, like the entire setup.
I totally agree.
I think the camera is about to fall. Oh my god.
I think that's Sindarov. I mean, I'm like, who else?
No.
Take. Rook takes d4.
I think the
Just
camera is
f6.
moving even. It's
Cover everything. Cover everything right now. Look, at this point, this is a technical task. Hikaru should find a way to finish things off.
well,
It's
need to
not over
protect the
yet.
king, right?
It's
F6.
not over yet. There's still two pawns. f6, a4 is what I'm sure Sindarov has in mind, with the idea to go a5 and force the knight back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's the plan? Like we want to get the rook maybe to h8 and attack the pawn on h2. Or okay, if he lets us play bishop a3, then we're fine. But if a4, a6 you don't want to do. Trading pawns is bad.
15 seconds.
Maybe move the king.
Good move. Good move. I like this. I like this cover with the bishop like this. Yep.
Yeah, trading pieces is always good.
Yeah.
Hikaru is gonna go for very practical win here.
Rook a4 is a little bit
beauty.
annoying, but I don't think he's gonna find it. Yeah, rook d6. Now you can go f6, but I think he's gonna go bishop f6. It's just much more natural to go bishop f6. If he goes f6, this is a really good move. King f8, good as well. Rook c6, maybe rook c8, right? Can you do this? Can you go rook c8?
Yeah.
Exchange the rooks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the rook is trapped.
Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't
Should
think
be
I
easy.
am.
Now, this is even more precise. And now rook c8. Next move.
Yeah, rook c8 or maybe even king e8, king d7.
Mm-hmm.
And this bishop actually has a very safe spot on d6, even if you try
Yeah,
to
I really
target
like
him
the
with
approach of
d3.
Hikaru to not to play f6, to not to weaken his pawn structure.
Okay, do you go rook c8 right
But
now?
now you can take on h2, no? I mean, Sindarov
Certainly.
is like an eel, wiggling out of everything. He just started pushing pawns, same as in the first classical game.
Like an eel. That's I like that. Yeah. Knight d5. Good move. Good move. Good move. Ah, guess what? Knight c7 is a big threat right now. So if you go e4, I go knight c7. And then b6. Okay. Okay, what is this? Bishop. Get the king towards the center.
Just king, yeah, and the pawn can never move then.
Get the king towards the center. King e8. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh, but that allows them to take a pawn. But I
Doesn't
guess it's
matter. I take
fine,
on.
right?
I think it should be fine. This should be fine. Yeah, take, a6. Knight c7, cover everything. Knight 7 and then take on a6. Cover everything. No more checks on c8.
Scary.
Yeah,
Scary
knight
stuff.
c7, bishop d4, rook takes b3, a7, rook a3, and I cover everything.
Yeah, bishop b6 won't be a problem.
Ah, no. Bishop d4, there's a checkmating threat. e5, bishop c5. What in the world is happening? How is Sindarov better right now? How is he better?
The pawn is now going. a7 is a threat. a7, and you cannot stop it.
Oh, you don't have king d7 because of rook d6.
Yeah. Now he's reaching for a queen and... What the heck? How? I also don't... I'm also like, how? What? He was just winning 2 moves ago. All because he did not play knight c7?
Yeah, now just rook c8.
But
Followed
now
by
even if he makes a draw, it's a lost match. He just
draw is not
resigned.
enough. I think he resigned.
He just resigned.
Yeah. And
Mm.
Sindarov moves on. Oh my goodness. It's all about those last few seconds.
Knight
It's
c7
all
was
about
only move
those.
instead of trading those pawns.
Again, he played such a good game.
Who is that? Who is that? Someone is showing Hikaru something. I don't recognize who is that. Oh, but that's... Ah, I don't think that was the right way to approach it. Showing him the right moves that you saw on computer.
No, no, no way. No, no, I don't think so. I don't think arbiters can do that. First of all, I don't think arbiters can actually have the computer on.
That was not an arbiter. That was one of the organizers.
Ah. Yeah, this, I mean, with 15 seconds,
Yeah, it's...
excuse me, it's so easy to make a mistake because it's just panic time. Like at this point, it's just panic time. King to e8, king to d7 is the right way, but it's not easy to find it. It's just simply not easy to find it. Sure, in retrospect, it's easy to see it, but
No,
it's a
with
one-move
engine,
situation.
everything is easy to see.
It's a one-move type of situation. You see e4, by the way, you see e4, and then you see king d7, and then you take on d5, and the rook is defended. You can easily hallucinate this type of things. But then, of course, after e4, you just go knight c7.
Yeah.
And everything is fine.
And then
Yeah.
b6, take.
King d7. It's just you're getting the king up.
Yeah.
And this pawn is never promoting anymore.
Yeah, or the other way was rook a6, right? Instead of king d7. Can we also pin the pawn?
Sorry, where?
Here, instead of king d7? In this position.
Mm-hmm.
After ab? Rook a6, is it possible?
I think a lot of things are possible. Rook a6, maybe you allow
b7.
b7, but
b7. You see, like all these things, like
yeah,
so
I mean,
easy
again,
to overlook.
it is, and then
And
king
check
to
doesn't
g2.
help anymore because if you move the knight, then rook c8 and then promote.
and I pick up the bishop as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just it's just those one move situation and 1 second situation. So I do think we have, or at least we are getting ready for some interviews. I'm not
Yeah,
100%
but
sure who we're going to get.
yeah, I guess Sindarov, but I don't know. Do we want to show it? They stopped the interview. What?
Yeah, we're hearing that on the official broadcast. They took Sindarov and then they stopped the interview for whatever reason.
Well, we have to give it to him. He first, the way he found the winning tactic in the first game was really deserving of applauses. And
Yeah,
in
yeah.
second
I mean,
game, yeah, he was like pressing. Then okay, Hikaru really was fighting and found really great way to turn it around. But then Sindarov was fighting to the nail.
yeah. Well, Maria, I think right now it's time for us to take a short break, catch our breath as well. Obviously, not the result that we wanted, and I do believe that we might be getting a Hikaru interview in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be looking for that, and we'll hear from the man himself in just a few minutes. So welcome. Obviously, not the result you wanted. This must be very disappointed. What are you taking away from this match, and what happened there?
Yeah, I mean, it's really kind of hard to explain. I mean, I think uh I think the one thing I will say before everybody starts saying that I'm tilting, is I will give credit to my opponent for defending very well in the first classical game today. I mean, I thought there were some times when I could have won that game, or I was much better or close to it. And he found some good moves. So let's start with that. I mean, first things first is like it was very annoying that in this game he didn't play castles like Levon did. I don't know if it's actually bad, but like if you go to this position, after he played Queen A5 instead of castles, like Levon castled, and I think castles Knight DB5 is just winning, right? Yeah. No, sorry, Knight CB5, Knight CB5. That's what I was gonna play. Maybe
Yes,
it's
Knight
not good.
CB5 looks pretty
But
decent.
I thought this was very good, and then he played Queen A5. He didn't castle like Levon, so I mean that's the first thing I would say. Yeah, I mean that was
Sorry.
he defended quite well, I would say, in the classical game, I felt, because I mean I thought I would get a chance to win, and then I didn't. As far as the tiebreaker goes, I mean it's just like self-inflicted. I mean there's nothing else that needs to be said. I mean I basically threw away two great positions, which I should have won. Um, yeah, I don't really know what to say, because I mean somewhere around here I was sure that I would win the game. I was up 5 minutes on the clock, and then I just like completely lost my mind, like I did in the final game too. So yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean it's yeah, it's pretty bad what I did. I mean this one was, I don't know what to say. This one
Yeah, I
was
think.
bad, but the second one was, I mean, much worse, because that's a game that I should win, like, again every time. Um
Let's see if we can find that one.
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean,
this
I
one.
don't even know what to say. It's like I thought I was fine, and then like next thing I know, I blundered it. Like even here, I mean, it's just such an easy win. I mean, why didn't I go F6? I mean, I should have played F6, and I didn't play F6, which was bad enough. But I mean, it was still completely winning.
I think the
Like
way you
I
did
don't.
it's still winning. Yeah.
No, it was
No,
still
no, but I mean,
winning.
after Rook C6, I should just play Rook C8. Like I mean, Rook C8 is what I was gonna play, and then I just like played Bishop F4. Like I mean, it's just so bad. I mean, it's
I
still
think
winning again with Rook C8 here, I'm sure, but
Yes. Yes.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, seemingly it's just like
and
I
here knight
don't.
c7, I
I
think.
think King
Yeah.
E8 was the best, but I mean everything.
No, but already here, like, why do I take H2? I mean, it's why do I take the pawn on H2? There's no reason to go for that in the first place. I mean, it's just so stupid. I mean, he's trying to push his pawn on the queen side. Like, who cares about a pawn on H2? But I mean, I played bishop takes H2, which was just, I mean, just ridiculous. I don't even know what I was thinking. The next thing I know, like, I thought I was winning, and then I'm not winning either. Like, that's how bad this was. Like, I played Rook A5, which was, yeah, I don't know. It's like I feel like my instincts just aren't very good right now, or for some reason. My instincts when I have like seconds on the clock are they're just very, very bad.
Yeah,
Very
after rook
bad.
a5 is already a draw, I guess, after bishop d4.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what I was thinking. Like, it's just so stupid.
King e8. Wait, where is the draw after a7? King d7. Ah, and rook c5. Wow. And how is this a draw?
I have to take the I have to take the pawn, and I give up the knight, right? I take the pawn, king e6, and it's a draw.
Yeah.
No, but I mean,
Yeah.
there's this whole thing, yeah, like, no, it's really bad, really bad. I mean, it's I didn't say it, I didn't say it like, yesterday, but honestly, like after the games yesterday and today, like, I don't know. It feels like it's like kind of time to hang it up. That's what I would say.
Mm.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure quite what to say because like the games the last 2 days that I didn't win, like it's just, yeah, it's really just that bad. It's that bad. I mean, like I don't want to be negative because of course Sindarov defended well in a couple of these games, but really like, I mean, I was winning every game. I was winning every game this match. Yesterday, I didn't win a position that I should win like 99 times out of 100. Today, in both blitz games, I mean, those are positions that I should win again. Like maybe the first one is not as clear cut, but the second one, again, I should win this 99 out of 100. And so to have two of those games, like, yeah, it feels like, yeah,
Do,
it's not good.
do you feel like also this time control without the second time control is pretty much unforgiving once you end up in that time trouble situation?
Well, I mean, the classical games were fine, I think. I mean, it's like, yeah, sure, I don't have anything to complain about in those games, but I think what I would say is that certainly Blitz, I mean, tiebreakers and Fisher Random, I think it's like, I don't know, I don't really like it. That's what I would say, but it's yeah, I don't like quick games in Fisher Random. I'll say that. I don't like 10 minutes. I mean, even if it were 20, I mean, 25 minutes maybe is okay, but 10 minutes I don't like at all.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's what it is. I mean, I see someone in chat says don't be overreactionary. I mean, that would be completely fine, except there were other games too in recent times which I didn't put away. Like there were all three of these games today. Maybe not all three today, but between yesterday and the two rapid games, I mean, I should have won all three of these games. So I mean, I'm clearly the better player, I guess you could say, if I could actually keep my nerve. But I didn't keep my nerve, and yeah, it feels like time to hang it up. So I don't know
Um,
what else to say.
Well, if I may, I agree with Chad
Hmm.
that you should not judge so quickly, but it's not only because of your match in a vacuum. Just look at the other games. Alireza was pressing and winning and suddenly crumbled and he's out.
Hmm.
Gukesh, the way he lost both games, like yesterday he had chances versus Fabi and then lost also seemingly out of nowhere. I think it's I think everyone is just simply
No, but I
still
mean, I'll give you.
adjusting.
I mean, the exact reason I say this is because there was a game very specifically in the World Rapid and Blitz that I played against Hans Niemann, of course, and that was the exact same thing. It was another game where I should win that game 99 times out of 100, and not only did I find a way not to draw it, but I found a way to lose it. Actually, kind of like this last game. So it's not a situation where like, I mean, as much as I'd like to say, okay, like maybe I'm jet lagged, maybe I'm tired, people just crumbling. Like there are quite a few instances in recent times where this has happened to me. So. I'd like to say that like it's like, yeah, maybe I'm tired, but it's happened to me a lot in the recent events. Like as soon as I get low on time, I just can't keep it together. So, um, yeah, we'll see what happens in I guess Norway chess, but I think what I would say is if Norway chess doesn't go well, I'll probably like, yeah, well, let's not say it, but I would say that if Norway chess doesn't go well, there's pretty decent chance that it's time.
It's
Yeah,
time
and
completely.
I'm sure that's probably those things will be you will be thinking, and you will be having a lot of time to be thinking about those ideas, and obviously at some point they always come, but I'm sure you still have plenty to give
I
us, give
mean,
your friends,
I
and
think what I would say is that it's just like
it's a
it,
bit
it,
frustrating, right?
I mean, frustrating would be fine. Like if I had slightly better positions and I blundered, that's one thing. Like slightly better positions, that's what it is. But when you have completely winning positions that you should never lose, or I mean, like not never lose, but never not win, and you start drawing or losing the 99 out of 100s, like. I mean, that doesn't feel very random. That's what I'd say. Like it kind of reminds me a little bit of it's like when I watch Gary play, actually, Gary Kasparov, when I watch him play in St. Louis, I mean, the number of positions that he gets out of the opening and Fisher Random, where it's like winning and then just crumbles, when he gets low on time every game. That's kind of in the back of my mind as well. So yeah, I think what I would say about it is just like, I mean, if Norway chess doesn't go well, at least as far as classical chess goes, I'm probably gonna retire.
Could you account it as perhaps just a bad spell, or you're just not even interested in finding that out?
Well, I mean, I think what I would say in regards to that is that basically, we'll see how we'll see how Norway chess goes. We'll see how the tournament in St. Louis goes, how Norway chess goes. But I mean, right now, it's just a situation where if I'm not going to win these positions, like I don't even know why I want to play chess. Like honestly, like I'm not trying to be over the top, like tilt or anything, but if I'm not going to win the positions that I should win 99 out of 100, it really feels like it just feels like time. And I think also for people who would probably say, well, you're only 36, 37, I think the argument I would make in regards to that is that I've played so much chess online. I mean, I've probably played more chess in the last 4 or 5 years than anybody else. If you combine over the board with online, just, I mean, playing 10s, 20s, 30 games every single day, just on stream. So I think that it's just, yeah, it's just very disappointing. And I wish there was something else I could say, but I had winning positions every game. It's not like it was a situation where I was where like it was, where like I was slightly better and I couldn't find a good move. Like I just had technically winning positions, and I mean I messed them up completely, and it's very yeah, it's very disheartening. And yeah, I mean, I think I would say that, yeah, if Norway chess doesn't go well, there's a very, very decent chance, at least as far as classical chess goes, that, I'll probably hang it up.
I just
So,
want
there.
to let you know that as the prize schedule shows right now, it does seem like perhaps you will be playing another match against Gukesh for fifth and sixth position. Have they told you anything? Have you? We
I
cannot
mean, yeah.
find the exact
No, I mean,
regulations anywhere.
there are more matches. I mean, obviously, but it's kind of, I mean, I'm not really very excited. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'll probably go Nepo style, and just move fast in every game from here on out, because there's really nothing left to play for, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, there are a few more games, but I don't even know what to say. Like I'm really at a loss for words, because to not win, I mean, the first to not win one of these 3 games even is just so bad. It's just so bad.
Yeah, yeah, no.
And I mean, I don't know if people have questions in the chat or not. I don't see a lot, but no, I mean, I think it's just, yeah. If I'm not gonna win these positions, if I'm not gonna win the positions that I got in this event, like I don't even know why I'm playing chess. And it's just, yeah, it's that bad. It's actually that bad. I don't even know what to say.
I don't have questions, but I want to thank you for still joining the broadcast. I know it's difficult to be in this situation, but we appreciate your
Well,
honesty.
I mean, the good thing is, the good thing I would say about this is, it's much easier to look at it and be objective about all of it, when you have so many things that are going right. So, I think, like, what I would say separately, I mean, I'm not going to say anything publicly. There will be an announcement in the next couple of days, but, there are a lot of good things going on, chess related. So, there are a few bright spots, but, I think the most important thing is, that try to find something to be positive about, because really these games, there's nothing to be positive about. It's just that bad. And for everyone who's asking about, the about, playing Gukesh or something, that's I don't care. I don't care. And yeah, it's like, it's just so bad. I mean, my form was fine, but when I get low on time, I seemingly have like literally no ability to find good moves. So yeah, wish there was something more to say about this. I mean, obviously, there are two. I mean, hopefully, I get to play 2 more matches. I mean, all I'm gonna say is that, like, as far as the Gukesh match goes, I'm gonna make sure that it's decided in classical. I'm not gonna let it get to get to some blitz game, because I just feel like I can't play blitz anymore.
Yeah, and to kind of shy away from
By the way,
the topic.
someone asked one other question too. Like,
Sure.
someone asked a question. You know, I was playing the when I was playing, like there was like literally, I know there's a computer on the other side of where we were playing, but there was some computer when I kept hearing this Windows noise because someone probably noticed there was a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah, you
And
kept
it's
looking somewhere.
yeah, because there was like literally the what do you call it? Like the beep Windows noise like
Yeah,
every 10 seconds towards the end of the game. So yeah, I mean it's yeah, I mean that I'm not saying that like had any impact on the game, but for anybody who was wondering like what that was, that's what was going on.
that's pretty
So it's
annoying.
yeah, I mean I don't know what to say. Like, you know, it's yeah, it's just it's very frustrating. And I mean, if I can't, you know, win the positions I had today, yeah, it's like, yeah, it feels like it's that time. So be it. So be it.
On a different note, I know there's been a dinner
Hmm.
last night, and you were planning on attending it, and there were going to be some discussions related
Yeah.
to the whole
Hmm.
drama. Can you divulge anything from that? What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly what was said or wasn't said about that. I mean, all that I would say is, to me, it seems like the players get to play the tournaments they want to play. There's no like world champion or like world champion in the title or something. So I think all the players get to play the events they want to play. I mean, I think that's the main thing. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are other parts of it. I didn't really feel like it changed much about the situation currently. I didn't feel like it changed
Got
much.
it.
So
Got it. Got it.
yeah, I mean, it's like I don't know. I mean, what you want me to say about it, but it wasn't anything that I think really changed much. But yeah, it's, you know, so be it.
Cool. Well, Hikaru, I think it's been a long day. It's time for you to
Hmm.
sign us off, and we're looking forward to see
Yeah.
your games against Gukesh tomorrow.
I mean, who cares? Tournament's over. I don't care at all. Like, I could lose every game and I'm not going to care. I mean, the tournament's over. So, yeah, I mean, I'll probably just play fast, play whatever, you know, try to do decently. And maybe it'll be interesting, maybe it won't be, but that's that. So, um, all right. Anyway, hope you guys enjoy the show today. I guess there'll be a show tomorrow, and yeah, it's what it is. So, I'll see all you guys very soon with a recap, and then go from there. So, yeah, and yeah, that's how it goes. See you
Cheers,
guys. Have a good
Hikaru.
one.
Have a
Bye.
Thank
good
you,
night.
Hikaru.
Bye, bye, bye.